high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only. Your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. For a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way. Crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. For a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly, and even
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat.
Excuse me.
Fucking stinks. Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki-takiki-takita. 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 Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high and light.
Become a pro player? Now, how hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage,
You walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
but the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I was no longer nobody. Our names began to shine. In facing the tension of adversities, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here. Beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's not just about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
It's time towards the path of honor.
Hello and welcome to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring 2025 Ranking Week, day number 2, as we'll find out who will make it to coveted Group S. My name is Huller, and it is a great honor to invite to the English panel the one, the only Dash. How you doing today?
Yeah, man, it's great. It's great to be here casting with you, and maybe soon we'll be with Kindofu. But right now, I'm so happy, so ecstatic. We had day 1 yesterday, and I want to see a lot more from our teams today because it's day 2 and we're still not done.
Still not done. I mean, it's a whole bunch of round robins that we need to get to. Some of the teams like SCARZ hasn't even played a game. Somehow they're in 3rd place, whatever that means, but they're here and they're going to be playing 2 series today. I'm very excited about both of these, Dash.
Yeah, especially for SCARZ, because this is going to be technically their debut. This is their debut day in the KME, and this is going to be exciting because right now we already know that this team is very young, yes, but they had a really rough time right there in the open series. They were able to get there pretty well, but right now let's take a look at the prize pool first. $50,000 total, and the champion would get the $10,000 lion's share in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be great. I mean, even all the way down to 7th place, you're still going to be going home with 6,000 USD. But let's talk a little bit more about the champion here, because not only do you get 10,000 USD, but you also get a trip to KWC, the EWC, and that's where all the big boys are at, the big prize pool, and of course, the fame, the fortune, and all that. But of course, also, if you happen to be in 2nd place, you have one last chance, and that will be, of course, going up against the West side. But let's talk a little bit about the teams here. We've got Gen.G, R8 Esports, Nongshim Red Force, Vicious, SCARZ, Crazy Raccoon, and of course, Venomous here.
Yeah, this seems very much a favorite here is going to be Nongshim Red Force because of their performance during the Invitational Season 3. So this is going to be a tough challenge for all the teams to beat. But right now, let's talk about the matches. And as we said, SCARZ is not just going to have a debut. They're going to be fighting against that very strong team, Nongshim Red Force, and also one of the other favorites in this region, Gen.G, later on today.
Yeah, and it's going to be the second match. It's going to be R8 Esports, Crazy Raccoon, and then you've already talked about SCARZ and Gen.G, but R8 again versus Vicious. All of these games are going to be bangers, but mind you, Gen.G and Nongshim, if we're going to talk about day one, they had a monster day. Both of those squads went 2-0, went 4-0 against their opponents. They just kind of swept them through. I mean, yes, there was a little bit of a stumble in terms of Nongshim Red Force, but I think it was just more warming up because it was in that first series that they played in.
Yeah, and it's against R8 Esports. So I want to see how R8 is going to pair up against the middle of the pack teams, if I may say, because this is going to be a very big challenge, and that is where we can see basically the right litmus test that we have for those teams. But right now, SCARZ is going to have a bit of a challenge here. I know they have a lot of potential. They have a lot of chances to prove themselves in this tournament. So I'm kind of excited here. But again, before that, let's see who they are in this video first. And SCARZ, we have seen them, and this is going to be comprised of Glow, Arashi, Mfang, ASD, and Ochi2 will be the members of SCARZ.
Yeah, and this is the craziest part about this is that Glow has actually been picked up off of Nongshim Red Force. He's going to be the new mid laner. They did a little bit of a roster shakeup after the Korea qualifier, and they did lose against Nongshim Red Force, and I think that they want a little bit of revenge. This is a lot of that going at it in the sense that Glow has that intel, understands how Nongshim plays, but is he able to take that intel, and are they able to take advantage of it?
Yeah, and they even have this is a very different region. This is a very different playstyle that they have played in. And most of the teams that they are going to be fighting on scrims is going to be different here. But again, before that, let's talk about the favorites here and the video first for Nongshim Red Force.
Nongshim Red Force, the second place team in Season 3, the greatest red. They're going to be, of course, represented by Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye. And this is a team that is starting to gel well together. They made some serious headway in Season 3 in shocking the world, almost taking down Nova Esports. And they took them to a Game 7, but unfortunately, they lost that one.
Just a bit closer, and they could have won that here for the whole team. But again, Nongshim Red Force has a lot of ground to cover right now. They're back to square one. They're back to the time that they need to evolve. And Nongshim, right now, this is the first stepping stone.
Yeah, first stepping stone. I mean, they want to kind of impress and kind of, move on. They want to take those licks that they've learned. And I mean, they went the series to the maximum with almost every single series. They have so many ultimate battles. I think they had 3 going up to that grand finals. I mean, this is a team that's well versed. I mean, they have a very deep hero pool. They are ready to go.
Yeah, and that was a bit of a surprise for me when I saw them too, because they have a very deep hero pool. And when it comes to those longer games, the best of 5s to the best of 7s, considering that we have the global ban and pick, this is much more defined in those types of games.
Of course. But, this is a little bit of a shakeup too, in the sense that we're now going back to the best of 3s. We're in the round robin stage, the ranking week. And, this is a moment where you don't have to think so hard about like saving heroes for like, later games down the road. We just need to put our best foot forward. But nonetheless, Nongshim changing things up. They went nothing but red side all of yesterday. And now it looks like they're going to go with the blue side first to start off this first series.
Ooh, it's going to be different here. At least now for the blue side, they're going to be having the priority priority picks because yesterday they had a lot of the same picks. They had Zia on 2 of their games. I think they have like 6 heroes in their pool that they repeated on the next series. And that just tells me a lot on what they want to do here for the ranking matches that we have because it's almost the same composition every series.
But if it ain't broke, why fix it? It's one of those things where you just constantly, you just bring it out until somebody can beat you, outdraft you, and, outplay you, right? I think that the biggest thing that we saw in day 1 was that some of the teams did get an edge and they were able to kind of test Nongshim, but Nongshim were able to kind of use that experience and to kind of really close out those games and really take over.
Yeah, and right now, because they're going to be banning the Dharma here first, they are not going to be losing out because they have preferred the Magin most of the time here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. So with that, the first game, I think Azia could be open here again for Nongshim.
Yeah, but it's one of those things, I get it, but I think it was really more about the playstyle more than anything else because Nongshim, I think they played it once in Season 3. There was a very limited number of games where they were kind of expanding outside of their usual meta picks, but they're going to go with the Nongshim Secure. Faye was an absolute monster on this hero, really setting them up for success.
The question is if they're going to be taking the Gen.G that is always paired up with the Secure from those matches that they had for Nongshim Red Force. Will SCARZ actually take it and just shake things up here for this art? But the Diadea is open, so this is something that we do expect. The amount of healing and the amount of easy access crowd control from the Diadea has been very great.
Yeah, and I like these 2 picks. I mean, both very meta heroes. Oghren, of course, we all know it's this reign of terror that it's had in the jungle. But the Diadea, of course, an amazing roamer. Just it fits with almost any sort of matchup that you would want, like a team composition. It's such a good hero. But to your point, and you noticed it yesterday, I love that dash. The fact that you picked up the Gen.G Secure combination. They're gonna go with those 2 plus the Mayin here.
This again, it's the same first 3 picks again for Nongshim Red Force. The Secure, Gen.G, and Mayin has been picked again for Nongshim Red Force. This is just a staple for them at this point. They're probably testing this right now in the ranking matches, but again, SCARZ answering with the Lady Sun for the last pick, just for them to have that extra late game capability of that Lady Sun.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, SCARZ lineup is very good, but it's I would say it's the remnants of Season 3, and yes, the meta has changed. We've had some patches in that sense, but Nongshim have kind of changed it up a bit. This is something that they have not pulled out in Season 3. This is somewhat new, and you're talking about the fact that they're only picking 6 heroes, and 3 of them are relatively the same, and I totally understand that, but they're changing it up. They're trying to show something different, because again, if you're showing the same heroes, it's very easy to plan against you in terms of the ban.
Maybe this is the answer. That's the question. Maybe this is it for the side of SCARZ because they've watched the matches yesterday because they haven't played. So watching it, they know what to do with it, and they are going to be answering with this. But right now we're seeing the bans right there from Nongshim Red Force from the mid lane. They're banning the Yixing. They don't want that control against them. Maybe Andua could get picked here by SCARZ because she has been going up in the ranks when it comes to priority, but Princess Frost, just for that extra area control and that Winter is here, is actually good.
Yeah, and I also like it because it kind of, it doesn't like hard counter the Oghren or anything, but it makes his life a little bit more difficult. But the new, they're going to pump fake it, and they're going to go with a Nua instead. I'm not 100% sold on this hero. I think that it's a win more one. I know that we've seen it in PKL, in IKL. It's done. It has a bit of a success there, but I don't know. It's one of those things where if you're not winning, you have a really hard time coming back.
I agree with you there because she's gonna have a hard time when it comes to those late game. If she doesn't get the first 2 items, usually the Savant's Rod and the stuff of Reverberation, that is when she finds that problem. So that's why, I can agree with you on that. But the Agado on the side of Nongshim for this pick together with the Secure, just really emphasizing that they want to go for the what? They picked up the Princess Frost.
They still needed a mid laner, right? So this is okay. Look, they have a whole bunch of AoE. Nobody's gonna really want to walk into that wild growth from the Agudo. Plus, then now you have the Winter is here from the Princess Frost. You have these giant zones that are gonna look to potentially control where the Oghren goes in. I think it's smart. Execution is gonna be a whole nother factor.
Yeah, the question is, how is the Oghren gonna get there? Gonna get inside the fight, because it's gonna be a big problem here because they have the Princess Frost and the Wild Growth, as you said. Having that Byron, sure, that could actually force the Winter is here if ever he enters with a Storm Strike and surprise that Princess Frost. So I think this is a good idea here for SCARZ.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the SCARZ lineup, generally speaking, is a very balanced, well thought out draft, right? I do think it's a little bit more on the stock standard side. I like the fact that Nongshim are kind of, going into their the playbook of trying to counter this Ogren, right? I think that it would be a huge statement to be like, hey, we have the counter to your Ogren. We'll let you pick whatever you want, but we have the Agudo, the Princess Frost. We know ways to deal with you.
At least they have the DPS that they would need in the late game, and that's what I was really looking for Nongshim Red Force, and having the Gen.G and the Agudo just really puts that out there. And the extra healing from the Sakir together with the crowd control would actually work out here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. So I'm pretty excited on how they do this and how they surgically remove that Ogren in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really going to go back to the laning phase. I think the Ogren really needs to get going. I think M-Fang is more than capable to do that. He's going to try to take as much farm as possible off of the map. Nua can kind of, Glow can kind of just make some rotations, get some potential pickoffs, and just be a nuisance from that mid lane. But I think it's really going to come back to Ogren. How much farm can he get in that early game?
Yeah, that's going to be the question, though, because most of the time what you need is the Ogren getting the farm, getting to level 8 as fast as you can, just so you can fight during the first objectives, which is what I am looking for here for the side of SCARZ.
All right, now we know the draft, we know the players on each. Which team do you give an edge to?
Ooh, I'm going to give it to Nongshim Red Force. I really like this composition just because of how they're going to be controlling that Ogren in this game. But remember, if Ogren gets ahead at level 8, they have a chance here.
Yeah, and I think that that's pretty much their MO of what SCARZ is trying to do. To be honest, though, looking at the lineup of SCARZ, it's really difficult for me to be like, hey, these are not top-tier heroes. This is a team loaded for bear. They want to go. They're going to be a menace. And look at how aggressive M-Fang is, even from the beginning.
Oh yeah, and again, thank you very much first to Esports World Cup. This thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC and helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going to be going into this one. Of course, if you happen to win out in this one, but first let's talk a little about Realme 14 series. Our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, Realme 14, really great, everyone. But what's really great too is this series that we have right now. And for now, our teams are chilling. They want to get that levels up fast, and this is very ideal for the Agudo and the Ogren. Both of them, they don't want fights in the early game.
Yeah, don't want fights. They want to kind of just farm. At the same time, let Haku kind of, just limit the movement, I would say, of SCARZ. Just try to be that. And look, they're trying to force a lot of farm onto him as quickly as possible. Illusion even rotating out because they have such fast wave clear. They can just kind of run back into the jungle and right back into the lane.
Something that I learned from PKL here, Howler, is what they do in the mid lane whenever it comes down to them just power leveling the jungler. What they do is they put the mid laner down at the bot lane just so these junglers would get to level 7, level 8 before the first objectives. And I want to see that here for both of these teams, though.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, you work around those level peaks, but Arashi taking a lot of damage. He's actually going the wrong way, and he's going to give up first blood. He could not walk into that Winter is here, and through that all, nice rotation by Illusion.
He thought he could actually use that force field suppression to have that extra shield to maybe take down Kyung9, but no, it's not even possible because he even flashed forward.
Yeah, and now look at Glow is in the top lane. Arashi is going to make his way there. Haku's in the mid lane. And so you've kind of seen just how the teams have reacted because of the fact that they had to deal with that top T1, protecting that as much as possible. Kyung9 just being a nuisance. This is going to be a bit of a problem for Arashi, who uses the force field suppression just to kind of farm this cockatrice here.
Yeah, we can see right here on the top side, though, Glow is actually going there just for them to have. This is what you want to do, though. Right now into the mid lane for not.
Oh, it's gone on the Conductor of Souls. And that's not going to be enough healing because you got the Rumble, but through it all, Haku gets the pick off under the tower, mind you.
I was surprised that he could actually get the kill there after throwing Furball in front of him, but that was a really nice kill. Right now, this is the punishment.
Yeah, and they're going to look to go continue on. Arashi has to back off, but through it all, the Crimson Golem is still alive. They had the ruin. They did a lot of damage, and through that all, Nongshim are kind of scared because they're on the lower end of the HP pool.
Rage uses that ruin just to push them back, just for them to not get the Crimson Golem. And this is a great idea because that could have been pretty bad because losing a bit of XP for Mfeng, not really good.
Yeah, not great, but it's a nice little like fallback by Nongshim, right? Understanding that, hey, this is a little bit risky. Kyung9 is gonna get gone on. It looks like they're gonna get some revenge. They do knock him up. He flashes away and he somehow cartwheels to safety. And now Haku is looking to turn this around. They have the wild growth just kind of limiting the movement. Arashi taking a lot of damage, but through it all, Nongshim are on the chase. They have Furball continuing on. Arashi has to use the force field suppression just to stay alive, but they're continuing on. And through it all, they've gotten Arashi. He wants to turn this. He wants to go, but Faye getting a little bit low, and it looks like Arashi's gonna go down instead. Faye survives.
That was so funny to see. Mfeng just used the teleportation circle just to yeet out of that fight, leaving Arashi to the hands of Nongshim Red Force there.
He's like, yeah, I'm out of here, boys. You're on your own. You know, you deal with the cops. I'm getting out of this one.
He got out, though. That is the most important thing here for Mfeng. But right now, we have the objectives right up. The Tyrant is at the ready. Looking at where the map movement is, they're all going to the bot side.
Yeah, look at this. Mfeng just going to find Faye. Faye misses the Mulberry Power, but through it all, the Tyrant, it is still standing, and it looks like they're not really going to just try to go for this 50-50. But as I say that, Nongshim are posturing for this Tyrant take.
Yeah, they have the advantage, so this Tyrant is just going to be for free. Tyrant gives you the extra damage here for more fights, and that's exactly what Nongshim Red Force would want in this battle. Just looking at the items right now, they are really gunning. Massive Agony is going to be put to use here for Illusion, but there you go. We have the Blood Rage now for Haku, so that is not really going to be good to deal with.
Yeah, just a nice turn of events right there. The fact that they picked up the Tyrant, I mean, yes, they have those 3 kills and they're about a 2K net worth lead. Now, SCARZ need to figure out a way to play from behind. They need to kind of get, you know, again, ASD, Mfeng, that farm. Mfeng dying early didn't really help, but I think that he's kind of bounced back a bit. He's only 600 gold behind the Haku.
Yep. What you want here, though, Faye, might be in trouble.
Yeah, it looks like Faye's going to find them. They do have the knock-up onto him, but Faye does get over the wall. He's going to be fine. Haku takes the tower top for free.
He was solo in the top side too because Arashi was just there. And remember, Arashi is not really in a good spot right now. Just a 0-2 and doesn't really have the first item just yet. So that was an easy take by Haku, and Kyung9 just teleporting to the bottom just to get that extra support.
Yeah, now look, they're going to put pressure on the mid T1. They actually take it down, and that's an early one, especially at 6 minutes. This is going to really open up the map for Nongshim.
Remember, level 10 advantage for Haku. Just a very great level gap that we have right there. And again, log in to claim the reward, everybody. Check this out. Maybe you will be able to get it.
Yeah, I would love to right now. I got to take a screenshot and just send it to my friends to make sure that we've got it so that we don't miss out on this at the same time. But Nongshim here, look it. They've got the lead. I mean, it's about a 3K net worth lead. Now they're posturing to take this bottom T2. The map control and this wild growth is just so difficult to get into.
Yeah, especially if you have a Gen.G also that could really take down this tower pretty easily, and nobody could answer this. They're just going to be giving it.
I mean, they have 4 members. Arashi was in the top lane, did take up the top T1, but it's a trade for the bottom T2 for the T1. I think Nongshim are happy with that. Now they're going to just adjust and kind of go for this Crimson Golem, and it looks like Mfeng is on the run. He's the Conductor of Souls a little on the early side. He's being chased by that Rumble, and it looks like Haku's going to roll on out.
Good use of that Conductor of Souls to get that extra HP in order for him to survive that fight, and that was really nice to see. And now, taking a look at the items here, very important item breakpoints that we have here is the Venomous Staff that we have for Illusion. Just losing on that extra healing from Mfeng is a good counter here for the side of Illusion.
Yeah, and it's going to help out for sure. I mean, Mfeng has not had the greatest of time. He hasn't had too much space. And look, they have 5 members that are, I mean, ensuring that the Azure Golem is being picked up. But this is a team that's grouping up before the 8-minute mark. Look at how Nongshim are spread out, taking all of the farm across the map. You know, this lead is just going to incrementally grow for Nongshim, and it's going to be tough for SCARZ.
Yeah, and they all don't really have enough space for that because they have 4 towers down already, which is the reason why they're trying to stick together so that nobody gets taken down by Kyung9, because, you know, Kyung9 right now is still a big threat and nobody could actually survive if ever he jumps on you.
Yeah, but it's, you know, it's one of those moments where SCARZ is like, okay, the idea, the bad boys motto of ride together, die together is a good idea. But right now in this game, you need to be laning, you need to be farming across the map. You need to, you know, you can't be, you're fighting for scraps, so to speak. And then look at how aggressive Haku is with that wild growth, pushing it forward so that Siri can kind of just get the pick off. They've even used the ruin a little bit early to kind of just fend off this potential attack from Nongshim. But I don't think there's going to be a huge commitment considering Mfeng is so low, almost gets picked off. He does get picked off. Haku gets him with the last shot, and through it all, I think Nongshim are going to be very happy with that.
Great timing in that Imperial Order from Siri, which is the reason why he was able to get the kill on there, but still, nice defense from SCARZ. It's not yet done because they haven't taken that third tier tower just yet.
I mean, I guess that's a small win, but Mfeng down, I think, is the biggest issue, right? I think they would have taken, they would have been happy with a T3 going down and Mfeng surviving because he's missing out on XP and, of course, farm, and he's going to fall further behind. He's a level behind Haku.
Until, I think at this point, they're just going to be putting all their eggs on one basket, and that is going to be ASC. He's the only one who can save them at this point in the game and just let Mfeng tank most of the damage and let ASC do the work once he gets that third item.
But I don't think it's there's gonna be enough time. I mean, SCARZ obviously have to slow the game down and just kind of buy time. But you know, with all three lanes kind of pushing, this is a difficult situation. They need to figure out how to kind of create a little bit of space because again, all three lanes pushing in.
Considering that 12 minutes is the average clear time of Nongshim Red Force, they're on a ticking time bomb here for SCARZ. They need to find a way to maybe get some shutdown golds because this game is not really a high kill game anyway, and there's only a 4k gold gap. So there's still opportunity for them to do this. They just need to take that first step.
You're talking about Nongshim closing out games in 12 minutes. If they win at 13 minutes, are you disappointed in Nongshim and be like, why are you guys so bad, man? You can't even close the game out?
Yeah, I'll say yes to that. No, I'm joking. They finished one at 21 minutes yesterday, but the other 3 games was a bit faster. So maybe it's good. Maybe it is a litmus test on how good SCARZ is. If ever they finish past 12 minutes.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I think SCARZ will try to drag the game out as much as possible. They need to slow it down. But again, their jungle has been taken out. I mean, they've, Nongshim have just like controlled the base where SCARZ, where's the farm? How are they going to push in? Because Haku is even putting pressure on this top T3. Tough situation for SCARZ right now.
They can't even get close though. Mfeng trying to push him forward, but I think they're going to force this on the side of Nongshim once the minion... Oh no, they're not going to get close because of that Resplendence.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. I mean, they want to just clear the wave, which is a good idea. It'll slow things down, at least for now. The top T3 did take some structural damage, but through it all, Nongshim are going to be patient. They're going to stick around, not give this up anytime soon. They're going to put pressure even in the mid lane as well. They're going to throw out Rumble, and Arashi still up in front, does get this knock off, and it looks like Mfeng's already been blown up. Ochik getting back to safety, but now they're trying to fight this 4 versus 5, not able to do it. The top T3 has already been taken out, and through it all, the top T3 down. It looks like Nongshim are going to back off and just heal up.
Mfeng just died. Third tier tower has been taken down. There's a lot of things that this is going for the side of Nongshim Red Force right now. They can take anything they want. I mean, the Tyrant is still taken by them. They still have the Primal Bond. But looking at the items at this point, 3 items already for Siri, taking up the Daybreaker, and this is just going to be hard for Mfeng to survive.
Look, I did not have 0 kills by SCARZ at the 12-minute mark, right? Nongshim are playing this one perfectly. Their positioning, their posturing, everything that they're doing is within reason. They know the limits of their heroes, even taking this free overlord, essentially, and Nongshim backing off, understanding how to just like close out this game.
This is not in my KME checklist. This is zero kill game for SCARZ. I think the only problem here for SCARZ is that they're not starting fights. They don't want to start fights, which is the reason why they have been just losing out slowly to Nongshim.
Yeah, and look at this. They're chipping away at the bottom T3. They've got the wild growth just like zoning them away. How do you even walk into this? They have the winner is here if they want to go. Mfeng goes over the wall, uses his map hacks, but he's just going to go back into the base because they can't deal with this. But through it all, it looks like they have the next set of jungle creatures, and it looks like they have just enough to take the bottom T3. No, they'll wait for this Vanguard, eventually taking it down.
Yeah, and they have the Vanguard at the bottom lane, though. So they have the mid tower on the checklist. They have to take that down.
Yeah, they're looking to take the mid T3 as well, and that was essentially for free as well, because again, SCARZ, they've been ranged out. They had arms reach, so to speak, Nongshim, and just putting them away, and Arashi just using the force field suppression just to stay alive. He's gonna have to flash back in. He gets to the fountain, he will heal. But through it all, SCARZ right now, all hands on deck, trying to defend. They have the wild growth zoning. Arashi's still up in there. They have Mfeng, who has to use the Blood Rage. He's getting knocked up, but he's somehow going to survive using that Conductor of Souls. They get the first kill. Illusion and Faye, Siri, all three are down, and now SCARZ looking to go for this one. They have the numbers advantage, and they actually are taking them through. And through it all, a double kill with Arashi, and now Kyung9 is running for his life, saying, hey guys, what just happened?
Holler, that took 13 minutes for them to get their first kill, but at least they got their first kill and they were able to defend their base. That was a nice effort for the side of SCARZ. Will this go into anything? Will they get anything? Yes, the towers is going to be there, but they have a Tyrant, the neutral objective that they can take, but they should take this tower first in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they should. I think that the T1 mid, in my opinion, is a little bit more important than the Tyrant.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're looking at this fight, it started like a little bit rough here. They were kind of all over the place, and Mfeng just barely surviving was a huge one. But Arashi did some serious work on the backline. Mind you, Nongshim, those backline, Illusion, Siri, Faye, kind of on the squishier side, and they were able to just kind of pick them off.
He was the hero of that story because he was the one who started the fight, survived in front of everybody, and picked off everybody in the back line. And Arashi getting pummeled in the early game, that was just a good hero story from Arashi this game.
Yeah, this is like the whole anime, right?
Yeah,
the anime, the protagonist, he's like losing a little bit in the beginning, but he's able to
flashbacks.
Yeah, he's got those flashbacks. He did the training, the one-arm push-ups, and now he's here and he's ready to go and he's fighting back. But can he continue on? Because Nongshim still looking very formidable. Yes, they've lost 4 members on that one fight, but they still have that lead.
Yeah, 15 minutes here, Holler. It's looking really great here for SCARZ because they are past the 12-minute mark. But what can they do here? Because everything has been pushed. SCARZ just need to take one more fight. That 30-second death timer could be the reason why they will win here.
Yeah, actually, this game is so 50-50 at this point. Net worth is pretty much out the window. Everybody's good to go, especially at 15 minutes. So any small mistake, somebody dies, and you might just lose the game. This is a huge issue for Nongshim, which we're in the driver's seat throughout this entire game.
They just need to be very careful here for SCARZ because at one point, Kyung9 could just push the lanes that they have here and sneakily just get in there. So they have to push the lane into the middle. Oh wait, they're already starting the Vanguard here, so the Overlord here, so this is gonna be bad, but they are gonna fight it.
They're looking to go. Mfeng looking to go for that steal. He's right over the wall. They have the roof, but Haku takes the Overlord, and they have the lockdown onto Mfeng, who gets back out. That was a good attempt. I mean, they did have the smite and the ruin. They're trying to stack it properly, but they didn't really know exactly how much life the Overlord had. And through it all, it looks like Nongshim take that one.
A bit too early in that smite though for Mfeng, but that was a nice try as you said. And right now, Nongshim Red Force has a bit of that extra pushing power from that Shadow Vanguard that they were able to take, dropping it into the mid lane. So this is going to be a good chance for Nongshim Red Force to maybe go for that last push.
Yeah, that noose is starting to tighten. This is going to be a little bit more difficult. That space is going to be kind of slowly taken away from them. SCARZ right now, all 5 members, they have to deal with these Vanguards. The Shadow Vanguard is in the mid lane, plus these these beasts that are Nongshim, just ready to just pounce on a single person who gets out of position.
Yeah, and right now, everybody's almost complete on their items, so this might be the last fight here, Holler.
Yeah, looking to go here. Haku's still up in front. Mfeng playing a little bit scared at this point, just trying to play safe, right? You know, you want to deal with the minions, slow the game down, deal with these Vanguards, kind of stay up in front. But Arashi's looking to potentially go Faye. He's going to get back to safety. They're going to do some work. Arashi needs to be careful. They're so low at this point. And Siri gets the pick off. He has some serious damage, and Kyung9 gets a little serious on that back line. They found Mfeng, but that's going to be life number 1. He's going to be up. Can he do better? No, he's going to get picked off. Kyung9 takes him down. Siri solo. He's going to come back as well. But here's the emergence. They want to go for this glow, trying to go into this one, but he's going to be killed. That's a double going the way of Kyung9. And through it all, he's going to pay with his life. 3 members down from SCARZ and 2 from Nongshim.
AST and Arashi keeping the team alive. Nongshim Red Force doesn't have the pushing power to actually end it this game, and SCARZ is still holding on to their crystal, even though that they don't really have any defenses left in their base. And now the Tyrant is going to be taken by Nongshim.
I mean, ASD and Arashi, they have the damage dealers. They'll be able to deal with the base. I mean, yes, the Crystal was taking a little bit of damage, but they will be fine. They will hold for now. It looks like the Tyrant is going to be picked up yet again here for Nongshim, but break this replay down.
That was a good start, though. That throw on Rumble to just knock up everybody onto the backline was a good starter here for the side of Haku. But after that, they were not able to see ASD. Look at him. He's just free hitting everybody from the backlines and nobody was able to get close.
Yeah, and that's like the dream, right? When you're a farm laner, you're like 6-slotted, you're able to do so much damage and nobody's touching you. It's like, oh my gosh, I will just blow up everybody. And that's a great job that ASD did. Nongshim, on the other hand, need to kind of make sure that their target prioritization is on point. Arashi, force field suppression. They do have that wild growth that's going to slow them down. They've got him, but they got the life number 1. And Feng trying to blood rage through this. He's going to go down as well. Arashi, force field suppression. Yet again, they have that wild growth and they don't want to fight, especially since they only have 4 members here.
And Feng dies for V5. This is not a good start here for the side of SCARZ because they have less manpower in order to defend their base. But ASD is here, so maybe they will be able to defend that. Let's throw all the items out of there because it is not going to matter. Everybody has items at this point.
Yeah, and Feng, 20 more seconds before he's up. Arashi, they look like they're going to get him down. He's somehow still up in front. He goes golden, but that's not enough. Siri has the pick off, but Haku does die. ASD somehow still alive. Glow gets the pick off onto Illusion. SCARZ finding ways to hold. They have minions crashing in all 3 lanes. The backed away by Glow, and it looks like Kyung9 wants to go for the backline, but they go for the base, and Nongshim will take game 1.
Great take on Kyung9 onto the backline. Was able to get the right target. ASD is the monster that they had to deal with, and taking him out of the picture was what they needed in order to get that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, just pushing them out. I mean, with the minions there, they're like, okay, we just need to buy a little bit of time just so that ASD doesn't just focus on Siri and just kill me, right? It was like, just like bait him out, attract his attention elsewhere so that we can take down the base. And Nongshim just barely, I mean, that was a little precarious at times, but they were able to close that one out.
What a great game to see. That was, we were wishing for that, Holder. The whole time, even before we went on stream, we were wishing for a great game. And we've seen one right now onto game 1. And this just gives a lot of promise to SCARZ because of how they performed during this game alone.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to find ways to get back in. I thought with all T3s down and with super minions just crashing in, you're like, okay, how are they going to hold? What are they going to do? But man, they were able to kind of do this on the back of ASD, just finding those pickoffs. You cannot leave ASD alone like that.
Honestly, this is what you expect from the Lady Sun, right? The reason why they pick her is because of the late game advantage, the rolling rate into the extra range that she gives whenever she uses that. It's the reason why they needed her. And also, during that last fight, we also saw the Ruin coming in from that Nuo was able to get 2 on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
It was a nice pickoff, right? I mean, it was a nice play. I think that's, if we're looking at this one, I mean, look, they kind of went all in, SCARZ, in terms of this draft. It was a top-tier draft, but Nongshim had the right counter, the play style, and just kind of like this oppressive map control that they had, and it made it very difficult for SCARZ. They had to go all in on this one, and I mean, there were moments where you're like, SCARZ could have come back, but man, actually, that's a pretty nice draft going up against SCARZ like that.
That was a nice try still for the side of SCARZ there, but looking at all of it again for both of our teams, at this point, everybody had full items except for the roamers, but this is such a great performance from them because looking at it, almost all, especially the junglers and even the marksmen, sold their, no, just specifically ASD because he doesn't need the boots at this point. That's why he has the full items just on him with no boots, and that was almost enough to save them.
Yeah, and I mean, look, let's talk about Arashi with his 15,000 net worth. I mean, he gave up first blood. He had a tough time in lane, but he was able to bounce back and even did almost 80,000 damage. But Glow and ASD were doing most of the damage out there. But if we're looking at the Nongshim side, Siri and Haku, my God, both of these guys.
Yeah, Siri and Haku, we were expecting them to be the one who will be dealing the damage here for the team just because of how the draft was made for them. But looking at it again, the time that the grab just went down is when SCARZ started fighting back. That's the first kill that they had there, and that is when it started to get closer than ever in the series.
Yeah, I like that gold graph. I like my roller coasters like those gold graphs where they just go up and down and they're a lot of fun to watch. Yeah. I mean, it was all over the place, but they were actually, SCARZ in the end actually had a higher net worth of all things, but it was just too much in the beginning, and just having taken down those towers was just really tough for SCARZ to really come back in that game.
Yeah, and especially for those times that you don't have any towers anymore, that is when you can really pop out some gold for the team. And again, the MVP of this series is going to go to Siri, dealing most of the damage here for the team with a 315 KDA.
Yeah, and in the same way, while ASD was like hardly touched, Siri was kind of not really touched as well. I mean, he was all in the back line, and don't get me wrong, these farm laners have great positioning, and there's a reason why they die very few times. But like, look at these highlights where Arashi gave up first blood, really struggled in that laning phase, especially early.
Yeah, and after that, this is when it all started, right? When Arashi started to go for the fights right there and then, and when they started getting some kills here for the team, because most of the time in this game, it was just Nongshim Red Force just getting the kills. And when it came down to it, Arashi was there wearing his hero cape in order to save them some time here for the side of SCARZ.
I mean, saving the time almost saved the game. Unfortunately, the cape was not long enough, apparently, because it wasn't enough. But there were so many times where it seemed like Nongshim were actually over-diving, getting a little bit, you know, trying to close out the game, like a little impatient, dare I say. And that's what allowed SCARZ to really get back. I mean, look at ASD in the back, just rolling around, just free-firing on everybody, just picking people off. He was having a field day.
Yeah, and we can definitely talk about how Mfeng was struggling this whole game. It's also because the draft wasn't really made for the Ogryn. Most of the time when I see teams drafting the Ogryn, they play for the Ogryn. And they draft a lot of crowd controls, they draft a lot of ways to get closer, just so that the Ogryn could get his damage up on everybody.
Yeah, but at the same time, Mfeng is like, didn't really do well. Yeah, I mean, he was kind of, you know, he was focused for sure, right?
Yeah.
And he was kind of stifled in terms of net worth, so he was struggling in that regard. But I mean, he did what he could, right?
Yeah,
he wasn't that raid boss where he was able to tank everybody. So he did have a little bit of an issue in that sense. But nonetheless, that was just one game. It's a best of 3. We have more games to go. But first, let's take a little bit of a break.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
And we are back to match number 1, everybody. This is going to be fun because we had just a very fun game 1. We're still going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Holler, and we're going to go to game 2.
Yeah, and I'm excited about this one, especially after that one. That was really back and forth. We knew SCARZ were going to stick it to Nongshim. I mean, there's that rivalry. These are teams that have been vying for that one slap for like the longest time. Nongshim have definitely had the most recent amount of success. And so SCARZ kind of wants to rain on that parade a little bit.
I think this is the one that we're gonna head into game 3. This is that series just because of how great they are. And I remember they were also fighting for that slot on Invitational Season 3 qualifiers. So this is just great history that we have here for SCARZ and Nongshim Red Force. So this is an intense matchup that we have. I hope game 2 would just be a different story, especially for Arashi in the Clash lane.
Yeah, I think look, I think it'll really help him out. It was a huge confidence boost, being able to bounce back. I think that speaks volumes about his resolve, right? Because some people are like, oh, I'm losing, and then they kind of just like cower away, and you don't really see them anymore because they're like, I can't really lane, I can't farm, and it's very frustrating.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I've got this. I'm able to get my farm. He was the second highest net worth in that game, so he was able to really provide value and just get those pickoffs.
He was taking the whole bullying coming in from Nongshim Red Force because I remember he was ganked a lot of times in the Clash lane and he had such a hard time. And also Mfeng, I think Mfeng really needs to bounce back in the side of SCARZ because if he drafts, the Ogren is not going to be available anymore this time, so he might be drafting something a little bit safer in game 2.
Yeah, but look, what's safer than an Ogren? I don't really know in the jungle lane, to be completely honest, but he was so focused. Nongshim had a very good strategy in mind of how to counter the Ogren, made his life very difficult. To be honest, if Mfeng was able to kind of do typical Ogren things with that farm and to do that damage, I think that they might have won that game.
Honestly, that is true. If Mfeng had a better time in this game, that could have been a different story here. Maybe we're already 1-0 on the favor of SCARZ in this game. But again, that was just a story for game 1. Game 2 would be a little different. We're not going to be seeing the same heroes here for both of our teams. So this is going to be an entirely different story for game 2.
Yeah, while Nongshim technically won that game, in my heart, SCARZ won that game because they really fought back. I love the fact when teams can kind of bounce back and figure things out, because it's one of those things where, like, if you're losing, like, you cower away and you're just like, we give up, let's go next kind of thing. But SCARZ are like, no, we're going to play this one to the end, make it difficult for Nongshim, and then know that even into game 2, there's going to be that motivation of just being like, hey, actually, we're a tough out no matter what.
Yeah, and what I like about this, though, is that this is a good fire starter for them for the whole day. Because remember, they have 2 series that they're going to be fighting today, and they need all that energy because they're going to be fighting Gen.G next. So this is something that they have to conserve maybe if they want to get there. But remember, winning against Nongshim Red Force is a flex in itself.
All right, I'm going to tell all of the SCARZ player right now, don't listen to Dash, okay? Let's not worry about Gen.G, the other elephant in the room. Let's only focus about
this
game
one
number
first.
2, okay?
Okay, yeah.
I think it'll really help them because they're like, oh my gosh, we have to play Nongshim, and then all of a sudden we have Gen.G around the corner. It's overwhelming, right? Like, let's slow it down a little bit. Just play that one game at a time, right?
Yeah, one game at a time. Yeah, they need that, especially that they're on site. They're going to be playing together on one space, looking at each other. Everyone, that's a different pressure that everybody has. It also could be a different environment for the players. And I love every time the players are playing on site, they have more passion. If you ask me, they have more better performance in that sense.
Yeah. I love the fact that you can see the reactions, right? Like the body language, just how these players are really kind of feeling it when they're feeling good. It's a great feeling, but at the same time, like if you're seeing like the teams that lose and they're like, in sadness, that's another bit of an issue. But let's talk a little bit about this game 1 draft-wise. I think we're kind of like, you were talking about the fact that the SCARZ lineup was okay. Nongshim was a nice counter pick, but through it all, we're not going to be seeing those heroes again from those the same players or same teams at this point.
And something to add to that too is that Nongshim Red Force had a really great draft just to stop the melee heroes that they have on SCARZ to move forward, which is really nice. But against SCARZ, they have a lot of things that they could work with for the next game, so I hope they would be able to get that there on our next game. I'm pretty excited actually for this next game for SCARZ. But Nongshim Red Force, look at them.
they're just chilling.
They're just chilling. Coach YK is still out there with the finger pointing and the coaching and making sure that the boys are falling in line, so to speak. But SCARZ, look, jovial, right? At this point, I think it's just a matter of it's just one game. It's not the end of the world for this team.
They're smiling. Look at them. They're all smiles here for the side of SCARZ, and it's like they have expected this, or they are not afraid of what's going to happen for game 2, and the confidence still there. They are still sitting up tight. So SCARZ, I'm really looking forward to game 2.
Yeah. I mean, going into this one, I think it's got to be key, right? Just ensuring that today's going to be a longer day. You have that other series that you're talking about with Gen.G, and it's one of those things where you just got to you got to have resolve, right? Understanding that you don't have to be the top team right now going to Group S. Obviously, you'd feel much better if you're at the higher in terms of standings, but all you need to be is top 3. Get yourself into that Group S.
Yeah, getting into that top 3 is going to be very important. And as you said, being the top 3 is the most important thing, because next week is going to be the matches that they're going to have if ever they're going to go to Group A. And Group A is just basically elimination, and whoever gets first will be staying and will be put in the lower bracket. So you're going to have the hardest time together with the third placer in Group S.
Yeah, and look, if you're stuck, I mean, if you happen to kind of falter and you end up in Group A, you have 4 other teams and you have to be the top dog in that group, right? Or else you're going home, which is very worrying. If you're in Group S and you have to, you're in top 3, it's just a matter of seeding. It's not the end of the world. You could actually even save some strats in terms of the drafts and things like that, so you can kind of play around. It'll be a much more comfortable ride then.
Honestly, in Group S, it's okay if you lose. If you're going to be the third placer in Group S, it's going to be okay, because you're already in a safe spot. But on the other hand, for Group A, they have a lot of things to cover. And remember, this is a single round robin. So it's important to get to that spot here for this for KME.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think it's okay to lose ever, okay? I think that you must want to coming in wanting to win no matter what.
That's true.
All right? Okay, do not use the jazz strat of being cool with losing.
Okay, I understand. Yeah. But I think we're still waiting for our players here. I think there might be some... Never mind. They just chose their side here. Red side again for the side of SCARZ, and blue for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, it looks like SCARZ are looking to counterpick more than anything else. To be honest, what do you prefer? Do you want to go first? Do you want to pick first and be on the blue side, or do you want to pick second? Like, what is your mindset on that?
On a best of 3, I'd rather take the red side, because you can take a lot more. You can take a lot more heroes and maybe counter the other side, which is much preferable on a best of 3. But on a best of 5, I'd rather take the blue side. How about you?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Generally speaking, I like to counterpick. I like to kind of, assuming that like
you're one of
I'm
those guys.
Team, yeah, I'm one of those guys. How dare you? Yeah, come at me, bro.
No.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like there's been a bit of a penalty for SCARZ, and they've lost all 4 of their bans. Wow.
No way. What? They lost 4 bans.
Okay.
That's not gonna be good. That's a very... that's pretty hard here. Holler, because they're not gonna be having bans. And remember, Nongshim Red Force could actually get a Meister Nui here if ever they don't ban that.
Yeah, but okay, it was also one of those things where like SCARZ actually were like, hey, we're gonna go red. I mean, it's way more difficult if we're gonna give up first pick without a single ban. And yeah, Nongshim are like, let's just get through these bans quickly because I want my Mai. Let's go.
they're gonna be taking the Mai for sure. Remember, there's also, at least on the side of SCARZ, they have a Dharma that they can pick. So that is something that I want to see on the hands of Arbashi. Maybe they could counter, maybe they could find a way. And there's also a Liang that's usually picked whenever there's a Meister Nui on the other side.
True. I mean, you just want to lock her down, right? I mean, she's just so mobile, high risk, high reward kind of hero. But it looks like, oh, wow, they're going to go with the Dharma.
Okay.
Interesting. No, maybe SCARZ are like, actually, we're gonna show up late to the stage, and we're gonna not ban anything. We're gonna get in their heads, and then we're gonna let them pick the Mai because we have the counter pick. But then, okay, now it looks like SCARZ have gotten the Mai.
Oh man, that is a good strat though. If ever they thought of that, that is so smart. I'll take that 100%. They got the Long, they have the Maestro Renui. That's 2 good picks already for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, actually pretty good. Very meta. So they're not too afraid, right? I think that's without 4 bans, you're just going to roll with it, I would say. I think more than anything else, maybe they were late to the stage because they didn't wash their hands and they were taking their time, huh?
They're taking their time to get to the stage now.
Yeah.
But again, we have seen this yesterday. Nongshim Red Force are going to be picking up on that channel for their side. This is going to be good though, because I want to see how they play this, because yesterday they didn't pick this up and it has performed well on the times that we have seen the channel in this on the games yesterday.
Yeah, it was actually doing very well. I think it lost only once, if my memory serves me correctly. It has done really, really well. Teams have kind of, been able to utilize this hero to the maximum in the sense that it's just a very oppressive hero. Those wolves are so annoying to deal with.
Especially if you don't have a lot of AoE, right? For example, like this, if you have a Long on your team, you don't really have a lot of AoE, so it's going to be annoying to deal with the pack of wolves that is going to be chasing you later on.
Yeah, potentially. And I mean, going in even with the Dia and the Dharma, my favorite little combination, the double Ds. What's better than double D? I don't know.
I'm thinking. I was thinking for a bit there. I got stunned. I'm so sorry. But
which way is he going with? But it looks like SCARZ are going to pick up the Sun Tzu. They're going to look to counter the Kyung-9 Dharma in that clash lane. He's not going to have the greatest of times in the laning phase, but come team fights, he's going to be amazing with those boats.
Oh yeah, and the Jing getting banned too, because that is also one of the good picks here for Mfeng. But SCARZ, yeah, I was thinking that they're gonna ban again just by muscle memory, but they don't have no bans in this game. So what are they gonna pick up? Having the Sun Tzu, having that extra, what do you call this? Engage together with a Maestro is something that is almost always appreciated. And SCARZ would just need an extra damage source from their side to actually complete this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I think Lung and Mai have a decent amount of damage. The Lian Po really gels well. That control. I love the Lian Po as of late. I think it has just so much value. Plus, when things are kind of grouped up a bit, you need some sort of way to kind of really smash down. You're talking about AoE. It has that, the Tremor Smash as well as control onto Chano, which could be potentially game winning in those team fights. So I really like this hero. I think it's going to round out that draft with that roamer.
And remember, Faye used that yesterday against R8. And that's the reason why they won. That engage from Faye on that Tremor Smash. That was the reason why they won against R8 yesterday. And that was a very good play. But now denying it to the side of Nongshim Red Force. What are they going to pick here? Because they still have a roam. Oh, they still have an Ogren waiting for them in the end here for the side of Nongshim. That is actually looking really good. Having that Dharma on their side, the only thing that changed here is the Dharma and the Chano, and it's almost the same as what SCARZ drafted a while ago.
Yeah, they're like, hey, we can do this better. We'll show you how to win. But I mean, look, Nongshim had that huge advantage with the fact that they didn't have to worry about bans. Plus, SCARZ had picked the Ogren last time, so that was always going to be available, right? So just kind of throwing that out or saving it to the end, absolutely huge. But look at this Kong Ming pick in the very end.
What? That last pick, Kong Ming. That is something that I'm surprised with, especially if you're fighting against an Ogren. Usually the reaction is a Musashi just for that denying of that HP regen coming in that from Ogren. But first actually also works well. If you couple that with a Maestro Nui, they have a lot of people that could go in.
Yeah, but look, my only concern about this SCARZ lineup is like, yeah, Lung has the infinite fastness, but generally speaking, very squishy. The Mai and Kong Min, very glass cannon, right? If they get on top of them and they're able to just be bursted, but don't get me wrong, I think that Nongshim, I mean, like it's going to be tough to kind of find them because generally speaking, those heroes are going to be coming at you from a linear perspective.
And I can see it. I think I can see it from miles away what they're going to do here for SCARZ. They have the set sail, right? Remember that. They have the set sail. They have the Mai. They have a lot of choices.
Yeah.
Who is going to be with me? Who is going to be going shotgun with me on that set sail? He can choose anybody. And they can start the fights from miles away, and that is a good way to start. At least somebody would be able to react on every engage that they're gonna do.
All right, Prophet Dash has spoken. The prediction is already in. Do we even need to watch the game at this point? I think that's pretty much. I mean, don't get me wrong. I
this
love.
is gonna be a Nongshim win. No, I'm joking.
Whoa. Okay, you're just thinking how good SCARZ' last strategy was. It's like not good enough.
Yeah. I just went on a complete 180 there.
You've thrown me off. The curveball is unreal at this point. But no, but I do. Okay, look, I think that's a SCARZ lineup. What you're just talking about with that set sail and just like, my going in, they're just going to blow somebody up quickly and just like, potentially get that numbers advantage. And they're going to have a huge one because, again, like Nua, if he gets jumped on, you're not going to have the greatest of times. And like Dharma wants to let the team fight kind of, manifest a bit before he goes in. So he's a little bit slower. So seeing how this initiation happens from the SCAR side, it's going to be huge.
The only thing that they have to be careful of on the side of SCARZ is how they maneuver in the fights. Because remember, their damage comes in bursts. They don't really have a really great DPS on their composition. So they have to go in, get out, so that the Dharma doesn't have the time to use his Root Mantra against them.
Okay. All right. It looks like Prophet Dash has spoken. I think that, I'm just going to sit in the back here. You just let you, the prediction's already there. We already know what's going to happen. You just let me know when things are going to go in, and then I'll just kind of jump in every once in a while.
Let's wait if it starts, though. We are going to be seeing it minute per minute. No, I'm joking. It's not as I said.
But you said Nongshim was going to win, which, again, like, this is, like, very M. Night Shyamalan, right? In terms of, like, this ending that just completely caught me off guard. I didn't expect
like 180,
that one.
right?
Yeah, completely, right? But how many minutes for Nongshim to win this game?
Ooh, that is a good question. I think this is gonna be. I can say 15 minutes. I think 15 minutes. Yeah, I think 15 minutes is gonna be the timer here. But if SCARZ is gonna be winning, it's gonna be less than. That is a bit of a long time, but 12 minutes I can say. SCARZ should finish it pretty fast.
Whoa. Okay. All right. I mean, as the players load into this game, I'm gonna be honestly, dude. If you are correct with your predictions, I don't know what I would. Wow. Okay. All right. I kind of want to see what happens if this prediction becomes true because. I think it'd be crazy. But we're going to go into game 2. This is going to be Nongshim up against SCARZ, already up 1-0, potentially being able to close out this series. SCARZ have that lineup. They have the high risk, high reward, a bursty type of lineup. It could potentially just kind of kill everyone from Nongshim, but it's going to be interesting considering the fact that Dash has already predicted that Nongshim will win.
Let's see if that's gonna happen though. The big goal here for SCARZ is how they will shut down Siri. Because most of the time, the reason why Achano gets very great advantages is when he gets the items. Because he's a very good late game hero on the side of Nongshim Red Force. So they have to be careful about letting Siri get the farm that he needs.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to isolate Siri. They're going to let him be all by himself lonesome against ASD's Loong. Who do you give the edge to in terms of like matchup from these heroes?
On the level 1 matchup, I think I will give it to ASD. The Loong does have damage in the early game in the burst, but I don't really see that Chano has a good early game too. But in this matchup alone, yeah, I'll still go with Loong.
Okay, all right. I mean, they're going to leave him alone all by themselves, right? And they're just going to kind of deal with the other lanes. And now look at Glow getting super aggressive. Illusion has to back off already.
Yeah, and that's what they want to do here in the mid lane. They just need to get Mfeng to level 4 pretty fast. Because after he gets his ultimate, that is when they will start to just move around the map and find kills as fast as they can.
Look, the funny thing about this is that Glow was an ex-Nongshim member, right? They were previous teammates with Illusion and Faye. They go back, way back, right? But the fact is that Illusion has been that steadfast mid laner for so long. Glow has never really been able to shine because he's always been that sub. But now that he's got the Mai, and Illusion plays an amazing Mai, is the mentor able to kind of take over the professor in this case.
That's a good story to actually come back to later on. If ever, whoever of them wins, if the master still has it and the mentee is still not going to be topping him, but mid lane though.
Yeah, doing a little bit of damage. Haku just chasing after him. the pick off, and he will, but Siri gets this one. Haku trying to get to safety, not able to do so. ASD and Mfeng already down. Here's the set sail connecting, and it looks like Heartlink from Faye, but they have the knockout. Faye's like, okay, I need to get out of here. You're on your own, brother. Siri's down. Faye's gonna be killed as well, and kills throughout. It's a 2 for 3.
Great answer from SCARZ. That set sail saved them because that could have been a win for Nongshim Red Force because of the fight that started. Haku was chasing Mfeng, gets the kill on him, but because SCARZ was able to react to that, they were able to get that 3 kills in their belt.
Yeah, and that's the toughest part, right? You're like, Nongshim, like, you're potentially getting a gank, but you gotta always check the backside. Like, who's coasting down the river, you know, from Arashi, just being able to kind of hit you from the backside. Because if you get caught out and you're grouped up, you're gonna have a tough time. Not the greatest. SCARZ really making them have a 400 gold lead.
Oh yeah, man. This is gonna be interesting. The good start from SCARZ, not getting the kills at the 13-minute mark and getting it like at 1 minute. This is already a good start here for SCARZ.
Yeah, Nongshim having an almost flawless game 1, not dying early, but saving it for the later part to make it a little bit more dramatic. I don't really know, but I think at this point, SCARZ doing a much better job. They needed to have done, like, they need to kind of exert a little dominance in that early game, especially since you have that Mai that can be aggressive. Siri getting gone off. They have the Shinobi. They push him back. They all don't have that damage just yet. The Tremor Smash. Oh, not enough. And Siri and Faye both survive.
Great use of that Destined Encounter in Heartlink just to save Siri. That could have been a kill there for the side of SCARZ.
Oh, here's the emergence. Oh, they're looking to turn this around. Oh, through it all, they can't get him with the creation. SCARZ, get on out of there.
That was a good way to get out of the fight here for the side of SCARZ, but they are still looking for this. Most of them... Oh, wait. Look at Mfeng, though. He might find a kill here.
You might go for it. He's trying to wrap himself around, but the Wolves have kind of spotted things out. Mfeng is there. Look at Haku is making a rotation as well. He's going to be spotted out. Mind you, the Tyrant has spawned, so Haku over the wall, sees it, he decides to go. The path of passing is going to be there. ASD taking a lot in terms of just damage, but here's the set sail. They're trying to go. The Shinobi on this one. Glow doing some work, and through it all, Tyrant has already been taken out, but Siri has been killed, as well as Faye. They found 3 members, make it with Illusion. Mfeng finding the pickoffs, and it looks like Chung9 will get back to safety. Haku is on out of there.
Great way to divide the fight there. And again, Arashi saving their backs here for the side of SCARZ, using that set sail to get to the backline, and Glow starting that fight preemptively. Just couple the CC, just was able to be on top of each other in order for them to get those kills.
Yeah, and through it all, bottom T1 taken out. SCARZ bouncing back, right? We saw the result. We saw that we were smiling even after that game 1 loss. And there's a reason for it, because this is a top team in the sense that they've taken their licks before. They know how to beat this monster that is Nongshim. They've taken them to the limit. I expected nothing less but a game 3, but I'm getting way ahead of myself considering that Dash has predicted a Nongshim victory here.
Oh no, SCARZ is looking really good right now, Hauler. I think my prediction is not... I don't know what's going to happen here with my prediction, but it's looking like SCARZ is making through with this game, but right now they're going to fight.
Yeah, they're going to look to fight with this one, but it looks like the Tremor Smash not going to be enough. The burst ram from Ochik getting under the tower,
Glow.
but here come the reinforcements. They're looking to go. Glow is going to be there. Haku's potentially just pushing them away with that Death Precipice. He does have that Heartlink. Arashi getting life drained at this point, but Haku's still up in front. No minions, though, and through it all, it looks like SCARZ are just going to back off and cower under their tower.
Remember, Glow doesn't have the flash here, so he can't get to the backline pretty easily, but they can go in.
Yeah, they want to get the Crimson Golem. Ochik, ASD picked off, not able to get away. And through it all, it looks like Nongshim are finding the potential kills, and they're invading the enemy jungle. Haku's starting to get a little scary.
Great job on Kyung9 just forcing the infinite fastness and the flash from ASD there, so that when they cut him off, they were able to get the kill. And that was a good start here. At least Nongshim Red Force is fighting back, even though SCARZ has that early advantage.
A little bit of an early advantage, but again, Nongshim are okay from playing from behind. They've actually did it against R8 Esports yesterday, and they're finding ways to do it. They are a tough out. They are well coached. They understand the state of the game and how to play, but it looks like the Heartlink away from Faye, he gets back to safety.
Was able to get away though. Glow going in.
Going in for this one, but Haku, he actually runs into the wall. He thought his path of passing was activated, but he's like, no, face plant. But he does survive. He gets himself on out of this one. Nongshim will survive yet again.
Already level 11, and he's very tanky. He was not taking a lot of damage from Glow in this game. I want to see what items he already has, because there's a lot of magic damage and he has to be careful.
Yeah, needs to be careful. Haku's still up in front. He's going to just connect onto Ochik. The infinite vastness. Ochik might be caught out. The Tremor Smash is keeping him alive. He gets under the tower. He will be fine. Enfeng, though, trying to get off that the side. He gets the pickup. Oh, he gets him with the fireball. Siri is down. They've got a double. Faye is down as well. And now Haku on the run, trying to take more damage. But here comes Glow. He gets him, but the triple goes the way of Enfeng.
That first kill from Enfeng was so smart. He used the smite in order for him to get to this sweet spot in that winning strategy, and he was able to get it. I was surprised. I thought Siri was not gonna die there.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, I thought he was. There's just no way, right? But they have that burst. You just barely get caught out. Enfeng just being able to just find that right target. Now SCARZ in the driver's seat up about 3K and finding ways to go in. And look, it's one thing for the fight to happen, but then you have like Arashi with his set sail or Glow with his shinobis coming from the sides. Like they're coming from all angles.
Okay, tower in the mid lane got taken down already though. That is very important because the mid lane tower just opens up the jungle like what SCARZ is doing right now.
Yeah, it looks like the Azure Golem taken away. Enfeng even stealing from Haku at this point. Nongshim, difficult situation right now. They're behind. Now the jungle, the map control has kind of completely shifted. SCARZ finding ways, and it looks like they're looking to take yet another Tyrant.
That's the reason why he has we was so tanky against Enfeng and Glow. I think Haku already has the Eye of the Phoenix, which is why he's not taking so much damage from Glow. But the problem here is that ASD, once he gets items, though, Haku should be careful against that physical damage from him.
Like, I'm actually wondering if, come back to the draft, where the fact that SCARZ didn't have any bans, where is Nongshim kind of regretting not picking up the Mai early for Illusion?
That is a good question, though. I think they're regretting it right now because they wouldn't be able to do this thing that they're doing right now if it wasn't for the Mai Shiranui pick.
Yeah, and look, I think Mai is generally good with almost any sort of lineup, but I think it would have had more value than the new, Illusion, right? I just don't think that. I'm sorry, I'm really not a big fan of this hero.
Really?
Yeah.
Of Mai Shiranui?
No. I'm talking about Nua. I love Mai. I love Mai. Who doesn't like it? I have two reasons why I like Mai. Okay, anyways.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got the Flaming Palm onto Haku. Arashi, they have the knockup. The Burst Ram is doing some work onto Kyung9. He's getting a little bit low, needs to be careful. Illusion taken down yet again. Haku eating a Flaming Palm for his troubles. But Illusion down for about 25 seconds. That's going to seem like an eternity at this stage.
This is the reason why you don't like her, right? I mean, Illusion's Nua is because once she gets engaged on, she doesn't have anywhere to go. She wasn't even able to flash.
Yeah. No, I mean, what are you going to do? Again, it's a win more hero. You're doing well. You're just be able to kind of push people back. It's oppressive. It's difficult. But when people are on top of you and you have no map control, it's an uphill battle. I'm totally not a fan of this hero unless you have the perfect draft that's able to win in the laning phase, guaranteed.
Very big struggle here that we're seeing from Nongshim Red Force, also because of the point that you were saying, because she's just so easy to catch, especially for a full engaged composition. I think a Yixing could survive more in this situation rather than the Nua.
Yeah, I mean, you need ways to kind of control what people are coming onto you. But SCARZ, like, their lineup is so fast. They jump on you, they just kill you, right? And Nongshim are, generally speaking, on the squishier side. So it's tough to kind of deal with, like, this massive, dare I say, just massive people just running on top of you and killing you quickly.
Yeah, and this is looking really hard, though. Just looking at the items, Siri might become dangerous in a bit once he pops on that Daybreaker later on, but right now he's still not that much of a threat to the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, mid T2 already taken out. It looks like Enfeng has been pushed back, tried to go for that winning strategy one last time, but he's going to miss on this one. SCARZ now on the run, need to be careful. And Ochik tanking most of what Haku's bringing. Enfeng about half-life, needs to be careful. It looks like they're just going to take the Azure Golem instead.
Remember, Kyung9 has a flash now. He could actually start this fight whenever he wants to with the Truth Mantra. So they have to be careful about it.
Yeah. Oh, Haku looking to go for the Conductor of Souls. Turn this around. Goes golden by Enfeng. Trying to turn this. But Kyung9 is gone. He's dead. And Arashi now on the run. Haku still up in front. Barely getting picked off. No, he's not getting away from Glow. ASD gets the kill, though. And through it all, SCARZ finding ways. 2 members down. They are looking to siege the base at this stage.
What a great bait from M-Fang from that start of the fight, though. That Splendor to bait out everything just for them to use all of their flashes to actually engage. And that was very smooth also answer from the side of SCARZ.
Very clean thus far. SCARZ finding Faye. He's in a bad spot.
Wow.
Can't even heartlink back to safety. He gets killed. They're just on top of you. They're able to just blow you up. The damage is unreal from SCARZ.
What a great strategy here for the side of SCARZ. No bans, no problem. They can win this game, and it's looking like Nongshim Red Force doesn't have any gas left in the tank in order to answer them. But for now, we're gonna be chilling just a bit. 9k gold lead. They have 7 towers down on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Look, this is the SCARZ anime storyline. Even from game 1 where they lost, it was very close, and they were able to kind of come back. But they're like, game 2, okay, we've been in the chamber, we've been training, we understand what we need to do, and then actually in game 2, we're gonna throw them off. We're not gonna ban anyone, and this strategy is paying off. It's brilliant.
That is crazy, though. I mean, I think it was all part of the plan here. It's side of SCARZ. It's looking like that's exactly what they're doing. M-Feng, the start of the fights from Globe and even from Arashi, and as we said, the engages that they have for this team is just crazy. They just know when to start the fights, and even M-Feng, even without any crowd control, he can start the fights, and it's working in the favor of SCARZ.
I mean, it's like you start the fight, you don't really need the crowd control when everybody's just like able to delete you instantly because everybody is just so mobile, you know, high bursty type of damage. Like Haku taking all that damage, he's not feeling comfortable. He does not want to stand up front. Plus now looks at the Wolves trying to slow things down just a little bit. With those Vanguards here, tough situation for Nongshim here.
Yeah, they have the Vanguards. They might be able to start this. Now, we're waiting for the flashes here from Glow. They have their flashes up, though, from the side of SCARZ, so they can start the fight anytime. They just want to take that tower in the bot side first.
Yeah, I mean, they want to, but the Shadow Vanguard was in the top lane. So it looks like SCARZ are like, hey, actually, we can't penetrate this armor just yet. We're going to back off here and take the Tyrant instead.
Yeah, they don't have the Primal. Do they have the Primal Bond? They have the Primal Bond. They don't have enough damage here, so they're trying to take the Tyrant as fast as they could, and they have the bottom side here. They're just going to be waiting for the next wave. After taking this Tyrant, they are going to be starting to find the fight at the bot lane.
Yeah, and through it all, Nongshim, again, just trying to hold, just trying to fix the lanes more than anything else. Just trying to, you know, stick to the bottom T3, keep it alive as long as possible, because they need to just kind of delay the onslaught that SCARZ has kind of been pushing onto them. It's going to be tough, especially if they have that tower, which is like a potential 6th player, giving them a little bit of, you know, that extra boost. But, you know, again, Nongshim, they need to slow the game down.
That's the reason why Glow doesn't have damage. He built Venomous Staff for his second item, but he doesn't really need the damage if M-Feng has the damage himself. So it actually works out here for the side of SCARZ, and I think Glow is just using Mai Shiranui just like a utility mage in the mid lane, or an engager basically for SCARZ.
No, I mean, it's smart, right? Because Haku wants to just sustain you. He wants to go for... Oh, they get him with the truth! Oh, they found M-Feng. He got caught out. They have the Tremor Smash. But through it all, it looks like Nongshim needed to protect the base. The top lane was pushing. They found that pickoff. M-Feng, he was a little out of position. He's down for 33.
I was waiting for that. Kyung9, I haven't seen really good throughs this game, and I was waiting for that timing, and that timing was perfect. Bought them some time. Maybe they can take a tower here in the mid lane.
Shinobi, he's going to go in. He goes right on the Siri. They have to set sail, but they're all kind of all over the place. They're not prioritizing the right target, and they're trying to fight 4 versus 5. This is not looking good. The Infinite Fastness, ASD, it's a full-on retreat. Ochik gets knocked up for his troubles. That T1 is now going to be sieged, and Nongshim finding ways to get back in this game as per what Dash predicted.
It's
I'm
so
not letting
long.
it go. I'm not letting it go.
16 minutes into the game, and we're still not finished. My prediction's out the window now at this point. M-Feng needs to be here for the side of SCARZ before we start the fight here for the side of SCARZ. But right now, they want to find a fight here for the side of Nongshim Red Force because they know as long as M-Feng is not around, they don't have enough damage.
Yeah, they don't. But Mfeng will make an appearance. He's going to be in the mid lane. He's going to deal with this. And now Ochik needs to be careful. He's getting kind of connected at this point. Arashi all the way up in front, trying to find Faye, who Heartling's back. Haku still up in front with that path of passing. The potential Overlord fight could be happening. But Kyung9 finds Arashi, gets him, knocks him back a little bit. Arashi taking some work. He gets the flash, and it looks like the Tremor Smash is going to be legit onto 2. But SCARZ now on the run.
No.
They are very low.
It's looking like Nongshim Red Force is back in this game. Now it's only on a 3k gold lead, and we're seeing them struggling in these battles because we're at the point in the game in where they're also tanky that the burst that we have is not going to be enough. So they have to start the fight and just focus on one target and decide of SCARZ.
Through it all, the bottom lane was pushing as well. So, you know, Arashi had to kind of fix that one. And then that's why they were like, couldn't fully commit. And now the Overlord is here. Looks like the tables have turned a little bit. Nongshim right now, I mean, yes, in terms of net worth, down 2k, but does it really matter at this stage, especially when the Vanguard, or the Shadow one, is pushing in the top lane.
And we also talked about how Siri is going to be carrying this game once we go to the late game because he has more uptime on that DPS compared to ASD because his damage doesn't come in burst. His damage is going to be full DPS and is in your face compared to the cooldown ridden skills that we have from ASD.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of damage, which is kind of getting scary. I mean, we're 2 minutes away from the Tempest Dragon. The potential burn down on that one could be huge. That said, Nongshim's still in the driver's seat, I would say. Haku taking a little bit with the poking and prodding. The Vanguards are going to be quickly vanquished at this point. But SCARZ just, they're looking to slow the game down now.
Oh, yeah. As long as the game is taking so long, I think this is more on the side of Nongshim Red Force. SCARZ need to find that perfect engage before they win the fight.
Oh, they're looking to go. Arashi might have found it. He goes golden Mfeng. He's getting killed. He was just bursted down. Now he's on the run. Haku's still chasing after them. Ochik's been connected. He gets slam dunked. Haku finds him. Glow. All of 4 members surviving from SCARZ. All of them are going to retreat.
What was that damage from Illusion? That Ruin just took down Ochik so fast and forced the Sage's Sanctuary out of SCARZ. And I was really surprised that that amount of damage just came from that Noah. And remember, great engage from Kyung9.
Yeah, really good fight. I mean, really good initiation. That was the Kyung9 special. We just kind of expect that out of it. We've been able to do that very wow. That winning strategy does some work. Haku is going to be connected with that Heart Link, who just gives a little bit of a hug on that one. And Haku will be back in fighting spirit shortly.
Yep, remember Siri doesn't have... Oh, he has the ultimate now, though, so they can fight.
Yeah, they're looking to go Haku over the wall. Just kind of pushing and just kind of poking and prodding. The minions have already been dealt with, though. So the Tempest Dragon up in 30 seconds, but they're sieging the mid T3. They will burn that down. That's going to be the first one for them.
What is happening? 20 seconds on the clock. We have the Tempest Dragon at the ready here. Now they got the gold gap back. And Nongshim Red Force is basically back in the game at this point, and everybody has full items for sure. And we are going the lengths again here, Holler.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't expect any less, right? I mean, we knew it was going to happen. But if anything, the top lane pushing, if Nongshim are to potentially go for this Tempest Dragon or the base, they need to ensure that the lanes are fixed. They do not want to get backdoored. They need to be careful here.
Yeah, they have to be careful. They have to start this. Good strategy here for SCARZ. Arashi is pushing, but here comes Siri.
Yeah, and they found him. Siri, he was looking to go. Arashi's going to go low. That's going to be life number 1. ASD has already been picked off. Here's the emergence, and they get the double. Siri's like, hey, you going to go for me? I got you. Haku now dealing with 3 members. He's got the Blood Rage, the Conductor of Souls. He wants to go. And Faye is doing some work, but Faye is now going to join. And now SCARZ all-out retreat at this point.
What a great bait from Kyung9. He was waiting for ASD to actually come out from the bot side. In order for them to get that through, he wasn't even able to get away.
Blue team has destroyed a tower. Blue team has slain an enemy.
This is a golden opportunity. We always pay a price for our errors.
Tempest Dragon has been defeated. Receive my blessing. You lost. Blue team has destroyed a tower. Slain an enemy. Blue team killing spree. Blue team rampage. Blue team double kill.
Raccoon. That's going to be his third MVP of this league thus far. Absolute beast on this Augur 4-3-5. But I got to give props to where props are due, in the sense that Nongshim, man, everybody really playing well together.
Yeah, they were really playing well. Even Illusion from the backline there, we have seen him snipe somebody in that that Tyrant battle that we've seen from the bot side. And this start was actually nice from SCARZ. That is what they're looking for their game. I said a while ago also, they need to finish this game at 12 minutes because the longer it goes, the harder it is for them to get any kills.
Yeah, but okay, so what do you think could have made the difference then? Like, if SCARZ like had a different draft, or like, you know, I mean, having the timer sucks, especially when you're up against a good team, because they know that. They just need to extend the game, and they'll just kind of slow it down and make it tougher. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Putting their eggs in one basket here, most of their damage are all DP, or rather, all of them are burst damage.
Yeah.
That's the reason why it was hard. If this was something like an Arlie, something like a Gen.G, that could have been a different game. Because after one burst from Mfeng and Glow and even ASD, there's no more damage to the other members right here of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and they were just kind of able to survive here. And,
yeah.
But, like, it was very tough here. I mean, it's very scattered. People are kind of fighting throughout. Once Mfeng went down, Nongshim were just like, we got this game, right? We just completely, because he had so much damage, he had so much burst, and then like having that control, and then it just like completely changed the game once Mfeng is down.
Yeah, and also drafting the KME on their game, they want to snowball. That is the goal that they have in this game. They want to snowball so that they can reset that winning strategy a lot of times. And not being able to do that is not
Dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time.
And we are back right here. Everybody, that was just 5 minutes. We're not done with the action. We still have match 2. We're still going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Dash and I'm here with Holler. And Holler, did you take a dinner break or no? Did you
No.
get a snack break? Okay.
No, I just got some more water.
We're gonna
I
go
think
in.
We're good to go. We're just gonna power through this, right?
Okay,
Eating
okay,
is for the
well-
weak, right? That's you
That's
know,
true.
I'm not gonna waste my time with eating, but although I am
No
a
need
little
for
hungry, to be
that,
honest.
yeah. Maybe later we'll have some time to eat. But right now, it's going to be a fun game. We'll have R8 Esports here on our second game, and they are going to be fighting against the members of Crazy Raccoon, who we have seen also from yesterday.
Yeah, both of these squads. I mean, look, R8 won one. I think it was off stream yesterday, so they actually are higher standings than all the other squads. If we're looking at Gen.G and Nongshim, right, which have been these powerhouses. But R8 has been a pleasant surprise, right? They actually stuck it to Nongshim. They have that fight in them. They're able to kind of play very well. They took them to the limit in that sense of that game too, and they had a chance. But going into this one, I think Crazy Raccoon, this is going to be a good test for them.
Yeah, this is going to be a very hard game here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, because remember, R8 Esports have defeated Venomous from yesterday, and having quite a loss here from Crazy Raccoon, really not a good start. But remember, anything could happen for the teams that are in the middle of the pack. So this is still something that we are looking forward to. This might be closer than what we expect.
Yeah, I think so. I think that it's one of those things where we're going to have to see, but let's check out the R8 intro video here.
And R8 Esports, the team hailing from Egypt, Zenon, Abdo, BX, Roichi, and Mijorge, if I'm right. For this team, R8 Esports is going to be the team to look at, because they are performing pretty well in the tournament so far.
I like it how their team logo is to infinity and beyond, because the sky is they can go on. This is a team that has so much potential. There is no cap on these guys. They could really just make some waves here. R8 Esports out of Egypt have kind of shocked thus far. If they huge win for them. If they're in good standing, I think they have the potential to do so. This is looking to be a very strong team at the moment.
I hope everybody still knows what Infinity and Beyond, where the reference is coming from, because it's from our RH. Sorry, Howler, but
no, wait, I was still alive then.
No,
I know that you like I.
the right team to know where they stand in this tournament.
I think going into this one, there's going to be way more pressure on Crazy Raccoon to perform. You want to be, I mean, you basically, obviously you want to beat every team, but I think that, if you take wins off of teams that are not Gen.G and Nongshim, you're going to be doing fine. And I think that that's going to be the first start. Just kind of build, a little bit of baby steps, and this could be that first potential one going up against R8 here.
Yeah, remember yesterday's game was really rough against Gen.G. One game was a complete stump from game one, but remember, that was just their first game, and maybe the jitters is just there because they're on stage, they're fighting against the team, and seeing Gen.G maybe made them shake a little bit. So this time, at least against R8 Esports, maybe their confidence will be regained.
Yeah, I think that that's the biggest one. I like the fact that you were talking about confidence. It's huge, right? I mean, it's a single round robin. You're playing every single team, but if you start losing, those losses really kind of compound a bit, and they kind of really get with you, right? So if the biggest thing is for now, just get yourself in that win column.
Yeah, and just looking at both of these teams, though, I think I'm really covering my favor here for the side of, at least putting my favor on the side of R8 Esports, because they made Nongshim Red Force fight for that last game win, because that was a long game too. It's like how SCARZ did it on game 2. It's what happened also yesterday from R8 Esports from their last game, so this is going to be that story again. Will that close game from yesterday actually put R8 Esports on top of Crazy Raccoon?
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I think that this is what the exciting part are.
Our paths, intertwined by fate.
Even here, I must remain true to who I am.
In the name of the law, I will punish you.
Dance with the wolves.
That's right. I'm the guy you want on your team.
We spend our lives looking for a place to belong.
Feel the wrath of my iron fists!
Unyielding, unbreakable, uncontainable.
Courage is me only belief.
I am Ogron, the Seer.
seconds. All forces, move out!
Strategy prevails. I see you.
And that mobility, if you have somebody with really good positioning, it's really just hard to just kind of lock him down.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to just lock him down on those points. And also just popping the ult. That is the time in where I see him shine the most. Popping the ult, be able to hit while running away is something really great. But let's talk about how they're going to be reaching that point in where we have our objectives, because these two teams are going to have different objectives in their game. I'm waiting for Abdo to just... Yeah, there you go.
Oh, they have 4 members. Here we go. The Unruly Blade. Ko just gets out of there. But R8, they were committing quite a bit. They had 4 members trying to go for that gank, and everybody gets out.
Good thing they saw that, though. They were waiting for the Knights. They're going to come in, though.
Yeah, but Roichi, a little on the lower end. It looks like Undertaker will just kind of heartlink away. But now Xenon is here. He's at half-life, though. The world is my board. They're trying to lock him in. The flash, the taking liberties. Oh, he flashes away from that one as well. And yeah, you have the knockup for Mijoj, but that's going to be not enough, especially under that tower.
Not enough damage here right there from Ryuichi, but good thing they were able to burn 2 flashes here from the side of Crazy Raccoon, so they can just repeat that the second time around once Xenon has his ultimate again.
Yeah, and it looks like Xenon sticking around. I mean, he's going to be off the map, so Crazy Raccoon are going to be like, hey, be a little bit careful. We don't know where he is. And so that they're hiding under that tower, making sure that they don't step out of position. But again, R8 just being like okay with Xenon, just potentially like pushing the other lanes because you have BX taking that farm.
I really like this, though. I mean, as you said, BX getting the farm, getting the XP onto the mid lane is really, really good. Xenon just needs his ult, and he needs not much. He doesn't need a lot of items. He doesn't need a lot of resources, which is why it's okay to give that mid lane right down to BX.
You know, being level 4 is a little underwhelming.
Yeah, he's not gonna have enough damage. So I think he needs just the... Most of the time, you just need the knockup. That's what we're looking for whenever we have Xenon. But at least now he's level 5, so that's good.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got that one. But Feng Shun, let's talk about this this Elsa skin. Did you get this one, the frozen one? I didn't get it.
I didn't get it. I got the JJK one for Lee Sun.
Okay, that's an awesome one. I wanted that one as well. But
yeah.
It looks like Roichi taking a little bit of damage here. 2 members of Crazy Raccoon, about half-life. The leap away from Kuro is going to keep him alive. The Tyrant going to be able to start it. BX, though, looking to go for this one. It's already at half-life. The world is my board. Who takes this one? First blood is Miko in the way of Abdo, and Mijoj takes the Tyrant as well. And Crazy Raccoon on the retreat. What amazing steal right there. And they might even cut off the line of retreat. Mijoj looking to go in. He's not able to get away. He tried to flash Undertaker, pushes him back, but he's going to be killed. And now R8 on the prowl, trying to go for one last taking liberties, is going to be off the mark.
That was a lot of wins there for the side of R8. Abdo starting the fight, taking down Feng Shin really fast, getting that Truth Mantra to the Formlessness Mantra in order for them to not have that Destructive Deluge in that fight was really big. And also, both of the smites missed. Mijoj just was able to take the Tyrant there, which was perfect.
Yeah, I feel like it was me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm missing the smite. Like,
That's why I don't play jungler.
Yeah, I don't play jungler. But here's the Conductor of Souls on the backside. He's going to go stasis for now. Fection will stay alive. He's got the Heart Link to keep him back up. R8 committing quite a bit, but they limp away.
Okay, they got away. Abdo getting away with this push onto the top side while everybody was onto the mid lane. Great punish from the side of R8.
Yeah, what a great push, right? Even forcing it out. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, you didn't get the kill, but you're threatening. And it's crazy, Raccoon. It's in your mind of like, oh my gosh, they might just jump us from any angle. It might be a tough situation. And they're going to think about that whenever they make moves.
Yeah, and considering that they always have Abdo's threat here in this game, this is going to be hard though. He has the flash, he has the ult available. So looking at it, R8 has this on the back. They know how to play it. They're going to their jungle because there's a lot of people in mid lane. Let's go to the bot side. Let's push this.
Yeah, and they're forcing it down. I mean, the bottom T2 is taking some damage. Nice little rotation. All 5 members here just forcing the action. And looks like Kai will get back. But the world is my point. The first round, they've taken the bottom T2. The wind slash, the tremor smash is legit. Connecting onto 2, but they need to be careful. Roichi's down for the count. He trades with Ko, but they find it. And Feng Shui and Kuro both killed as well. Abdo finding it, but he's trading with his life. They're up 3-2.
3-2 still gets a lot of kills here for the side of R8. What a great ultimate from Xenon just to push them back away from the T2 so that the members of R8 would be able to push it. And also they engage from the backline again. Abdo getting away with a flash route again.
Yeah, he's been on point with those things, right?
Yeah.
I mean, whenever he's been able to hit them. But now Kai needs to be careful, has the force field suppression. And through it all, it looks like that T1 is about half, but it will survive. They're going to just invade the enemy jungle. This might be a 50-50. I think Ko picked this one up with that smite.
Good thing to use the World is My board there just to push them back so that R8 has a good exit from that fight. And they are just all around the map. And this is definitely how you should be playing this. R8 knows how to play the map really well.
Yeah, very smart. I mean, this is exactly how you want to do it, right? Like, understanding that, like, hey, you know, where do we push? And then we can kind of find vulnerabilities in their lineup. But, oh, Abdo going in for this one. Feng Shui, though, just trying to hold this. They have the wind slash onto him. He wins Unruly Blades on back to safety.
Good thing he has the passive, though. Xenon popped the passive there. Good thing. He could have died on that flowing side. That was it. That hit him pretty well. And now, onto the Overlord they go for R8. They're going to be taking this. They have only a 2k gold lead, not really substantial, but this gives them time to actually take the objectives.
Yeah, the objective Overlord is going to be taken all right. They're going to go for the Tremor Smash. Gets Kai. He has the first frame. He's just barely able to get away, but the formlessness from Abdo finding him. They do get the kill. The Conductor of Souls is not going to be connecting, and it looks like 2 members down. R8 continuing to chase. And they looks like they're just going to slow down, kind of maybe take the T1 instead, but they're flanking around. They're looking for that angle. Abdo still has the truth if he wants to go, but he is low.
Abdo has the truth. That's why they backed off. This tower in the mid lane is going to go down just because he cut off the rotation here from Crazy Raccoon, and this tower is down.
Look at how well R8 are playing. I mean, we've seen this, right? Where they were going to be very clean in terms of how they do it, but their decision-making and the fact that everybody's on the same page, moving well together, R8 are looking to be very formidable.
They have been so good on the rotation. Once they opened up the bot lane and the top lane, they were just on the jungle of Crazy Raccoon the whole time, which is why until now Crazy Raccoon is afraid of going to their own jungle just because of this openings that R8 has.
Yeah, but how do you defend this? I mean, like, they've completely controlled your map. You have no room to breathe. Everything that you do could potentially be picked off. Abdo looking on the flanks like he's like this menace. I mean, he could go in at a moment's notice.
Yeah, the only thing that they have to do is to find a way to get to the back line. But because Xenon exists with the World is My board, it's so hard for them to do much. Kai or Ko would need to double team in order for them to get to the back line.
Yeah. Kai, Ko, and Kuro, KKK there. Yeah, just being very oppressive as KKK would be. Okay, anyways. All right, but it looks like Unruly Blade from Ko. He's going to just slow the things down. The World is My Board connecting on the 2, but it's under the tower. This is a tough situation. The Conductor of Souls, they do have the knockup, but Kuro has been killed. He would block into that board, and he ended up getting killed on this one, but BX does get killed in return. They've got 2 members down. BX is the only one. They've got Ko, they've got the knockup, and that's a triple.
It was so hard for them to reach the back line. This is the problem though. The damage dealers are at the back. Remember, Ryoichi is the reason why they have damage on the side of R8 and not being able to reach that damage dealer.
Oh, they
Wait!
want to go. They're going to go for this one, but they just go a team ace. They just expedite the game, I would say. They try to go in 2 versus 4, and at this point, not really much Kuro can do, and they take it the base. R8 strike first.
You know what? I think Undertaker didn't want to go in. He just used the heart link and he was forced in because of that flash that they used. He got in. Oh no, that was the end. What a great game from R8 Esports. What a performance that we've seen from them. That was what I was waiting for. This could be the reason why we can say that they're one of the stronger teams that we have here. That was a stump.
Yeah, that was definitely a stomp. I mean, they were just in full control, and they didn't let anything go. There were 0 gaps in that offense because they were just controlling the map, pushing you back, making it very difficult for Crazy Raccoon to get anything going. To be honest, a really demoralizing game if you're a Crazy Raccoon fan.
They were moving really fast around the map though. Once they got the push on the bot lane to the top lane, that is when they started to go to the jungle and force some fights there. Crazy Raccoon had the chance to fight back, but it wasn't enough firepower at that point in the game, and they can even reach the damage sources from the other side. And also, we can talk about how Abdo has been such a threatening Dharma this whole game.
Yeah, he was always on the back line, just praying around, looking for that perfect opportunity. And sometimes it's not about the truce that he hits, but it's the potential truce that could go in. And if you saw how Crazy Raccoon were playing, they were playing scared. They were timid, they weren't grouping up, and they weren't really willing to take the fight because they didn't really know where Abdo was.
The biggest flex there was when he went to the middle of the 2nd and the 3rd tower, and he was just there because they know they could get through any time. The aura from this guy is just crazy.
Yeah. Aura or stench, I'm not sure. Okay, probably the aura more than anything else. Definitely keeping him in line. And Abdo is just like he's very threatening. He's very scary in that sense. I mean, because you don't know where the Dharma is. But R8 right now really playing well. I mean, if we're looking at the stats alone, I mean, 7-1-3 from Abdo, clear MVP though, right?
That's true. That's true. He's going to get the MVP here for sure just because of how he got most of the kills. And also well-deserved because he knows when to start the fights. And he's very, very patient with it because once he starts it, who's going to stop him? There's nobody to actually stop him except for that Lady Jin.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, that was the thing where, again, the rest of Crazy Raccoon's lineup is so linear. They know where that they're coming from. And look at the damage dealt, generally speaking, very even across the table, right? Everybody's contributing. Mijoj, I mean, less, but he's a roamer, but he was setting things up. His tremor smashes were on point. Just a really well-played game by R8.
Oh, and also you won't even, at that point when the game is played pretty well, you won't even notice the damage coming in from the marksman. Ryoichi was doing a lot of damage that game, but because all eyes were on Abdo, you won't even notice him in that game.
Yeah. I mean, look at Gold Graph completely skewing R8. A little bit of dips. They probably could have closed this game out a little bit faster more than anything else, but just very, very in control of that map, taking what the enemy was giving them and just understanding when to kind of really take over.
Yeah, it wasn't even close at that point. It was a very fast game. It was a really hard game for Crazy Raccoons. And we talked about how their draft was linear. It was easy to pull off. But on the other side, this is the reason why they had a hard time. Abdo getting the MVP.
Yeah, look at him. He's always thinking, right? This is his pose. He's I'm ready to go at a moment's notice, and he's 7-1-3. And mind you, he wasn't even he had a couple of good truths, but it wasn't one of those massive 3-4 man. It was just the potential of it, and Abdo really piloting the Dharma to the max.
He's actually reading their minds. He's there on site. He's watching them. He was always like this the whole time. He has his one hand up on his phone. And that is exactly what he was doing the whole time.
Yeah, he was actually only playing one-handed because he was just using the other one to mind read. You know what I mean? Like you have to touch your forehead to do it. But look, this is like, he needs to focus. I mean, this is a highlight reel is pretty much just Abdo. Just find him on the map. Where is he at a moment's notice? He will be there. Boom. On the side, finds him, gets through that formlessness. Just like the perfect timing and understanding when he needs to show up. He's just always there.
And he wasn't even trigger happy with that ult. He just waits. Look at this. This fight, he was able to use the truth here, but it wasn't even something that he wanted to do, but because he just wanted to end the game. That's why he used it.
Yeah. I mean, he split up the enemy. That was a pretty good one, right? Just setting things up. But he was just always up in front and just knowing when, like going in, that formlessness, just knock up with that burst ram. It's a nice little 1-2 combination where if you're stun locked, you can't really attack. You're gonna have a tough time. And I mean, R8 again, another prediction going the way of Dash.
Yeah, it's working out. It's working out. I hope I get like a 100% prediction rate today. So let's see if that works out the whole day. So far, everything's working in my favor. And R8 Esports just got that win again this time around. I think the third series, I'll make a mistake there for sure. Let's see.
I wouldn't hold my, to be honest, whatever you predict, I'm just agreeing with you because
okay.
I think that you've been completely on point. That said, I think we're gonna need a little bit of a break before we go into that next one. Let's take a quick one.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are.
We just took a bit of a break there, everybody. We're back here on to game 2 of this series. And again, we're still your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Holler, and we're gonna go straight to game 2.
Yeah, and it's going to be, of course,
Yeah,
R8
that's what we do now.
Esports versus Crazy Raccoon. Of course, You gotta sign in, right? How would they know you're saying hello without it?
I
So
thought you were
gotta-
doing the abdo. Okay.
Well, actually, yes. Actually, going into the draft, I think that we should just do the abdo the entire time until he plays, because he's an amazing player that only plays with one hand somehow.
He's playing with one hand, and he's doing this the whole time, right? He's reading their minds. He's just doing comms the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, he was an amazing one, on that Dharma, right? Just setting it up. And maybe Dharma is just an easy hero to play, right? Where you only need one hand. No, I'm kidding. Those flash truths are crazy. Definitely not. But R8 just really having a strong lineup, really knew how to just kind of control the map. And look at how many pages and pages of strategy. Look at those drafts. It was ready to go.
That's a lot of comps that they have here for the side of R8. And I'm really surprised that they have just the whole team here in one. I think they all know what they want to do, for example, because they're all looking at that composition paper that they have.
No, but it is important, right? Especially preparing for these. I mean, it's one thing to kind of, know what the opponent is probably going to pick so that you kind of have an idea, but to also have a set strategy in mind so that you're ready and good to go, right? And you don't want to be kind of caught off guard. You don't want to be in a situation where like, hey, what hero is good here? It's like, no. Let's check the sheet. We've done the research. We know what we like. We don't have to think about it, right? You take that take that out of the mental stack and you'll do much better.
And you can even see some spaces on the compositions that they have. That's in case one of the pieces of that composition has been banned, and they're ready for it. And that's what I like about this coaches and the research that comes from the back here of R8 Esports. I really like that. But now Crazy Raccoons still on the blue side and R8 still on the red side.
I think that they're like, hey, actually our jerseys are more red, so we're going to throw them off and we're going to choose blue because they have blue jerseys. This is the only mindset, right? This has got to be like mental warfare, huh? No?
Yeah, sure. I mean, SCARZ did it a while ago. No bans on the last game.
Right?
That's part of it. That's part of the strat. Yeah.
It's part of the strat. The no ban strat. We're going to be late. We're going to be fined. And we're going to be penalized. But we don't need any bans. We're going to get in their heads in game 2.
All right. I forgot that they got penalized too. To get with that. Okay, yeah. Is it part of the strat? Maybe. So let's see.
It's so next level. Right? They're playing 40
true.
chess, right? The draft is important going into these ones, and then be like, oh, the world is my oyster. I could pick anything. Nongshim are like, haha, this game is ours. We could pick anything. But then game 2 happens, and you see just how the tables had turned.
Okay, Dolia is going to get picked here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. I know they have a draft that they picked Dolia before when they were fighting against Gen.G, but they need a very good ultimate to latch onto. Because the last time that they picked this, they don't really have a good ultimate to latch onto.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the only big one that I remember from that was, I think they picked the Elaine and Dune, which, Elaine is great. I mean, you have the Death Essence, you can be super aggressive because you get the second one to get yourself out of there. But the Dune, not as much, but they've already picked that one in the first matchup. But R8 countering with a potential Sakir Loong, this could be scary.
They've used this against Venomous. So this is a draft that they already know here for the side of R8. And this is what I like. Whenever teams recycle a composition, or rather recycle this, because it works so long together with the Sakir, having that extra healing and also having that engage from Sakir together with the long burst damage could actually surprise anybody.
Yeah. And, I mean, the Loong pick here by R8, I mean, it's one of those things where Crazy Raccoon would have loved. I mean, the Dolia Loong combination could be quite good. 2 infinite fastness, you could be super aggressive, or even get away twice, right? But it looks like they're going to go Lady Sun, Yixing. I mean, yeah, you have 2 World as my boards, but I don't know if that's the best. And it looks like R8 going with the Jing, and they're going to just, oh my gosh, this could be scary. That is a high-tempo assassin.
Yeah, having a Jing, picking the Jing on the 3rd pick is a flex in itself here, Holler, because we don't usually see it on the 3rd pick. Usually it's like the 4th or the 5th pick, just so they know what they're going to be dealing with. But picking up a Jing says a lot. They want to deny areas here from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think that they're going to be fine. I think BX will be be able to pilot that Jing to the maximum. But this is scary, right? It's one of those things where if you see them coming, you can have the potential taking liberties to kind of just knock him up. But if he's all over the place and he's like, mirror dimensional attacks from all angles, you're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here for Crazy Raccoon. They need somebody to pacify that Jing for this whole game. I mean, it's gonna be really hard. I like that they banned the Elaine here because they know that the Dolia would go for that reset on that Elaine, and it's very scary to deal with. But on the other hand, Crazy Raccoon still has some choices. Maybe they could go for that Yuhu 1 on the jungle just so they can reset something else.
Yeah, to be honest, that's probably the best way to go, just to kind of utilize the Dolia's Celestial Melody. I mean, there is a little bit of synergy in that. That makes sense. But they're kind of on the, I would say, squishier side. They need to address that. I mean, the Yuan is fine, but if he gets kind of caught out, I think the RA could potentially counter that with a Gan and Mo, and then you just kind of chip him away with all those blades. You might have a tough time. So this next pick is going to be key.
Ooh. What? Wait, is this true? Okay, this is an interesting pick. If this is going to be on the... Never mind. Okay, that was a pick. That was a pick. God and Mo is way better. If it's against a Yixing, God and Mo plays pretty well. He's playing on a different range compared to the Yixing, and he doesn't falter when it comes to that wave clear that the Yixing has, so it's also good.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense here. And it's also one of those things where it's just like, again, okay, the Yao. All right. Okay. We don't see... I mean, we've seen the Yao. We haven't seen it had too much success. On this level, I would say. But it looks like Crazy Raccoon want to roll the die. I think it'll be interesting seeing potentially 2 return to dust. Or okay, they're going with the Luna.
They dropped the Luna in this game. That's what I like. Fight an assassin with another assassin. So they're gonna be having a role here. This is what I like. This is what I love to see. Not those tank jungles. I want to see the Luna versus Jing, and this is a flex on both the junglers here.
Yeah, it definitely a flex. My concern right now is that, hey, if it's not a tank jungler, fine, but everybody else looking kind of squishy, right? Even
That's
Dharma,
true.
who's like half naked, is very squishy in his own regard. Yeah, like you don't need that armor. Like, those beads don't do too much. But the Liu Bang, that is a little bit of a tank, and it's going to provide some shields that the burst potential of this Luna here.
Oh, they're going to put their eggs on one basket, and it's all gonna be on the Jing. Using that battlefield command on the Jing, that extra healing from the Sakir, and also helping him out with the Sakir's engages. This could actually be good for the side of R8, but with your point a while ago, Crazy Raccoon would have a hard time here because Luna needs somebody to be the stairs for her to engage. And having nobody there in front like a tank, that's gonna be hard.
Yeah. And like the Luna is pretty much the only initiator going into this one, and then maybe you find the Gan and Mo, but then you have like the battlefield command from the Liu Bang for protection. Again, I think that the draft has been well done by R8. They've kind of filled in some of the gaps and what the potential lineup of Crazy Raccoon are going to be bringing to this game.
Yeah, and just considering the mid lane and the farm lane that they picked here from the side of Crazy Raccoon, Jing would have a very happy time just going to that Yixing, going to that Lady Sun.
Yeah.
It's going to be easy to get there to the back line.
Yeah. Jing, all day, like mobility up the wazoo, right? It's going to be tough for this one. But we're going to go into game 2. R8 Esports up 1-0 up against Crazy Raccoon. Okay, I think you kind of mentioned it already, but I just want to be very clear. Who are you predicting in this one?
I'm going to be going with R8 again. Yeah. I just like their composition a lot more. It's easier to work with compared to what Crazy Raccoon has, because Crazy Raccoon has the Dharma, has the Yixing that they need to think about like how they're going to be engaging.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to agree 100%. If you are 100% correct with all your predictions today, let's go buy a lottery ticket and I will just pay for it, and then we'll just, because I think that you've been on point today.
Maybe just today, because my luck would have worn out tomorrow. So get ready.
Buy it right now. No, I'm joking.
Well, we got to see the predictions. I don't want to get ahead of myself at this point. But Fan Shun here needs to take this one back. BX looking to invade, being aggressive from the first minute.
Yeah, just going for that Azure ball pretty early in the game. That is exactly what you want against a Luna, because the Luna starts off at level 4 and not being able to get to level 4 pretty fast is not good.
Yeah, it's actually going to slow him down quite a bit, right? Ko is like, it's
Look
tough,
at this.
right? It's not going to be a good situation. And then he has his own potential blue buff up available very quickly.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to point out though, they swapped lanes here.
Yeah,
they swapped the lanes just so that the Lu Bang is going to be the weak lane and Ryoichi is going to be bullying Kai on the top side, and that really mitigates a bit of the early game potential damage against that Lu Bang, and that is really good to see. R8 really knows how to play this game.
Yeah. Abdul doing a good job. Again, you don't really need to like try to out farm the Kuro. It's just more of like just staying alive. Oh, they've got him. They've got him locked in. Ko takes a lot of damage on his way on out, and BX flexing with that mirror domain early.
Yeah. Every time that you go in, especially if you're a Luna, Shing just uses the mirror domain and you're just gonna be pushed away.
Yeah, and Kai taking some work. I mean, this is that range advantage from Ryoichi, making it a little bit difficult. It's kind of being very aggressive, and those blades are starting to hurt.
It's very tough, especially if you're the one playing the Dharma here. It's going to be very tough fighting against the Lung, because the range of that Lung is very massive, but look at this.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of blades here. I mean, Kuro taking some on his way out. Needs to be careful. But look, this walk of shame or this recall. Oh, Battle Command on top, but Ko is down. BX finds him, gets first blood, and through it all, Crazy Raccoon down Ko.
Mirror domain with the stun, together with the battlefield command with the stun. You're not going to move, and Ko was not able to do anything there.
Yeah, he's falling further behind. This is a tough situation. I mean, you're talking about the fact that Kai was going to be outranged by Ryoichi, but Ryoichi actually, they're making their own rotation. They want to put him in the bottom lane to deal with Kuro, as he has a slight advantage.
Yeah, he has a slight advantage because he was farming pretty well against Kai in the tops. Oh wait, that was a good start though.
They found Majoj. Majoj thought he could get back. He thought he could be cheeky with that ride the wind, but just not enough. Crazy Raccoon cut him and shut him down.
A bit too aggressive. Good thing that taking liberties was able to hit though. And also that that world is my board. Majoj would not be able to get away from that.
Yeah, I mean, good lockdown there. Good play here. But Kai, about half-life, needs to be careful. But Abdo really, I mean, on this new Bang, he's not going to do as much damage as he did as like he did with the Dharma on game 1.
Yeah, he's not going to be the hero of this story. I think BX. I think all eyes will be on BX in this whole game just because of how much he can do here. World's my board.
Oh, they've got him locked in. Xenon getting a little bit low with the blades. Oh, he goes with his passive, but Xenon is going to be killed. He gets picked off. The Flaming Palm is not enough. And Kuro and Xenon looking to trade.
That was an aggressive flash from Kuro just for them to take the kill here against Xenon. And I mean, that's good. That's honest work from the side of Crazy Raccoons. But R8, you know what? They still got advantage because tower in the bot lane is going to fall.
Yeah, it looks like Ryoichi are taking it. And, I mean, the kills are equalized, but net worth, R8 finding more across the map. Ko has been struggling a bit, a level behind, not able to farm freely and to take things in. And, I mean, he's kind of really just fighting for scraps with the rest of the squad.
Very hard time. 2 levels behind here, Holler. That is a hard place to be in, and now they're going to start to fight that.
Yeah, and BX going in, Mirror Domain. He's just going to initiate, wants to go in with those blades, and Ko and Fengshun, both of them get picked off. They've comboed it perfectly.
Great chip damage from BX and Xenon finishing the job here with a couple blades, even flashing forward just to get in range.
Yeah, and that was the moment, right? You're thinking, Xenon's a little bit further away, but when he flashes and gets the perfect position blades, and he slices down 2, that's got to be huge for them.
This is rough. Ko is having such a hard time in this battle that we're seeing, and he's level 8. BX is already at level 10, and now we're gonna have another engage here.
Yeah, a little bit of work. I mean, just it's a struggle for Ko. Once you lost that blue buff, it looks like Kuro already been picked off, and they take Undertaker, and a double kill going the way of Abdo, who made his way down with that battlefield command.
What a great call, but there's another fight though.
Another enlightenment, but the infinite fastness, he gets on out of there, and it looks like the Mulberry power for Majoj. He gets on out, and through it all, the gank attempt was there, but they weren't able to get capitalized.
Going back to that fight a while ago in the bot lane, what a great... Oh, that flash though!
Oh,
Nice
Feng
try.
Shun. And alive. No, he's not. Abdo says, I will take that one to go.
Wow.
And Feng Shun and Ko both down for the count. BX just dancing around. R8 making moves.
R8 looking pretty crazy here in this game. Bot lane is already taken out, and this was one of the catalysts on why they won game 1. Taking out the bottom lane, getting their jungle on the bottom side, then we slowly take down the other towers.
Yeah, and look at this. T1 mid is Arsenal very low. I mean, R8, as you were saying, just rotating to the top, taking that out. And they've done such a good job of just utilizing the map, forcing it back. Like, look at how Crazy Raccoon are, like, Crazy Raccoons. Just, like, kind of walking around, being very reactive to what R8 is giving them.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the Doom. Yeah, BX again. What a combo.
Oh, there was Ko, but he was deleted. And he just get jumped on, right? I mean, instantly there. He's so far behind that he's struggling to even fight at this stage.
The combo that Abdo and BX wrapped in here is just so good. Just calling on that battlefield command whenever BX wants to engage. Doubling down on that stun, you have nowhere to go.
Yeah, to be honest, I wish I had a friend like Abdo. Like, I'm about to get ganked, and then he battlefield commands onto me. Yeah, I'm still looking for a friend.
We're your friends. We're your friends. You can play with us.
Yeah, but you're not gonna. I mean, I've still yet to see anyone try to save me. I'm like, you know, yeah, okay. I know you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so we're back into the game. R8 almost looking to finish this game at this point. Really looking for that T3 in the bot lane this early, 7 minutes.
Yeah, very early at this stage. Looking to just kind of push this across the battlefield command, forcing them back. And it looks like they take the bottom T3. Not really much they can do. And through it all, Majoja's a little on the low side. He's got his sprites to heal, at least for now. But they've got what they've wanted, and now they shift their attention towards the mid lane.
Yeah, Majoj just backed off after that. And now they got the tower and the T3 on the bot lane. That's really big. That's a big win already. 6 towers down on the side of Crazy Raccoon. And an 8k gold lead at 8 minutes in the game. That is a really big lead for R8.
Yeah, 1k a minute. Yeah, that's a tough one. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, look, I think that you need to force, like, you got to split push. You got to create a little bit of space. And I know that that person is probably going to get picked off, but you're dragging them elsewhere, right? You're trying to focus their attention in other places. You haven't taken a single tower. So, again, it's very tough fighting on your side of the map when you're so far behind.
And just to add to that, though, the reason why they can do this a lot is because of the battlefield command of Abdo. Look at this again.
Yeah, BX looking to go aggressive. The battlefield command already been used, but they're going to set it up for Roichi to get the pick off. The top T2 already getting taken out at this stage. R8 making moves across the map and getting those gains.
They did that for like 5 times now. The battlefield command to the mirror domain, and they are starting again. But hey, look at this. World is my board.
Yeah, just try to slow them down, if anything. The Flaming Palm even forward. Kai potentially going in, but Ko is up, you know, in about 5 seconds. You know, again, the only thing slowing R8 down is the minion wave.
That's really true. They can finish a mid lane tower now, or maybe have some people right up on the top side. 5v5 though.
Yeah, they're looking to go. They do get the nice little knockup. Xenon is actually going to be killed, so they got something. But Kai is going to be killed in return. It's a 1-for-1. And now it looks like R8 didn't have the battlefield command. I don't know why it wasn't ready for Xenon.
Yeah, good start for Kai, though, during that fight. But again, denying it.
Yeah, they've got Ko. And they're going to look to go. The mirror domain, just not enough. Not the right angle. And it looks like BX will just back off. And unfortunately, wasn't able to capitalize on that kill.
Sadly, not the right angle. That clone could have been a kill here for the side of R8, but right now 3-11, still an 8k gold lead. We're still back to where we came from, and look at this, Abdo tanking up a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Ko was trying to go on Abdo, and I was like, stop tickling me. Like, you know, you got nothing on me. I'm going to be fine. But BX was there, and at that point, Ko was like, okay, I got to get out of here. I got to survive. But he's 1-5-1. He's trying to push it. He's trying to get his team back into this.
At this point, he still has the Augur's one. It's not really going to give him a lot of damage here, so this is not going to be good. So this is going to be a very hard fight to deal with, but at least now we're back, and we have the Overlord being taken by R8.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be free. I mean, they're looking to do the Tyrant at the same time, so it just proves how far up R8 are at the moment. It's taken BX a little bit longer with that Primal Bond, but they do eventually take this one down. Crazy Raccoon now just holding hands, singing Kumbaya on their base.
Takes both the objectives, and now this might be the time. Once the Shadow Vanguard onto the top side, get close to that top side tower, this could be the end that we're looking for here for RA.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard up in the top lane, but it's more of just being able to push this mid lane, forcing it down. That Flaming Palm's doing some work. The world is my board. It's just not going to really trap anybody. But through it all, again, it looks like Kai on the run.
He has the board back up though. Celestial Melody was used for him, so they might be ready for this Shadow Vanguard.
Yeah, looks like the Battlefield Command onto him. I think they were just like showing that they could use it. That was like, okay, a little bit of an issue there.
That's a long cooldown.
Yeah, a long cooldown. I think that they were like, hey, you need to go. But he was like, no, I'm not ready. I don't want to go. But now they're looking to go for this one. They do some damage. The world is my board. BX just dancing around. He's getting a little bit low. And through it all, Kai is going to be killed. And it looks like Majoish takes that one. The base is wide open at this point. Peng Shun trying to go in. Coach trying to slow it down. Curl's been killed. They're taking the base, the infinite fastest. And it looks like R8 will take game 2.
Great dance from BX. And again, another stump from R8 this game. What a great series that we've seen from R8. And that just really puts them up there on one of the middle of the pack teams that is slowly creeping up onto that Group S that we're looking for. In R8 performing pretty well. Really love what I'm seeing from them.
Yeah, a huge confidence boost, right? I mean, we're going to be seeing them even for the fourth series of the day.
Yeah.
So we're going to see even more of them. But this is a huge win for them, getting themselves. I mean, they've got 2 wins now against Crazy Raccoon, and now, previously with Venomous. So they're in a good position right now.
What a really good game that we've seen from them. That combo with Jing together with the Lubang, we've seen it like 5 times. The Battlefield Command to the Mirror Domain just so they can't move. That was perfect. That was great execution from them.
Yeah, very clean. All right. I think, there was one Battlefield Command where he just kind of did it and they didn't go in. So that was the only issue. But again, I'm just nitpicking at this stage because they were in full control. They were not losing that game because they were just forcing them out. There was no farm whatsoever for Crazy Raccoon.
They were looking really great the whole time here, and I love to see teams like that, like R8 Esports. Yes, this team is looking towards getting to that Group S, getting to that ranking, putting points up. It's looking really great.
Yeah, looking very good. And I don't want to get, ahead of myself because of the fact that, is this the 3rd team into Group S? I mean, with Gen.G and Nongshim, are they that level? I mean, yes, they lost to Nongshim, but man, they look really clean.
They have to fight for that spot against SCARZ because with what I've seen from SCARZ, that could be a chance that SCARZ could also be on that top 3.
Okay. I mean, that matchup is going to be an awesome one. But let's look at this one. BX 4-0-6, Abdo also 5-0-3. Who are you giving the MVP to between these two?
I think the MVP is going to go to BX for sure. BX, that last fight, he was dancing around. Kai was looking for a truth mantra. He whiffed because BX was just dancing around the whole time. That is monster performance here from BX.
But, it takes 2 to tango in the sense that Abdo was always there with those Battlefield Commands.
Yeah.
He definitely had an impact as well, especially with those mirror, being able to burst out. So, but I think KDA-wise, I think BX probably did better in that regard. But yeah, this is a team that's really starting to gel well together.
Yeah, I really like their performance, and maybe they're gonna put themselves up there sooner or later. And I like this. R8 is just cementing themselves as one of the stronger teams that we have here for Kings Major East. And you can see the graph. Nothing really surprising there because they really had so much advantage in this whole game.
Yeah, there was not a doubt whatsoever, right? Just pushing them back, and Crazy Raccoons really had no ways to get back in the game. They were not really split pushing. They weren't really kind of getting out of position to kind of potentially just give themselves some space because they had no T1s. There was no room to be had.
Yeah, and once R8, Xenon gets the MVP. It's also because he had 80k damage this game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, most damage, but I was looking at it because the couple blades are always just throwing them out, and you're just kind of chipping people from afar. I think it's more of the fact that maybe the director is a mid player, so he only sees mid players, right? Maybe our director is, and that's why the MVP is gonna go to the mid laner for Xenon.
on this side. I think you're making a really great point there. We're just calling out our director right now.
Yeah, of course. But here's the highlights. I mean, this is the R8 show, right? They were able to find it. Look at how aggressive BX is going in. He finds them, and he knows that, hey, if you get out of position, I'm going to make you pay. I have that mirror domain. Gets 2 in this one. BX going in 1 versus 2, gets the initial pickoff, then the battlefield command, his friend Abdo coming in and with that support.
Yeah, and even seeing Xenon on this fights, yeah, I can definitely see it. Most of his coupled blades actually are hitting and on the right targets too. And it was really hard to do that. Honestly, guys, it's really hard to hit a coupled blades accurately at most times.
Yeah, well, true. And he was hitting his point, but I mean, he died there. You're going to show an MVP dying? I mean, no, I'm just kidding. And the highlights will show everything in that case. It was full control. Crazy Raccoon getting wiped out here. I mean, they take the base. No real chance. R8 Esports just on another level today.
Let's just put another medal for BX and Abdo that game. An honorable mention medal for both of them because they did really well that game. But yeah, it's just Xenon taking the MVP this game. But yay, R8 Esports, all of them performed pretty well.
Yeah. I'm going to give more than just medals. I hope they're not participation medals because everybody was playing well. Really strong team. Really starting to find their groove at this point. I mean, if they can continue this momentum, even moving forward in that last series against Vicious Esports, man, this is a scary team.
Yeah, a very scary team. R8 Esports, I'm really looking forward to their 4th match also today. And even SCARZ, this day is basically, we are looking at SCARZ and even R8 Esports. How are they going to perform this day? And that will really tell us what's going to happen for the next few days because they are playing 2 times today.
Yeah, and look, we have so many days ahead of us. I mean, we have 2 more days. We go all the way to Sunday in terms of all the single round robin. For the ranking week, we have a lot of games, but we're seeing some of the teams rise to the top and potentially getting themselves up there. And this could make for some serious drama as we go into days 3 and 4 because of these teams. They're going to see the other teams that are top and be like, hey, we can take that one team down.
Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna be able to do that. And also SCARZ and R8 Esports just at the middle of the pack right now. They're gonna be fighting for that top 3. Maybe they're gonna be fighting for that top 3 spots, both of them. Because I'm also not sure if how Gen.G is gonna fight against the other teams here. But again, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break. We still have Series 3 and Series 4. Don't go away. We're gonna be on a break.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory.
Yes, yeah. Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
And we're back now with the third series of the day. It's going to be SCARZ versus Gen.G. SCARZ really taking it to Nongshim in the first series, but how are they going to fare up against Gen.G? My name is Huller, and with me is Prophet Dash with a perfect prediction score.
I'm not really confident in my prediction for this one though, so let's see what's gonna happen between SCARZ and Gen.G. We have seen SCARZ perform pretty well against Nongshim Red Force, and Gen.G technically being the second placer in this tournament so far. Will SCARZ have a better time against them? That's gonna be our question.
I mean, the biggest thing for me from day one was I was not entirely sure if Nongshim was better than Gen.G, but first, let's talk a little bit about SCARZ here in this video. SCARZ, the team out of Japan, Korea qualifier. They got themselves here by being known as the real ones, and they were definitely real in that first series against Nongshim, but it's Arashi, Mfang, Glow, ASD, Ochik 2. Mind you, this is a team that's starting to find their groove. They had shaken things up. They had taken Glow from Nongshim, and they've added him to the roster, and this is looking to be a very strong lineup here by SCARZ.
And they have been fighting against Nongshim Red Force for quite a while now, so this is an interesting matchup. And right there, we have seen from a while ago that they almost got the win in Nongshim, but now fighting against another beast, Gen.G. Will they have the same endurance for this next series?
Yeah, and I mean, Gen.G is a team that, we have a lot of interest in, but first, let's check this team out in their intro video here.
Gen.G Esports, the team that is tied together with Nongshim Red Force right at the top. They are going to be the Wawa, Ray, Rock, Blue, and Inua, and they are the team that is something that we have to look forward to just because of how they performed from yesterday's game.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they're called the game changers, because going into, from season 3, they didn't have the greatest of showings, and then they were coming in here, and the expectations were like, oh, how is this team going to really just kind of stack up against some of these other teams here? But they've really learned their lessons. They've gotten so much better. Inua has been amazing in the mid lane with that Yixing. He's been just controlling team fights. He's been getting a whole bunch of MVPs because of it. And this is a team that's really on the rise and could potentially be very scary. And they're going up against another scary team in SCARZ.
Yeah, SCARZ, and remember, SCARZ and R8 are fighting for that spot definitely together with Gen.G because of how they are going to be fighting for those spots. Nongshim Red Force has been at the top of this region for the last time, but now these three are going to be fighting, and this is actually a great litmus test to see if SCARZ is actually that good.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you lost 0-2 against Nongshim, and then just like, what is the morale going into this one? Because I think that, Gen.G and Nongshim are at the top of my leaderboards right now, even in the standings, right? But it's one of those things where it's like, hey, we really want to stick it to them. You were talking about the litmus test. I think this is a perfect one, right? Gen.G, potentially, they looked great. But now there was some tape on the, there's some data out there in terms of how they play from day one. And so is SCARZ able to use that going into day 2 here?
Yeah, that's going to be the question, though, if they are going to be able to do it. SCARZ had a full break from yesterday's game, and they didn't have any games from yesterday, so they are pretty well rested compared to the other teams, if you think about it, just because they have played today. Yes, they're going to be playing 2 games, but the rest from yesterday, maybe that's the reason why they could get the edge against Gen.G.
Yeah, this could be it. That extra day of rest, it's definitely kind of helpful. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to show up all the time. So it could be potentially good for them. But it's one thing to take a break on that first day, because then you can just kind of scout out the enemy teams. Like, what are they bringing? The drafts. Those are the things that are super key for them. And SCARZ, look at that paper. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of, it looks like they've done a lot of research on this Gen.G squad here.
That is just a single paper, right? There's a single paper that they have here, but I do believe that's a whole composition that they have. They have that's 12 sets. Based on what I'm seeing. No, that's not just 12 sets. That's a lot more.
Yeah.
That's in 8 font size.
Yeah, it's really small fonts. Actually, I think they're just pictures. There's no words.
4, 5, 6, 7,
I thought they were actually text, but they're actually just heroes. I would love to just kind of see the other side, and then someone takes a screenshot and enlarges it and sends it to us. I think that would be amazing.
Is that 10 or 12 on both sides, right? So it's like 24 compositions that they have. That is crazy. I remember last game we only have 5 5 from R8, but this is just crazy.
Yeah. It's better to go in guns blazing, just be prepared, ready to go. We're only going to be seeing best of 5s in this league, but this team is ready to go for best of 7s and beyond, because they've got that research and ready to go.
Yeah, very, very well researched, this team, and I am expecting a lot from these guys just because of that. And now, wait, what? They banned the Kongming from SCARZ's game a while ago.
Respect. Right? They did their own research. They saw that series and they're like, in fact, we are not letting you get that Kongmin again, because he seems like an absolute terror.
And for the first time today, we're probably going to be seeing an Arlie, because Arlie is available and SCARZ could actually take it.
Yeah, that would be, it's definitely a potential for SCARZ here, but I think that there are bigger fish to fry in that sense. And I think that Dharma is definitely a hotly contested hero that they want.
Yeah, and SCARZ. Yeah, there you go. Dharma together with Arlie.
Prediction again successful by Dash.
Yeah, I just don't want to predict who's gonna win this series. I might lose my prediction rate, but
you have to.
On the second pick.
Yeah.
These 2 babies
All right.
can knock a ball out cold.
So. Look, we actually see this as sometimes it can be flexed. We know that generally it's a jungler, but Rock has the tendency to play this, right? So it kind of throws people off because you're thinking, Pei is a jungler, and then we just plan for Pei as a jungler, but then they can flex it. So Gen.G kind of, you know, playing a little bait, so to speak.
They could actually do that though for this game at least. But for now, we're seeing Sakir getting picked here for the side of SCARZ. And Gen.G with the Byron Diadea, this is a lot of lockups that Pei would have. So this is actually good from the start of the picks that we have for Gen.G.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start. Pretty much has what you want. I mean, the Byron of the Idea, very solid. Pei is, I mean, if it depends on who pilots it. I think it's going to be a rock hero, and he's quite good on it, right? Just the amount of damage, the mobility, everything that you want. But it could be interesting considering that they picked this Pei into the Arlie, knowing that that was going to be the matchup.
Yeah, and they let the Arlie go, so that is definitely one of the things that they're looking for here for the side of for the side of Gen.G, and that's a good thing. They have a counter basically to that Arlie if ever it gets picked up. Yes, there's a lot of engage, there's a lot of ways to start fights on the side of SCARZ, but I'm still really afraid because most of the time I believe that Arlie is such a game-winning pick, and losing on it is not good.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think that it's a hero that you definitely want to be like, you know, 100, like 90% or that level, right? You want to make sure that those are the win columns that you're getting because it is a very strong hero. But again, mechanically, you just got to be perfect, right? Your positioning, your light steps, your mobility, everything, right, has to be good. And I do think that ASD is going to be the guy who can easily pilot her to a high level. But again, if you get caught out, you might have a rough time.
Yeah, and that's the reason why she's a very volatile marksman. But on the other end, Princess Frost against the Gan and Mo onto the mid lane. This is a lot more weight there onto the side of Gen.G just because of Gan and Mo just having that extra burst on their side and coupling that with a Lian Po. And as you said, Pauler, you're right. It's gonna be a rock pick here for Pei.
Yeah. So they tend to do this. Wait. Hang on. Byron Clash. Wait, hang on. What?
Wait a second. Lian Po.
Today is a bad day for the enemy.
What? Lian Po? And the Dia?
Dia. Okay. So they'll probably clash.
This is interesting. Is this gonna be a rock pick on the farm lane? That is gonna be interesting if ever that's gonna be the case. And clash lane Lian Po. Wait, that's crazy.
No, that is crazy.
Wait. This is too crazy for me. I can't see what they're going for here. I want to see once they swap here for the side of SCARZ. It's Rock taking it and Lian Po on the jungle.
Yeah. Okay. No, so you have like the Bash brothers. You have Byron and Lian Po doing their thing. Lian Po as a jungler, okay, awkward. But they're going to be just the tanky front line. I mean, they're really not going to be doing the damage. You're going to funnel as much farm as possible into Pei. You want Gan and Mo kind of just softening the enemy team, and then you have Diadea just jumping around wherever she needs to be, right? So I think that, like, again, Gen.G have run unconventional drafts before. I don't know if it's like 5D chess where they're maybe potentially outthinking themselves because I'm not completely sold on a Lian Po jungle.
What they could possibly do is just let Rock go to the jungle himself and let the Lian Po go to the farm lane and just be like a weak-sided lane. Lose that lane, it's okay. Just give all the resources to Rock.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what they're going to do. They flex Pei around. They've definitely done this before. It's definitely something that they've done. It's in their playbook. But it's interesting for them to whip this out in game 1 against SCARZ.
This could actually put SCARZ off in this game. Look at that. There's the smite that I was looking for. Rock is going to be the one actually going for that jungle, and Lian Po is going to be on the farm lane for sure.
Yeah. I'm actually wondering if it's just like, hey, SCARZ ended up picking up the Arlie, and Pei's just like, Rock is just like, I just don't want to deal with that. Let's go with our unconventional draft and let Rock do Rock things as his jungler. And we know that he's more than capable on this Pei.
Yeah, let Ray suffer and let Ray suffer and just get the resources as you can right now. Gets the knock up onto the mid lane, but that's just gonna be it.
Yeah, but look, EWC, this thrilling season of the Major League is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
our players are geared up with also the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up, get yours now, and feel the difference. And as we're seeing the difference here, everybody, we're already seeing an invade coming in from Gen.G.
Yeah, Rock looking to go in. And again, it's just like funneling everything across the map. It doesn't matter where you are in terms of laning. We're just going to make sure that Rock gets everything. And they did with that Smite, getting that red buff there.
Oh yeah, and again, Realme, this is our players are geared up with Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demand. If you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, and we're ready to go. Definitely seeing the real you right there going into this one. But look at how SCARZ, they're changing things up as well. They're like, hey, all four of us, are we able to find a pickoff?
They're actually looking for a pickoff, waiting for Ray to go to the trap. They've set a trap, but I think Ray knows that.
Yeah, it looks like ASD. I mean, they were all four members there, but Chloe is just like, yo, I'm sick of this. I'm losing farm, and he just got impatient, and by that time, the jig was up, and they're like, oh, okay, we actually can't.
Goes in, jumps in. They got the knock up, though, but they are getting the first blood here for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, stuck around, just a little out positioned. Gen.G able to just kind of find that pickoff, just making him pay. And Gen.G doing a good job moving across the map here. And again, funneling farm to Rock. Look at these guys. They're just like two bodyguards, just making sure that Rock gets everything.
That is exactly what they're doing. They're just making sure that Rock is having a great time and M-Fang is not going to have a good time. They are getting the knockbacks. Maybe they're going to be stealing this. At the back, though, they might be able to go for the steal, but they got the knock-up perfectly and Rock falls down.
Yeah. Oh, they're continuing on. Oh, flash away. M-Fang not able to chase. But when Rock goes down, I'm just thinking like Gen.G is just thinking, all my eggs in that one basket.
Oh, yeah, and Rock falling down. Oh, man. That just doesn't feel good for Gen.G.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely slow you down. That's like worst case scenario. If it's a 4 protect 1 and the 1 dies, you're kind of not doing your job, guys. Like he needs to stay alive. Rock probably shouldn't have been as greedy and getting out of position like that.
Slowly becoming a fan of Gen.G and what they have in mind here. If they really are just throwing people off with the compositions that they do have, I just hope that they do this perfectly most of the time, because if they have very crazy drafts and that doesn't work, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, and look, Rocket will find ways to get back in. I think against Venomous, he didn't have the greatest of starts, but then he kind of got that snowball rolling. He's able to come back, and again, Gen.G will focus a lot onto him to ensure that he does get as much farm as possible.
Yeah. Remember, while this is happening, though, ASD is just getting resources by himself because he's not contested also in the bot lane, but they're fighting, almost getting killed by that couple of blades. That was really close. Arashi trying to get close, but the knockup from the Storm Strike is just going to help them out. But are they going to be actually getting the kill here? Nope. They're just going to be running away.
Yeah, not going to be there, but look at Rock. Just taking that farm, moving on with his life. Ray is in the bottom lane. Is just like, hey, I don't know why I'm a farm laner. I'm just taking a lot of shots to the face.
Yeah, he's not getting damage anyway, which is kind of okay. But they're going to be taking the Tyrant. M-Fang already knows, was able to peek a bit, but they're not going to be able to do much here. They got the stun. The Frigid Prison is going to be there, and they are going to get the kill on Inuwa. They're backing away. Clue was able to get the hard thing out.
Yeah, Inuwa down, which is actually a pretty big one. I mean, he normally positions properly, but he just got barely caught out and just kind of like died. I mean, Inuwa's positioning has been on point thus far, but just at that moment, he did get caught out.
You just got got caught by the Frigid Prison, and that is just really bad. With the Winter is here also on top of you, you're basically dead at that point.
No chance at that point, but look at like Arashi just kind of harassing Wawa in this top lane.
Wawa, Storm Strike, gets the damage, couple blades not at the center, and that is it. Gen.G is just going to be backing up.
Look at the net worth. I mean, SCARZ right now just like moving is a giant parade all the way into the top lane. If anything, they're looking to take this Overlord, but it looks like M-Fang will just take this one for free. Not really much Gen.G can do.
They're going to be taking that, and there's no answer just yet. Remember, they got the tower in the bot lane a while ago, but most of them are on the top side of the map, so this could be the potential answer here for Gen.G. They're getting cut off here by Rock, so they're not going to be able to react to that bot lane tower.
Yeah, no real chance. Wawa taking the bottom T1 for free. M-Fang continuing to farm. Now he's gonna just kind of harry Wawa and push him away, taking that farm. But look at Rock.
Look at this death ball that they're doing. they're sticking all together. This 4, they're like a death ball. They're just looking for anybody to pummel with that death ball that they're doing. They're gonna be jumping around. They're gonna go for ASD, but they are not gonna get him. Not gonna get caught. ASD, what a perfect way to work with that. With a very good step right there.
Yeah, and Clue just barely alive. He has a sliver of life. And like Ray and Arashi just kind of trading in the mid lane. But I mean, look, Rocket continuing to farm, continuing to just move around and just taking as much as possible. But Mfeng looking to invade.
Mfeng right here has the damage. Will be able to run away though. They have the Storm Strike waiting for him, just dodging a lot of damage. Arashi going for the truth. Not gonna hit anybody, but it's not gonna matter. SCARZ is gonna go in. They have the damage. They got the knockup. They got 2, and they're gonna get the takedown on everybody. Almost getting the kill on Inuwa. He just has the flash there, and that's a 4 kill for SCARZ.
Yo, SCARZ, hold up. Okay, yeah, you got 4 kills, but you haven't even taken the mid T1. Why are we diving T3 at this point? You gotta be a little bit, just, be patient, right? Yeah, you're up 6 kills, and they're definitely bloodthirsty and doing a great job, but man, they have limited Rock as much as possible. He's already died twice.
And looking at that though, look at this replay here, just going inside, not even hitting the truth, doesn't matter actually for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, and look at Mfeng just playing with his food, dancing around and just like staying around. And then for the rest of the team to kind of make sure that they were going to be in position. And once they arrived, Mfeng went right back in, did a great job setting themselves up for those 4 kills.
It's not a good idea giving Mfeng this Luna. He was just going in. Nobody was there to stop him. There's not really enough CC to actually stop him. The Bitterlink is the only thing I see, and maybe the Storm Strike. That's the only thing that I see that could stop him from his onslaught here.
Yeah, and I mean, they needed that control, but it's hard to kind of lock him down. I mean, he's just so fast and he's on top of you. And I mean, Gen.G are kind of on the squishier side, but...
Yeah, Arashi looking for it. Mfeng doesn't have the stacks on their heads, so he's not going to be able to get there onto the back line. But for now, they're just going to be taking this Crimson Top.
Yeah, they'll take that. They'll, I mean, invade the enemy jungle. They're going in.
Oh, goes in with the truth, and he was able to be reacted to by the members right here of Gen.G. They got the knockup into the backline. Glow is also gonna fall down. What a great reaction from Gen.G.
I mean, Arashi going in. Oh, but Mfeng now?
Mfeng dashing in, has the stacks, might be able to get the reset though. He's looking for it. He's gonna go for another. He was able to pull them back. He was able to get one more, and that is Rock getting the double kill here. Mfeng will just be running around. Wait, he got the shot though. That was really close.
Oh, that was so close. Mfeng, I mean, that was a ballsy move. Let's be honest. 2 members, Arashi and Glow, had already gone and they died. They tried to go for that truth play, and there were 3 members, and the rest of them were running. And Mfeng's like, no, I'm strong. I can find them. And to have the audacity to go into 5 members and to find 2 members to kill, pretty huge.
Gets it back. Wawa actually fighting back though. Oh, Shake. Oh, what a great flash right there from Ochik. They are going to go in. Tremor Smash is going to get used. Goes to the backline, but Mfeng should be their target. They don't have damage here in the backline, so this is not going to be good. The truth is going to set you free, and Clue is going to fall down together with Ray onto the back.
3 members down from Gen.G, and just like that, you blink and SCARZ take down 3 members so quick. And the fact that like Ray was trying to set it up, was going for that Tremor Smash, but everyone from SCARZ had gotten out of that range. He completely whiffed on that Tremor Smash and put them in a bad spot. And now Rock running for his life.
Again, they're getting cut off though. Rock, oh, that was so close. So ASD almost died, but here comes Mfeng. Just gonna be taking them down, and this is 3, or rather 2 people down for the side of Gen.G.
Look, I wanted to say so many good things about Gen.G after day 1, but this draft has been underwhelming. And we've seen this type of play in Season 3. They kind of, it's off the cusp. It's a really weird draft, and it's kind of hard to play into what they're trying to do. And SCARZ have all the answers, because this Mfeng Luna is just like so hard hitting.
This is what we were saying a while ago. I mean, it's a good thing that you have a lot of crazy things on your arsenal, but if you're not going to be able to make it work, it's not really going to matter if it's against a team like SCARZ.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready to go. Look at this top lane.
Truth Mantra, Force Field, gets some shield, but is he going to survive? Yes, he will. He has the flash to go away.
Yeah, he's going to just limp away more than anything else. But, I mean, just being zoned out, and now look at Mfeng and dealing with the bottom lane. The lanes have been pushing. SCARZ playing this very well in terms of map control. They have a 7k net worth lead, and it looks like they're going to pick up another Tyrant.
Yeah. It's like they're playing like R8 a while ago. Once they get the towers going, once they get the towers down, they're just going to be taking over all the jungle that Gen.G has. And it's really hard because considering the composition that they drafted here for Gen.G, they don't really have a lot of damage here, Hauler, because they need Inuwa, they need Rock to even get close to get that damage in.
Yeah, those are the main two, right? Everyone else is just like secondary, right? They just need to set it up, let Rock do his damage. But it seems like in terms of net worth, we're going to have to check this one, but they're going in.
Yeah, Arashi does have the flash, though. He can go for the 3 anytime he wants. Goes to the back line, though. There's going to be the Tremor Smash. Get the knock up in 3. Gets 1, though. They're looking for Wawa, but Frey pulls down first. Mfeng onto the back line, disassembling everybody from the side of Gen.G, and this might be the end of it. Wawa is super low. He can't even get close to his face, but this is still a complete SCARZ on their side.
I mean, 3 members down, 20 seconds on all of them. It's going to be so tough for Inuwa and Wawa to kind of hold on this point. The only problem, minions are kind of slow.
Yeah, very, very slow. SCARZ can finish this anytime they want. Here they come, goes in to the backline. Wawa gets a knock up on 3. He has the shield, but it's not going to matter because they want to push this and end the game. And game 1 finishes pretty fast.
Very quick, very clinical. I mean, SCARZ, like coming back from that game, understanding the win conditions of Gen.G and being able to counter that not only with playstyle, but also with their draft. Because that Luna, once it was on the pay, Rock had no chance of getting out.
I can understand now why they banned the Kongming. Because if that was a Kongming, that could have been more destructive. They can get resetted and reset it for that winning strategy, and it could have been a lot more disruptive that game. But it was an interesting composition, I might say, Hauler, but it didn't work. It didn't work.
It did not work. Sadly. Look, I don't know why. Okay, you have a little bit of room for error, right? Game 1 is kind of like, it's a funsy one if we want to play a little bit of a different strategy. I get the idea, but when pretty much it's all in on Rock on this pay. If he's not able to get his farm and he got picked off early, you know that game is pretty much over. There's no way you're coming back from that.
Yeah, and that's what happens whenever you draft a pay on your side and you don't have the... Honestly, if you don't have the range to get close to the damage sources that you're looking for, it's not really going to be really helpful there. And Mfeng was just dashing the whole time. Nobody was there to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, he just he's all gas, no brakes, like just running at people, getting those pickoffs. I mean, his timing and when to go in is otherworldly, right? Like he knows perfectly when to go in, the maximum limits of the Luna, just being able to dash in and out and just stay alive. That's like the biggest thing.
Yeah, and stacking on top of everybody, considering that they're playing a death ball here basically from Gen.G, it's easy to stack on everybody's head, and that's why he was only dashing the whole time. The MVP is for sure gonna go to Mfeng, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be. I mean, 906. I mean, like, to be honest, if he's not MVP, there's an agenda against him because he had the most damage. He had 906. He did everything in his power to make sure that SCARZ won this game. And look, there's gonna be some bias potentially if he doesn't win.
If Ochik takes this, I'm gonna be mad. Remember, they have the same team fight rate in this game, but 11k gold, please. Give him that. Please, give him the MVP.
Yeah, and the gold graph completely skewing in favor of SCARZ. Gen.G, they were fighting in. I mean, in the first 4 or 5 minutes, they were kind of going back and forth a bit, doing all right, but not able to kind of overcome the SCARZ lineup where we're like, hey, we just got to get Mfeng going. And once he's good, he's like going to tear it up.
What's also really hard about the draft that they made there, wait, is this going to be the MVP? Okay, Mfeng takes the MVP. That's good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 906, 31% of the damage. Did almost everything in his power. And look at his pose, man. It's kind of intimidating. I can't make eye contact with him. It's very awkward.
It's a meditate pose that he's doing. He's concentrated the whole game. He's like, Abdo a while ago, just mind reading the enemy.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the highlights of what happened. And look at how Mfeng is going. He goes in, he's about to get gone on, gets out of there. Then once his cooldowns are off, he goes back in, and sets it up for the rest of the team. And he was even diving T3s. He was just so aggressive, understanding the limits of this Luna hero. Very well played.
This was a crazy time. This exact moment in where it's a 3v5, but he didn't care and he still went in like this.
Yeah. Actually, I would have been like, Ochik, I would have been like, dude, really? We're going in? And look at ASD and Ochik. They're not even in position. They're like, oh my gosh, Mpeng, okay, this is a one-way ticket to hell. You're on your own kind of thing. But they were like, no. Actually, Mpeng has got it.
Yeah, they were not ready for it. Even his teammates were not ready for it. And Mpeng, whenever he gets the groove in, it's going to be working out for the team. And it's looking like this whole time is just the highlight reel is going to be on Mpeng's. I think the magnifying glass is going to be on Mpeng the whole time just because of how he played this whole game. And it's pretty much well-deserved.
Yeah, definitely well-deserved. I mean, look, I think that if Ray was a traditional jungler, if you want to run Pei in the farm lane, cool. Or even as a jungler. But then I think that you need to make sure that you have another farm laner so that you have a bit of a more of a balanced lineup. It's not all eggs in one basket, and you have that potential backup in case Pei can't get going because he struggled. And I don't think that the Lian Po was really the best pick as their last pick too.
Yeah, if one fails, all is gonna fail. That's exactly what they did there for the composition that they drafted for the side of the Gen.G. I'm really thinking if they're still gonna be picking up the boots together with the dot shell. But again, before that, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break before we head into game 2.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
that's their best lineup, if that's the #1 draft for them, I am actually very worried for this team.
I'm concerned too.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be ready. I think they need to go a little bit more side. Like, give Inuwa his Yixing, let them work around. Like, there's so many other heroes that they could go with. You got to let Rock just farm. You got to give Ray like a traditional jungler. Give him a chance. You can't give him Liam Poe.
Yeah, I mean, they used the Garenmo a while ago, and that's also a pocket pick of Inuwa in the mid lane. So Yixing could be the next best thing, the next best answer that they could have here for the side of Gen.G. So let's see. For now, it's a good thing that SCARZ knows that Arlie is still on the table, and it was used also yesterday against Venomous from the side of Gen.G Esports. So that is a good ban. And the Ogren, they used this twice also. So that's also a good ban from SCARZ.
Okay. All right, looks like they're going to go heavy in terms of the high damage, high reward. Mai to start things off. Inuwa, we haven't seen too much of him on the Mai as of yet, but this could be very interesting.
Oh, what? They went in for the U1 for the first pick here. Are they going to be picking up the Dolia for the second pick for SCARZ? They could go for that and maybe draft Lady Sun, then they're gonna go for the Dolia for sure here for the third pick.
I mean, I don't think the Yuan is completely 100% dependent on the Dolia. I think you can still work around it. I like it how Gen.G have picked up the Ming. It is definitely a clue special. It pairs very well with the Lady Soon. It would have been vulnerable for them if they didn't pick it up, because SCARZ would definitely scooped it up themselves. But they're going to kind of pair it up with the Chano here. This is an interesting 1-2 punch.
I can see it working. This Chano together with the Ming could be the next best thing after a Lady Sun gets picked by the other side, just because Chano almost works the same. Doesn't just have the burst here from the side of Lady Sun, but more on the DPS end here for the side of Chano.
Yeah, I mean, it has a decent amount. I mean, they have a lot of burst potential here. Again, Gen.G, very squishy at the moment. SCARZ, again, when you've got like a Sun Tzu, I'm always afraid because he boats you, and then he just jumps on top of you and kills you, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, and usually that's just the cycle of what you do when you have a Sun Tzu on your side. And one of the things that I like about that is that it's looking like, because the Roamer hasn't been picked just yet for the side here of SCARZ, they have a lot of choices still. Do they double down on the Sun Tzu together with whoever? Oh, so that just means this is a jungler you want on their side. Or it could still potentially be a Roamer or Ochik on SCARZ.
True. We have seen that flex some time. Ochik will play it. But I kind of like Yuan as the first pick is like, it could be anywhere, right?
Flex.
I mean, yeah, it's a really good hero in that sense, but it looks like they're going to go with the Yixing here. I'm more worried about this pick now, because if the Mai gets on top of the Yixing, you're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. And Feng gonna play with his toy again, has the Kong Ming again for this game. But you know what? From what I've seen from the last game that we've seen a composition like this, it's because they don't have the Maisha and Nui that I'm kind of thinking that this could be way better compared to what they had a while ago against Nongshim. I think this could work pretty well for SCARZ.
Yeah, a lot of potential, like, because, I mean, okay, the way I'm seeing this initiation is that Yixing will potentially catch somebody with the board, then you have the boat just crashing into the board, and then literally, Lady Soon and just Kongmin just blowing up whoever happens to be in that vicinity at that point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Gen.G, on the other hand, they're going to just kind of tank up a bit. Kaiser and the Guan Yu, I like the Guan Yu. Wawa has to do an amazing job of ensuring that he has that control and just kind of grouping people up for the rest of them.
Yeah, what's the only thing that I find it hard for Guan Yu is how he's going to be displacing people and how his team will react to that displacement is always the reason why some Guan Yu fail. And this could be something that I want to see from Gen.G. I mean, they were playing a dead ball a while ago, so yeah, Guan Yu could actually work.
Yeah. I mean, if he catches you out, you're going to have a tough time because he, literally will reposition everybody, and it could be a tough time for all of them. I mean, yeah, you don't have a specific answer for the Guan Yu. I really like that as a last pick for them.
Yeah, and usually the answer to a Guan Yu is a Charlotte, and because they picked the Sun Tzu already, this is a good reaction pick from the side of Gen.G. And now we're gonna go to game 2 of SCARZ versus Gen.G. And this is an exciting matchup because we're gonna see how Gen.G would chase that scoreline.
All right, what's your prediction here? Who's just gonna win? Just let me know. Spoil it for me, brother.
I'm gonna go with SCARZ again.
Okay. All right. No, to be honest, I kind of like that draft too.
Yeah.
But for me, it becomes all onto Wawa, right?
Yeah.
If he's able to hit those like 3-man Razor Cavalries and just control people, like Glow ASD, if they get pushed around, they're gonna have a tough time.
Starts up, goes for the knockup, but good flash from Glow, and they are just gonna be safe.
Yeah, they're going to be fine for now. And Inua needs to make some plays as well. He needs to definitely make his presence felt. I didn't think he had the greatest of game ones. So he needs to really bounce back. Ensure that, you know, he's like the high-flying Inua that we know.
Yeah, and he might be able to get the sets that we're looking for here from the side of Gen.G. But what do you think about this Kaiser? Because I know that Kaiser fills the same role as a Dun, for example, an Ogren, for example, but he's almost always at the bottom of the pick list whenever he's there.
I'm not 100% sold on the Kaiser. Usually I just kind of feel like he's like a really good punching bag. I mean, but like it's not fighting back, if you know what I mean.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I struggle with Kaiser. Like sometimes if he's able to do some damage and to kind of have some presence, he's gonna have a much better time. But I always feel like he's like a poor man's Dune.
Yeah, and I always think that Menki or Dune would always be the better picks here compared to a Kaiser. And those were free during the picks and bans, and they actually picked up the Kaiser.
Yeah, this is super weird, but I actually agree with you. I think you're actually right with this because, like, again, I mean, there were so many other heroes, but look, they are tanky and they're able to kind of, if he gets stuck in the board, he's not going to have that big of a deal because he can kind of, if it's a warrior on out of this, so they have potentials.
Yep, drops the ult. They're going to go with the world's my board. They're not going to be able to get away there. The reaction from ASD a bit too late. Flash is coming in from the side of Gen.G to save their lives.
Rock actually made a nice play. The real, like, the normal maneuvering that you would do when you get stuck in that is to kind of just get under the tower as quickly as possible. But he actually moved forward towards the red side, and so Glow misses the taking liberties, and he definitely dodged it, and that could have been critical had he gotten that taking liberties on him.
Very smart play though. And then now again back to the drawing board here for the side of SCARZ. They're doing the same thing again. Mpeng is going to be farming onto the mid lane, get those levels up, so later on he would be able to snowball the kill. But right now Glow pops his passive, taking liberties is gonna be there, but he was able to flash away.
Wow, survives. Sliver of life. Didn't think he would do it. I mean, that flash definitely saved his life and he got over the wall, but that was super close. And Inua, this is what he needs to do. He needs to have that presence, that push, and then now you need to respect it. But through it all, Mpeng, he's just like got all the space.
Ending Sora is up for Ochik, so if ever Ray would be starting this fight, the only problem here is that they have nobody to start the fight with on the side of Gen.G. So they're just going to be waiting for ASD to actually move forward.
Yeah, Ray, he's going to be backed up, taking a decent amount on his way out, but he's level 7. He does have a sizable lead, at least against the ASD and Ochik. But Mpeng, again, off the map. Haven't seen the guy. The dude is level 8. Ooh.
Yeah, and Glow, level 5, but Mpeng, level 8. I'll take that. I'll take that loss if Glow is not going to be leveling up. He's going to be level 9 before the Tyrant comes in. So that's a big win. What a great taking liberties there. Tyrant's going to be up. They have level advantage.
Yeah, this is a huge moment, especially at the 4 minutes. They're going to kind of drag the Tyrant out a little bit, just kind of a favorable position here. But through it all, Rock has shown up, is setting up those traps here.
Yeah, they have Wawa onto the back line. World is my board will be able to hit them, but Razor Cavalry's at the ready. Push him back just a bit, though. They're going to go for Ochik, but he has an ending Sora a while ago, but he was able to flash away with that. Ray is down, and they're still going to be taking the Tyrant here.
Yeah, what a really nice fight. Wawa just barely surviving through it all. SCARZ with that nice little pick off, just ensuring that they just like bursted onto Ray. I mean, yeah, he was Invincible Warrior, but he's definitely not that at this stage.
Yeah, and it's also really hard for Wawa to be able to get there because remember, there was a wall separating him from the whole team, SCARZ, and he wasn't able to get the pushback on them. That small wall.
Yeah, you just.
I'm pointing at it, but everybody cannot see it.
I see you, brother. I see you. Yeah. No, it was in the way, and it was a bit of a problem. And I mean, he got caught out for a reason. But Wawa, it's just those little things, right? And just being able to, get caught out. That could have maybe changed the fight if he was able to get in. But SCARZ, man, they got some serious control and damage. Yes, they're squishy, but they're showing just how supreme their positioning is because they're able to stay alive.
They were hugging the wall. They know that Wawa was around and they are very afraid of him. This is the reason why picking up a Guanyu, you should be picture perfect. Because once you make a mistake, you won't be able to make your pick effective. But again, right now onto the bot side, Feng used the winning strategy just for a bit, just to push him back. And now here comes the set sail. Here they come. They have the Will Dismay board, but they're still going to be getting the kill. Goes for a U-turn for a bit and Glow. Still alive, goes in. Was able to hit on Rock, and they were not expecting the U-turn coming in from Arashi.
But what a surprise, right? I mean, the set sail, you're thinking he goes all the way around, and then it's like, oh, he'll connect. Oh, but Arashi getting a little bit low. He will be fine.
Still alive, though.
Yeah, but that boat was insane by Arashi. Just going all the long way around. I did not expect him to go around the block first.
Rock wasn't expecting it too, because he was in front. He didn't know that it could actually come from their side. It came from the blue side. He wasn't expecting it.
Yeah. He was like, yeah, actually, I'm fine. And he was still being aggressive. He was like pushing forward. He had flashed forward, trying to get that pick. But then Arashi coming in. I mean, just what a great boat.
What a great way to start again for Arashi. And this is what you want whenever you have a Sun Tzu on your team. You want the Arashi to have value on that set sail, and they would be able to get at least one kill every time he goes to that cruise.
Let's talk about the jungle difference right now. I mean, 3.7K from Ray and Feng with 6.2. World of Hurt.
Painful. That's painful.
That's
painful. He has the Savant's Rat already. This is painful to fight against for the side of Gen.G. But right now, with that, I think they need to be really careful here on how he has a frigid charge too, so nobody could get away from Arashi now. Starts up, goes in. Arashi gonna be there. Wawa doesn't have a lot of damage, but the winning strategy actually kills him. World Dismay board was able to get 2. They are gonna go for it, but nobody's gonna get bursted down. They are flashing. Gets the donut on 4, but no follow-ups from the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, what a great way to just go in. Feng just playing this Kong Min to the maximum. He's just like this high-flying dude that just like blows people up, gets himself out. He's like Superman in that sense, and just understanding the limits because he's staying alive. That's like the biggest thing, because this hero is such a glass cannon. I look at him and he might die.
Yeah, that is really true. And he even builds Splendor. That is the time that when he can bait out a lot of utilities coming in from the side of Gen.G. Right now, he still doesn't have it. But also, I want to point out, ASD, I didn't even know that he's part of the game, because he was just farming in the sidelines the whole time, and I just saw him on that fight in the mid lane just now. Now they have the donut, gets the stun. Stil's gonna be there. Somebody's at the back line. They have to be careful though. They have this to pop the passive. Razor Cavalry's gonna be there. Would be able to get the kill and Glow for sure, but they're gonna go in. They need to move forward. It's a 3v4, but they have the damage that they're looking for here. Feng goes in. Wawa's gonna be their target, and they still get the 2 for 2.
2 for 2, but that was very precarious. Actually, Wawa waiting in that brush, they did not catch him out. Clue finds him. I mean, Ochik was just like sticking around. They were just like the nice little rear attack that Wawa had just found them. But that could have been way worse for SCARZ.
Yeah.
But SCARZ has such a huge lead that, like, yeah, they might have the positioning angles, but it's just not enough to take us down.
I like that while that was happening, they were pushing forward because they know that the backline has already been breached. So let's just push forward so that he needs to chase us and not the other way around. Goes for the knockup though. Unending sorrow. Yeah.
Shaking that off. I mean, this is why that Yuan on that Ochik is just kind of annoying, right? As a roamer, you're thinking, I'll just take a free roamer, but he gets his get out of jail free card, so to speak. And now look at Feng looking for his prey.
Oh, yes, it's almost ready. That's big. Feng could actually burst down any backliner, but now he's going to get bursted down. He's going to get chased, but he was still able to run away. He's just dodging a lot of things right now, but a double kill comes in. Rock is moving forward. He's going to get that kill on everybody, and Rock is looking really scary. Frigid Charge is going to be there, but it's not a lot of damage. This is going to be a quadra coming in from Rock to turn things around.
Yeah, so you heard the call from Gen.G. They're like, we got to find Feng. We got to make sure that we target him out. Ochik now running for his life.
Okay. He doesn't have the leader stance anymore, so they shouldn't really chase that out. That's a good thing though, because they got the kill on Empeng. Empeng wasn't able to deal damage, and because he was dodging the whole time, Rock knows that he could actually go in.
Yeah, I was like Empeng just running away reminded me of like Roadrunner, just like you know, getting away at the last second, and I was like, oh my god, is he gonna survive? But he finally got caught. I mean, Gen.G threw everything at him and the kitchen sink to ensure that they secured they needed to have killed Empeng because he was starting to get a little ridiculous. I mean, he's level 15 at this stage, but watch how he deftly maneuvers around everybody. I thought he was dead there. And then I thought he was dead there, and then I thought he was dead there, and then it took like a 4th try to get him, and they finally get Empeng.
And a good thing that Brock actually flashed in after just for him to catch the kill in ASD, because if they didn't kill ASD during that same moment, that could have been way more destructive, and that was a smart play from Rock.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, getting that quad kill is definitely going to help him out. I mean, Rock is still your lifeline. You need to ensure that he stays alive, does that damage, especially with me.
Gets a pull on Ray. He might be dead. Winning strategy is going to be there, but Rock is still really hitting everybody onto the backline, though, so they have to be careful. ASD going to be flashing away. They are still alive, but they still got a 2-for-1.
It's a 2-for-1. It doesn't seem like the worst, but you still got to respect Rock's damage. The fact that he's kind of, starting to pop off at this point, 9.8, catching up to Empeng in terms of that net worth. But with Ming to kind
of... That is crazy. Look at the damage from Rock there.
It's insane, right? I mean, like, look, Rock has got the net worth. I mean, obviously he's really starting to pop off. But then you got Ming that's backing you up. You cannot take away from that tether. It's actually insane.
Yeah, he's not getting killed just because of that tether too, and they can't even reach the backline. They need a good placement in that the world is my board just for them to get the kill on Rock here for sure.
Yeah, and those Vanguards looking to just slow it down. I don't think they get the tower though.
That's a lot of damage though. Half HP already. They're looking to go for the setup here. They have the set sail in a bit for Arashi. They just need to get a good placement on those crowd controls and kill Rock, and this game is over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a tale of two cities in the sense that like you kill Rock, you win, right? Yeah. But if you lose Empeng, you lose, right? It's like one of those things that like one of these two heroes, it's so back and forth. I don't want to undersell what ASD brings to the table, but we just haven't seen that kind of burst as of now. I mean, yes, he's 5-1-1. He's done some serious damage as well, but Empeng has been the guy.
Yeah, and he doesn't have as much items as Rock has. So Rock is still a bit more scary just because of his network at this point. We're at 12 minutes in the game and the mid lane is still surviving here for the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, staying alive, and that's what you want to do.
Ooh, Ray could go in, could pop the Invincible Warrior right now. Half HP already onto one of them, but he's still not doing it. Not trigger happy. That's actually very smart. Goes in. What a great knockup to actually answer, and Empeng is down.
Yeah, Empeng stuck around a little too long. I mean, the rest of SCARZ didn't really want to fight. They were actually under that bottom T2. And Empeng just got caught out of position, a little uncharacteristic. I mean, you had a lead, and he wins more with the early game. But when you've thrown yourself to the wolves, so to speak, dying twice, you're really giving options or, options for Gen.G to really bounce back.
He wasn't even expecting Inoue to even flash in with the Hisho revenging. So with that, it's going to be way harder because he needs to be careful now. This is what happened when we also played the Kongming a while ago. Getting a bit too aggressive really punishes him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he needs to understand that he is a glass cannon. He does not want to get to the point where it's a late game. And then, the itemization is going to be there for Gen.G and able to survive because it's going to be a repeat of what happened with Nongshim.
Yeah, so he has to be careful right now. And does he have the Splendor? I want to see if he has... Oh, he doesn't have the Splendor just yet. Rock almost got caught. That could have been the game changer that they're looking for. Gonna be using the Unending Sorrow. Hisho revenging is not gonna be successful right now. Onto the backline, was able to get it. But Rock is still alive, shipping out the damage on everybody. But now ASD even getting the kill onto the bot side. Now they're chasing Rock. Rock doesn't have the tether anymore at this point. Empeng kills him. And that's an ace for SCARZ.
SCARZ, what a great team fight. Empeng just skirting around. I mean, yes, he did die in the end, but they went all in, got the right attacks, prioritized it properly. Rock was actually left for one of the last kills to be gone on, and they were able to just kind of close that team fight out. Do they just end this here?
Yeah, they can end this. 15 seconds on the clock for Clue. Inoue has 8 seconds. They are just going to be tanking it, waiting for the minions to slow is there, and they're just going to go for that crystal lock, and SCARZ just winning over one big battle.
What a great game, right? Just showing the resolve of SCARZ, being able to bounce back. Rock, I mean, tried to do whatever he could in terms of Gen.G, just getting back in the game. They had a chance, but that last team fight was just really messy. They weren't on the same page, hitting the right guys, and Mfeng was able to do his damage.
Yeah, and they were so far away from each other. The start right there from Arashi just going in, pops the frigid charge. That is something that they were not expecting, and Rock was actually startled. And he actually just went away. The damage uptime was not there anymore because Rock just went away.
Yeah. Just, I mean, I don't know what it was. I mean, I want to see the replay of that last fight to kind of break it down, because there were fights all over the place. And Mfeng was kind of on the south side. You know, Rock was on the west side trying to do his own damage there. But it was like kind of all over the place. And the fact that SCARZ were able to kind of, you know, just burst people down, that was the biggest differential.
Yeah, what I've seen there, east side, west side, because they were in the SCARZ was on the east side during that time.
Yeah. Actually, in the major East League as well, if we're comparing between the east side and the west side, east side, best side.
That is true. That is really true. But again, with what we've seen there was like, I want to see it also. How ASD survived the fight against Wawa. Also, they were fighting in the second tier tower a while ago, and he actually won the fight there.
I mean, ASD, like, he's kind of squishier. Definitely Wawa was, when he's on top of you, you're going to have a tough time, especially against the Guan Yu, right? Which is just, like constantly just hurting you into bad spots. But, you know, just staying alive was huge. I think that was the biggest thing for them, because, again, SCARZ just really showing just that how to position just for that one moment. But ASD, you know, we were talking about, hey, he's kind of falling behind a little bit from Rock, but 7-1-1. Woo!
That was honestly pretty close, though. I mean, ASD, not even the highest gold in this game. Mfeng, almost all of the gold in this game was just funneled onto him. But on the other end, Rock almost made it work for the team. He already has the Sun Chaser at that point. Pop the Sun Chaser, pop the leader stance. That could have been a game. Look at that damage. 138 and 145 on Mfeng.
Yeah. I mean, we knew it was going to be between these two, but Rock, I mean, he had 8 kills. Everyone else had just like 1. So it's literally the Rock show in that sense. He was doing what he could have, but I think that Inua dying early in that last team fight was just tantamount to their disaster of a fight. You know, he needed to have stayed alive. If he was able to just kind of stick around, just provide a little bit more, you know, more damage, just to kind of equalize in terms of the burst, you would have had a good chance. But this is the up and down of that gold graph, just very, very shifty on both ends.
Yeah, you can definitely see that at 10 minutes, that is when Rock started to get those kills for the team, and that's why it was very, very close. But again, let us take a look at who's the MVP. Mfeng still gets the MVP. He has so much gold in this game, that's why.
Yeah, Mfeng here. Yes, obviously full control, 6-3-8. I mean, you got to respect what he's doing at the end of the day. They were like Gen.G, I think they found like the target prioritization on him was a little late. This was the nice U-turn. Rock thought he got him, but no, the turnaround, Mfeng was like, ha, gotcha, and with that bait.
He already thought that, hey, they might have crashed somewhere and not here. He was not expecting it. But again, it was still a nice try from Gen.G. I want to see how they started the comeback here from this game, because Rock just going in, flashing forward just to get the kill onto ASD, just to turn things around there.
Yeah, like this is the fight where things have turned. Like it was looking really good for SCARZ, but then all of a sudden Wawa from the backside just controlling, killing Glow, getting that pick off, and only losing Glow in Wawa versus like the 3 members was huge.
This is that fight though. The time in where Mfeng was dodging everything, that is when Rock started to matter in this game. Flashing forward just to kill ASD so that they don't have any damage anymore.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Mfeng, when he's dodging everything, should have had the Benny Hill music and just kind of like dancing around everybody, because he was just somehow surviving. Yeah, they got picked off, and Gen.G did a great job, because you got to stop Mfeng. You got to make sure that you get on top of him. But this is the part where things are getting a little bit weird. Mfeng gets out of position, uncharacteristic, and almost lost the game because of that.
Yeah, and this last fight that we've seen here, a bit too aggressive in Inoue there, and once it became a 4v5, it was lost. Rock can't even keep the damage uptime back, and going back and forth for the side of SCARZ is really smart, because remember, Shano's range is very low. Even if he has the leader stance, he needs to really be up your face.
Yeah. I mean, he sacrificed himself, made sure that Rock did die with him, but ASD was there and just on cleanup. And at that point, he had the net worth to do all that damage, and they were just to close out the game off of that ace. Just a really smart game/series by SCARZ, and really able to take it to them. SCARZ looking great.
What a really nice game there for SCARZ. And now, yeah, honestly, I'm not sure if Gen.G will be on the second place at this point because SCARZ defeated them already. But before that, everybody, we still have match 4. We're just gonna be taking a short break. Don't go away.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back.
Gear out, order weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage animal. Every time you tryna push me down.
Look at me, I'm
If you're lying down when I run, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, different market we go. It ain't a river, turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going on.
kings, it's an honor showtime.
Last series of the day, R8 Esports versus Vicious. Dash, who you got, my friend?
Honestly, R8 versus Vicious. I'm still gonna go for R8 today. What do you think?
Okay. No, I think so too. I mean, look, I don't want to, because I was thinking, hey, maybe I go with Vicious. I saw some good positive things yesterday. I like their jerseys. There's some good things about them. But then Dash was like, oh, you're gonna predict them? Okay, I'm going with Dash.
okay. I mean, almost all of my predictions today have been. No, all of my predictions today have been right? Yeah.
So we're buying a lottery ticket after this. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. I hope they're still. I hope they're still open at this point. But again, that was a nice series that we've seen from both of these teams. This is basically the SCARZ and the R8 show today because.
Yeah. It's funny because you call it the SCARZ show, even though they lost that first series, but we saw a lot of good things. That was such a competitive game. Nonetheless, let's check out the first team that we'll be playing today. R8 Esports off their 2-0 victory over Crazy Raccoons are going to be up again. It's, of course, Abdo, BX, Xenon, Roichi, and Mijoj. And, of course, with those jerseys, definitely to infinity and beyond.
Yeah, and it's, again, a great showing from them from a while ago. They really performed well, and against a team like Vicious, maybe they could keep the dream alive. They could keep the momentum alive here for the side of R8 Esports, because a while ago, honestly, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That was a stuff. The games that they played a while ago.
Yeah, they played very well. I mean, like, look, sometimes as a viewer, you're like, stomps, it's kind of rough or whatever. But when R8 are playing at the level that they're playing, I mean, it's very difficult for other teams to come back. It's a struggle, right? And R8 have done such a good job of just closing it out. But let's check out the other opponent for today.
Vicious right now had a rough start. Fighting against Nongshim Red Force was not really the best way to start it off with Vicious, but again, we still have a chance here against R8. Doma, Doom, Engma, Aspire, and VO are gonna be comprised of this team, and again, they are the Desert Flame.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think Aspire in that video with his rifle holding gesture was pretty legit. I mean, it seemed like a really long-range sniper rifle more than anything else. I think it's because he's a Shoyu main. He is a farm laner. He definitely has that in the arsenal. Just impressive. I think that you're kind of showing your cards a little bit, and they might ban the Shoyu because of that.
Oh yeah, they might, because yesterday I also saw that, yes, they picked it up on second game against Nongshim Red Force, and I hope they would be able to do it again this time around. And looking at it again, we still have the same paper that we have for R8, and they're going to be drafting based on that paper that they have.
Actually, to be honest, I don't know if it's like a draft strategy. It's hard to tell with my poor eyes, or it might just be a whole bunch of tic-tac-toe games. I'm not sure.
No, it's not.
It's not? Okay.
It's
oh,
not
no,
a
it's definitely the
TikTok.
heroes. Okay, okay. The banner was on top. I was kind of worried which one it was going to be. But it looks like it's got like a tier order of heroes that they want. Okay, they're clearly more professional than I am.
Yeah. They're going to be picking whatever is in there and whatever works for them since a while ago. In R8 Esports, they had a lot of compositions work already, and I talked about how they really love picking up that Gen.G for their games. It has been a constant staple from the 3 series that they played.
Yeah, and looks like at R8 banning up the Liang. They did this last time as well. They ensure that whichever heroes that we're going to do is it's a high-flying, very mobile hero. If they don't want him locked down, they seem to have an agenda against Liang. I think the fact that maybe he has glasses, I'm not sure.
They probably just banned it because they want to play something very nimble on their side, which is the reason why they banned it. But again, maybe they just want to punch him in the face.
Yeah. That's why I will not ban him, because I was like, I want you to pick him. You got glasses, and it's a very punchable face. I'm gonna make sure that I find you and just take you out.
Yeah, that's true. And they're picking Dharma. Perfect.
Yeah, who better to punch with, right? The Dharma?
Yeah.
But you banned him out. Why would you ban him?
Yeah, you could have just picked up or not banned the Liang and let them pick the Liang themselves so that you can punch the Liang with his glasses on his face.
Oh gosh, yeah. Everybody with glasses, punchable faces.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah. Even you, Mum. All right, before I get some hate mail from this, you can find me on social media at Kindofu.
Oh yes.
I like to punch people with glasses. Kindofu. Yeah. Come at me, bros.
Oh yeah, and I think I see Kindofu also in the comment section, so he'll probably hear this later.
Good. He too has a punchable face. I'm gonna get in so much trouble, guys.
Oh my, we forgot about the picks. Wait, Long and Zhangfei are gonna be picked here for the side of Vicious, and on the other hand, R8 answers normally, which usually is the answer against the Zhangfei. They pick the Lian Po just for them to have that tank also on their side.
Yeah, and Zhangfei, Lung, I would say a better love story than Twilight. These tend to kind of pair up quite well together. It's a nice 1-2 combination with Yixing to kind of have that further control. Could be a pretty strong lineup for Vicious here.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty strong here for Vicious, and honestly, something that I'm looking forward to also for their side, and also the Yixing together with that. Yixing and the Zhangfei is just good combination overall.
Yeah. I really like the Yixing. I think that there's so much creativeness and potential team fighting potential with this guy, because just the amount of control that he provides. Yeah, you don't really have too much in terms of damage, but if you're able to just constantly cycle those taking liberties, you could just be so annoying, especially with those boards.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to deal with, but now Luna and also the Mayin is gonna be banned. They don't want to see BX on that Luna, but remember, BX played the Jing a while ago, so it could be a possibility also.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I like this. I think you need something with a little bit of mobility here. It definitely will help out. R8 right now, you got the Angela. Definitely be able to burn somebody down, but you're kind of on the static side. Which makes it very easy for Vicious to hit those taking liberties. You can kind of hit those unbridled outbursts, but especially when he's just sticking around. So maybe they do need somebody to kind of back up the Angela here.
Yeah, they need somebody to, after the combo from the Angela, somebody who can double down on that engage from that Cinders. And now Elaine is going to be picked here for Vicious. Just a really good pick overall, just because if you want to go to the back line and the marksman doesn't really have a lot of movement, could be a good answer.
Yeah, and it tends to be a Angela Hunter, because it's like you're static and you just death at sunset her and then just kind of meteor kill. You have so many different ways to kind of just bother the Angela. She wants to stay still to just do the damage. And if you're not letting her be comfortable and doing that, she's not going to do as much. So it's going to be interesting, but the Prince of Lanling as the last pick, I like it from R8.
What Prince of Lanling together with the Hao Yi on the last pick here. That is very interesting for me because I don't really see this a lot. But because of the composition that they have, the Burning Sun Arrow together with the combos from Angela, maybe even the Dharma, could actually work well. But the Prince of Landling played well, could win the game solo.
Yeah. And there's definitely a lot of squishiness. Elaine is not really the tankiest of types. I mean, yes, he has his ways to get out, but when you're striking from the shadows, I mean, the Prince of Landling can do some serious damage. Vicious are looking to counter with the cuteness that is Menki.
Yes, Menki, just a very good counter here overall. Just for them to have this easy access to the backline. Because remember, Lianpo is the only front line that they have here. And there's not really anything to stop Menki and Elaine to go to the backline. Because Tremor Smash goes in waves. And not going to be really fast to stop them.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest, especially for that. I mean, just trying to time it properly and just getting that right stun, not the easiest things for Majoj to do. But okay, draft, who are you giving the edge to?
Whew, just because of the draft, I'll go with Vicious. But because of that, I'll still pick R8. They're still going to win this.
Okay. No, I think the Vicious draft is definitely more standard. I think that there's no real surprises. I think it's pretty well balanced. But I'm more worried about this wild card that is the Prince of Landling. And that Angela Hou-Yi combination that you were talking about with those stuns and all that damage could just instantly delete somebody, which could be a problem too.
Yeah, that is something that they have to look forward to on this game. There's going to be a lot of pickoffs for sure. So this is going to be hard though, but they have a lot of chances here to make it work, especially the Prince of Landling. Burning Sun Arrow, get the Prince of Landling in front of them. They could actually win that.
Yeah, I think that they could. I mean, they're going to let the, BX just farm to his heart's delight with that Landling. I think they need to do a good job, Vicious that is, of just kind of stymieing his growth as much as possible. But it looks like we have the players underway. They're loading it up. R8 Vicious, game 1. I think that this is going to be huge for both of these squads, especially finishing day 2. You want to be kind of in that win column, ensuring that you're still in the running in this rank week.
I like that this is a standard draft from Vicious, and this is what you need though. If you know the team that you're fighting against is very strong, you need to have a standard draft and outmatch them, outpace them with the strength of that draft that you have.
For sure. And look at, I mean, they're already being aggressive. They're going to be just kind of using their roamers in the mid lane to kind of get Xenon and Doma as much farm as possible so that they can kind of, just push it forward. I think it's going to be huge for Xenon to get that farm early.
Yeah, and that's what you need though. Looking at it, R8 is just going to be very aggressive. And you know how aggressive an Angela could or should be? Because, the damage coming in from the Blazing Descenders is just really something that you should be looking forward to. In the Zhangfei, together with the Lianpo, they're not going to damage each other. That's just going to be the case here.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that, okay, it looks like a little bit of a fight in the mid lane more than anything else, but just a skirmish. Xenon getting 4 and Roichi. Right when Roichi hits level 4, that arrow should just be insta-Q somewhere so they get that combination.
If that actually hit, that could have been a kill there against Aspire on the bot lane, but they're just waiting for that level 4. And I think that's the timing where Xenon is just going to go and stack onto the bot lane when they get the level 4 on Xenon.
Yeah. I think you just force it down. I mean, Xenon needs to just ensure that he gets that level 4 as quickly as possible.
Dream Roam was used. Good thing that the Xenon has the flash there to just react.
Yeah, and he basically saved his own life here, but a little bit of a jump.
Oh, what a great use of that root, and he doesn't have the ultimate just yet, and Abdo gets the first blood.
Yeah, huge win for Abdo, and you don't want to let Abdo get some kills. He's just been MVP of R8 thus far. He's been so good when he gets going, and again, more space provided, especially with VX there. They'll take that farm.
And especially using the Dharma again. This is when he was the strongest, when he used the Dharma during that one game against Crazy Raccoon. But now Abdo is just gonna get that level advantage against Doom, and that's not a good, especially fighting against a Dharma versus a lane matchup.
Yeah, it's not gonna be great, but Abdo a little on the low side. He's being dove on by Doom.
Ooh. Use the Death by Sunset, that is good, but Abdo just used the Truth Mantra just to run to safety.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. He's going to recall. He'll be all right. I mean, he does have the level differential. He's up 500 gold. He can do the Walk of Shame. No real issues Burning Sun Arrow, though, did miss. May, come on. I mean, you got to hit all of them, right? Or I report you.
Yeah, honestly, 0 out of 1. That we're gonna be counting everyone, every one of them. But I'm just joking. It's okay if you miss some, but again, that ultimate is gonna be there. Blazing Brilliance was used, but they have done Bridled Outburst just to deny them that fact, and that is 1-0, or rather, 1 for 0.
Yeah, they'll take that one. I mean, Xenon kind of, okay, it's allowing BX.
Soma taking liberties, perfect timing. BX is going to be running away, but the Flaming Bomb was able to get the kill on him. And this is just a bit of a mistake from the side of R8, and that's another kill for Vicious.
Yeah, that was, looks like they even want to push it onto Majoj. They're putting a lot of pressure in. Vicious really striking back.
Yeah, and they haven't found the answer just yet. And remember, they're just getting pushed back. Whenever they try to get close, they're getting pushed back. Here comes the TP at the bot side, so this is just going to push Ruichi far, far away for sure.
This is not great for R8 and not what we've seen from them. It looks like Vicious have the right answers for all of the problems that R8 are kind of presenting to them. Xenon hasn't really gotten going. He's been out of position. He got caught out, dying early. Not great for the Angela. And kind of you're seeing some of the weaknesses of this hero.
0 out of 2 in that arrow. I saw the arrow miss again. And this is just really sad to see because that is honestly the bread and butter of this composition that R8 drafted, and if it doesn't hit, there's nothing that they would kill here.
Yeah, he's got it. I mean, look, it's not the easiest, but I think that your team needs to kind of coordinate as of, when it's where it should be, right? Like where your team is starting to fight, maybe you're looking to bait them out a little bit. You just focus in this specific part of the brush, maybe.
Yep. Waiting for the Chaos Cinders from Xenon, but he's not going to be pulling the trigger onto Bo. But BX, not really that flashy from this game, but he was able to steal that Crimson buff anyway.
He did it from the shadows. I mean, the spider senses were tingling from Vicious, but they didn't. I mean, they were not able to find him. I mean, BX doing a good job of that, and you definitely want to be farming well, and BX has done a great job of just keeping pace with Engma.
Ooh, Blazing Brilliance gonna be used though. Dream Roam just to run away, and Engma still keeps himself alive. They have the World is My board. Ryoichi doesn't really have a lot of damage here, but they're gonna be the ones chasing down Vicious. Here comes Zenon, waiting, Burning Sun Arrow, not able to hit the Chaos Cinders, but it's a good thing he has the infinite fastness just to save himself down, but Bo is gonna fall down there.
Yeah, Aspire's like, hey, Bio, why don't you just use your infinite? Why don't you ride your dragon to safety, huh? Why is it like you gotta die? But Bio goes down, the top T1 is as well. Aspire does survive. Mind you, look, he needs to stay alive, but they're looking to go in.
Ooh, Blazing Brilliance, good thing Aspire has Flash, and that's why he was able to save himself.
Yeah, Aspire just needs more time to get that farm. Ryoichi's sticking around to kind of push the initiative just a little bit. But BX, look at Engma is like, I don't want to do this.
Oh no, Xenon doesn't have the flash though. Remember, he used it a while ago. Good thing that Chaos Cinders was able to hit.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to just kind of be the end of that one. Back to neutral at this stage. BX, though, I mean, he's been moving around the map quite a bit, harassing and just like smiting from the shadows, and has just done a good job of just annoying the Engma.
Burning Sun Arrow, Blazing Brilliance, the damage is going to be there, but Engma, will he be able to get away? Yes, he will! The Blood Rage keeps him alive.
I mean, they committed the arrow, they had the truth, they pushed him away, and it's just like Dream Roam. Oh, I'm out of there. I got no issues there.
Man. Bludgers is just crazy though. The amount of damage. Board, laid out, but no follow-up from the side of Vicious.
Yeah, both of these teams very cagey at this point. I mean, it's 2-2, and they're poking and prodding and doing the right things, but they're not able to get the conversions, which is kind of a little, like, it's got to be frustrating, at least for the Vicious side.
Yeah, and also for the side of R8, I think they were looking for a lot more kills compared to what they have right now, because their composition was built to get pickoffs by pickoffs, but it's not working as they expected.
Yeah, look at this. They found BX and Doom. Both of them knew they were there, but Burning Sun Arrow missed yet again.
Yeah, Chaos Cinder's gonna be there, but remember, Engma doesn't have the blood rage, so maybe he's gonna be keeping himself alive. Goes to the bot lane. This might be the push that they're looking for, but never mind, they're running.
Yeah, again, just backing off. R8 just looking to kind of play the late game. Just kind of out-farm you. Don't need to push things forward. But it's, again, just space and time for BX to really get going.
we're still waiting for BX to get going onto the back line, get Doma, get Aspire. But remember, it's not easy to burst them down because remember, Doma has the passive, Aspire has the infinite vastness, so they're still not really easy to kill.
Yeah. But it's more of like the threat, right? Just like I don't know about you, but I sleep with the lights on, right? Anytime it goes dark or somebody's stealth in the corner or in the closet, or under my bed, it kind of freaks me out a little bit.
Yeah, I sleep with the lights turned off. That's why.
Oh, you live dangerously.
Yeah, I live dangerously. But again, going back to it, I get your point. Yeah, I think the aura, the sheer presence of BX could actually push this backline away. So yeah, that is actually good. Right now, BX is already going onto that Tyrant. Half HP, 1 port, that's an easy take.
Yeah, easy take, and they were all kind of baiting it out. I mean, BX was taking the Tyrant and was trying to pull them away. Xenon was getting a little bit low. He had to flash. He does get the safety, but he was being chased.
Yeah, Burning Sun Arrow, not the right target. They're not going to go for it, though. Aspire still alive, but Ryoichi still dealing a bit of damage, but not enough to actually get any kills.
Yeah, and at this point, you're kind of thinking, maybe we could have gotten a pick off here or there, but they haven't really been able to convert with this the Hou Angela combination. It just really hasn't paid off just as of yet.
Yeah, and I was expecting it to pay off pretty fast. Like very early into the game, goes in with the burst ram, not gonna be able to get killed, but the Burning Sun Arrow was dodged again, and they were not able to get the kill on Doma.
Okay, well, it's still a field goal. It's good. It just went up in the uprights. I don't know if you get American football, but completely. I mean, they were trying to bait it out, and that's kind of why Majo's just sticking around for so long. But hey, a little bit.
Wait, he didn't pop the. Oh no, he still doesn't have the rage to pop the ultimate. Good timing right there from Xenon, and that was a kill that they're looking for R8. They don't even need the Burning Sun Arrow. Maybe ditch the Hou.
Yeah, no, I think it's too late for that to ditch him. I mean, maybe he just sits in the fountain and just shoots arrows whenever it's out cooldown.
Yeah, maybe. Blazing Brilliance again, dealing some damage, getting some work. Engma might get killed here. Will This My Vote is going to get 2 kills on the back line, but right now they're going to go in forward for the truth match. Again, it's Abdul looking for the right time, but here comes Doom. He's going to go to the back, but he's not going to move forward. Gets stunned a bit, waiting for the Chaos Cinders to stop him on his tracks, but it's not going to work out. He was able to back away.
Oh, Abdo, and that's why he's so good on this Dharma, the truth. Just like at the last second, just setting it up for those 2 members to get that stun and then the kill. Just really well played. And then Doom coming a little bit late with that Death at Sunset, but now they're going in.
Do they have the Leaping Saber? Oh, if they had the Leaping Saber, they could have killed Ryoichi there. But because they don't have it, they don't have to push him back there. And Bridal Outburst still ready if they're going to be fighting on this Overlord.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to fully commit, but Burning Sun Arrow missed yet again.
Missed again, has the Truth Mantra though, so they can start any fights they want. And Bridal Outburst was used a bit too early. No follow-up from the team here. Aspire's getting chased. Yes, Truth Mantra. Every one of them onto the backline. Zoma now, the next target. Tremor Smash is going to be there. He's going to be killed by a support, and it is working out for the side of R8 right now. There's only one person, Doom, right here in front. Use the Death by Sunset to run away, but he's in the arms right now of their members. But right now Xenon is fighting a 1v1 against Engma here, right down at the bottom. But will he have the Blazing Brilliance in just a bit? 10 seconds on the clock before the next death timer is going to come in, but Ryoichi is going to be taking down the C3.
Yeah, look at these two. They've been going at it for the longest time. Eggman finally gets burned down, and through it all, it looks like they're going to end this game.
They can end the game. Aspire doesn't have the wave clear to finish this off. This is going to be Ryoichi going for the end. Burning Sun Arrow to stop him from getting the damage. And that was the game going to R8.
R8's playing well, minus Ryoichi. Let's be honest. Those Burning Sun Arrows not hitting, not really converting, but they were able to close that out just off the team fight, eventually being able to just win that one and just close the game out. Very well played by R8 Esports. Yeah, I think they got to work. They got to practice on that Burning Sun Arrow, though.
Abdo was like, let me do it myself. Abdo started to get those Truth Mantras after that, and that was what I was looking for, because they needed to hit the Truth Mantra just for that Blazing Brilliance, for people to soak on that Blazing Brilliance a lot more, and it actually worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it paid off, right? I think it took a little bit of time for Xenon to kind of get going. Again, I'm not too impressed with the Angela hero just in general. I think it really struggles. It's way too static for me. But eventually they got the win, which is all that matters. I think really it's more about the Abdo show more than anything else. He's amazing on that Dharma.
Abdo on his Dharma, again, his toy, every time he uses it, he's just going to be performing amazingly for their side and actually work out for the second time. I had my doubts on R8's composition, and we can see it. We can see it during the game. The Burning Sun Arrow together with a combo in the Angela. If one doesn't hit, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, for sure. I think, honestly, if they ban the Dharma, I think that game is completely different. Right? I mean, don't get me wrong. Abdo is very strong on other heroes as well, but I think it's just the Dharma, the ability to kind of just control that game from the mid game to late and just take over. It just had a really good time because of that.
That could have been a very different game if ever they were given the opportunity there for the side of Vicious, but that was really close. That game was pretty close, but remember, Vicious had really good picks on their side, so we won't be seeing this again because we're in the global ban and pick. So that is not going to be available anymore. R8 didn't really take out a lot of their heroes except for that Dharma from Abdo.
Yeah. I think that's, I mean, going in, I don't think that they're going to be picking the Prince of Lanling almost every series, as well as the Houyi. They tried something out, and it did stick, but I think that they need to kind of just, just fix the rough edges, so to speak, because it wasn't exactly flawless. And there are definitely some gaps in this lineup.
Yeah, it's really hard to pull off. I mean, we already know the Burning Sun Arrow is going to have a lot of accuracy problems. Even the best Houyis wouldn't be able to hit every Burning Sun Arrow. And that's the problem because it's based on how the Houyi is going to be performing with the combo. But again, looking at the graph, they had the advantage there from the side of R8. They were just able to get those kills, and that's why it started to balloon, especially on the last part of our game.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a late game lineup that was just able to just scale, get those pickoffs, and just kind of control it. Just really well played, just being able to close that game out. I was kind of, we were talking about the fact that actually Vicious's draft is pretty darn good. It's a solid one, but unfortunately not able to just really capitalize on that good draft. And, R8 finding ways to win, and they just were able to close that game out.
Yeah, they were just able to win it from the side of R8, but I really want almost the same draft as what they did from the games a while ago, because those were the standard actually works out better for R8 Esports.
Yeah, it really helped out. I mean, it made it much easier for them. And I like the fact that they were trying things out in this game one. But going into game two, are you still trying things out because you're up a game, or do you kind of just look to close out the series? What's your thought process here?
That's a good question. I think R8 Esports should go for their bread and butter. Go for that long go for that Sakir. The one thing that they always do almost every game, and even the Gen.G could actually come out also for this next game. Or maybe, heck, go for the Jing Liubang. Go for that comp. That is going to work out. And MVP is going to go to Abdo. Very well deserved.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, if we're gonna check out the highlights, and you'll just see exactly just Abdo making play after play, just setting it up. I mean, it's very 50-50, and then all of a sudden Dharma comes in, Abdo, and he just cleans house, and you're like, oh, okay, this team fight and this game is just over.
He even started this game with the first blood. that is how Abdo rolls. He starts the game with the first blood, and this was really hard. Honestly, it was really hard to see because the game took really long just because they were not able to pull much of their combos.
Yeah. It was like it was weird because like the potential is there, but they never really got it. Oh, that was such a sick truth right there, setting it up. I mean, I would say that that's pretty much the tipping point for when. And now VC is just on the run throughout the entire game. They were not able to stick around.
Yeah, it was hard. I mean, I love the composition from Vicious because we know that this is a composition that really works well. This is a composition tried and tested by a lot of teams right out there on most leagues, and it's easy to pull off. And it could have been a win for Vicious, but R8, they just have Abdo.
Yeah.
Abdo in his post.
Yes. The Abdo factor, just closing the game out, just enough. Right, the control, the damage, everything that you want. Perfect. That's what you want from a Clash laner. Very impressive.
Yeah, and usually they're the ones who set things up for the team, and that is what Abdo is. That is what Abdo does for this game, and I really love to see a lot more. But again, everybody, we're just gonna go to game 2 in a bit, but we're just gonna take a short break.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
All right, Esports strike first. They're going to take game 1 over Vicious. My name is Holland. With me is Dash. All right, what does Vicious need to do in game 2 to bounce back?
Yeah, honestly, I can definitely see that they can bounce back here. They can just go for the meta picks again for the side of Vicious. It's just that Abdo had his Dharma during game 1. Game 2, it's going to be a different hero. So, yes, do the thing. Don't let that your mental. They could just do the same thing.
I think that, yeah, I mean, look, I'm just so scared about Abdo. Like, the Abdo factor has been real. Get on top of you, and he just, like, jumps you. And then plus they have, like, BEX, they have, like, Oichi, they have all these guys that can do the damage when they need to. So it's kind of like pick your poison almost. Not a good situation for Vicious right now.
Yeah, I think Vicious just need to draft like how they did from game 2. Maybe pick up the Ogren again, or maybe just pick up Shoyu from Aspire because he really loves picking up that Shoyu. And game 2, he almost worked things out there, but they were fighting against Nongshim, so it didn't work out.
Yeah, that was a tough one. I mean, they pulled out the Shoyu, and I was kind of like, ooh, they're really diving deep in terms of the hero pool. But it seems like there's a little bit of comfort. But Shoyu is just not a mechanically easy hero to use. So it's one of those things where, how do they kind of pick something that they're comfortable with, that's easy to use, because not to say that they're not able to handle it, but it's just when there's like a high stress situation, it's easier to play with heroes that are, again, just easy.
Yeah, and easy to pull off, easy to work with, and that's what you really want. Or even just those heroes that you know how to work with, the comfort basically of the things that they need here for the side of Vicious. But right now, it might be quite a struggle, but we have seen the picks here. R8 still has a lot in their arsenal.
Yeah, definitely a lot. I mean, they were experimenting, and somehow this experiment was successful for R8.
Yeah.
As they, they didn't hit like a single Burning Sun Arrow, Chaos Cinder combination, but they still got the W. Again, I think that this is more about your prediction prowess more than anything else. Because I did not have that on my bingo card, where I was like, yeah, they're going to win a game, but they're not going to hit a single Burning Sun Arrow Chaos Cinder combo. It's never going to miss. It's never going to hit.
Oh man, I was surprised too. That I think the one that is not in my bingo card was picking a Hou-Yi.
Okay, just in general. Okay.
Yeah, picking a Hou-Yi, because it's really hard to hit the Burning Sun Arrow, honestly, just because he's trying to hit it from lanes to lanes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I tapped my mic there. But from lane to lane, which is why it was a bit harder than I was expecting from their side.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not the biggest fan of Hou-Yi because I feel like his kit is weird. Like, he's a ranged hero, wants to be kind of, in that mid-range, but then you have this arrow that stuns from even further out. So, like, you get an amazing stun, but you're so far, you're across the map, and you can't even kill anybody. You know what I mean? So it's like, where do you need to be? You need to find that perfect middle ground where you're able to hit the arrow and to kind of get in. Maybe you get whirlpooled in. But it's not the easiest hero to kind of play in like a solo rank game, for instance.
Yeah. Oh man, this is gonna be really hard. Now, R8 versus Vicious. This might be the last game, or this might be the next one coming around here for the side of Vicious. Let's see how it's gonna work. They're gonna be banning that Leon Po pretty early on the side of R8.
I think that the Leon Po has had a lot of success, a lot of control. It's just been definitely a step up from S3, right? I think that we've seen, even in PKL and IKL, we've seen this hero being played quite a bit. It's definitely had, it has so much utility, and it provides a lot of value, especially when those team fights are starting to happen. That Tremor Smash can be game winning.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be very hard here. This time around, let's see, with the early, the respect on the early, the respect on the long, this is something that we do expect here because this is basically the top two of the marksmen that we have. So, with that being said, Gen.G is on the table here for R8 later.
Yeah, Gen.G, I think you have the Lady Soon. If you want to go Vicious, we're like, hey, I want to miss some Burning Sun arrows. I'm going to pick a Hou-Yi.
Oh yeah, Dolia getting picked just really says a lot most of the time. It's either they pick up the Shangwan, they pick some other things here for their side. They are gonna go for that big ultimates usually, or maybe even the Chano. Just get that leader stance twice.
Yeah, actually that could really help out. But it looks like they're gonna go with the Dolia and the Dia to counter. Nothing too crazy here, but I think that seeing as that the farm laners have been banned already, like the Lung and the Arlie, I think that you would want to prioritize it in the first phase, right?
Oh yeah. And having the Dun also, I'm surprised at the prioritization here from the side of Vicious. I love that they prioritize the Dun now. At least they have that. Usually, whenever you pick a Dia, there's always going to be a tank jungler that is going to be coming out. I don't know why. Wait. Fade.
I'm no hero, and I don't believe in fate.
Okay. I'm not 100% sold on the Fade just yet. I haven't seen it to its maximum potential, but R8's not afraid. They're gonna potentially lock these two in with the Gan and Mo, with those couple blades and the jumping off the walls, just like ambushing. This Fade could do some serious damage.
You know what? I really love seeing Fade because most of the time we see tank junglers, right? And seeing like the Jing, the Luna, the Fade being picked up. Fade isn't very, what do you call this? Fade isn't like the other assassin junglers. He needs timing. Compared to Luna, compared to Jing, I think the timing is much more pronounced with a Fade. I see this a lot in PKL, and they love picking the Fade. And most of the time, it works against composition that have very easy to pick up targets.
I mean, yeah, the potential is definitely there in finding that right target. But like, when you have the Dia and the Dune on the enemy team,
yeah,
what is it about those two that you're like, hey, I'm gonna counterpick with the Fade?
You know what? It's not really a counterpick.
Exactly, right?
This is basically just a flex from BX. Because normally, even in PKL, they pick the Fade last most of the time.
Yeah, I don't think you want to show your card, so to speak, going into this one. But okay, it looks like Vicious have kind of been like, hey, we got to prioritize the Spire as farm laner. We don't want anybody getting banned. But they're going to go with the Marco Polo into this lineup. In the same way, what about this? Like, what about the Marco Polo? Where you're like, hey, this is a good counter pick into the Fade and Gan and Mo now.
Yep, and now this is going to be, Dharma getting banned. They don't want Doom to pick that up for himself and having like a McGee also getting taken off. They don't want that easy access crowd control that could take down the Fade out of the walls, which is honestly a good start for RA.
Yeah. Okay. But I see the potential here. The Byron here really rounding out this draft. Byron and Dune, both Bash brothers, could be very strong. Difficult meat shield to get into, especially if you want to get to that Marco Polo, who's going to be just kind of latched onto by the Diadea. But Marco Polo is going to need that space.
Yeah. But remember, there's a lot of engage potential here for the side of Vicious. I like that they're just going all in with the engage. They just need a bit of control from what they're going to be picking in the mid lane. Maybe a Princess Frost and Lady Zhen could cap this out pretty perfectly.
Okay. Yeah, it could really just kind of add in. I think they're going to need a little bit more damage, more than anything else.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's true.
I think they're kind of lacking in that department because it's pretty much all in right now on that Marco Polo. And look at this, a lane pick with the Chano. You've got some damage here.
My swords.
What? Okay, they got the Elaine together with the I'm surprised that Elaine got out of the second phase bans.
Yeah. I think they forgot about it. They're like, the Dolia? They're like, oh yeah, we don't have a class laner. It's like, nah, it doesn't matter. We're going to ban the Mayin and the D-Wrench. I think it's way better, but...
And we were talking about the channel also a while ago. The leader stance getting reset was also something that we were looking forward to. So they have 2 targets for that Celestial Melody now. So what is Vicious going to answer? As you said, they need damage here. So what is going to be on that?
Okay. I am not a huge Shi fan. I think that the utility is great. I kind of look at her as like a poor man's Yixing in a way.
Yeah.
Again, nope. I think you really needed some damage, and I don't think that this is that.
I can definitely say what you're. I can definitely see what you're saying. The problem with She is she won't have enough damage until the 3rd item. Yeah. That's the reason why she's so hard to work with, because unless she gets the 3rd item, you won't really have enough damage. Yes, you have the wave clear, but you need damage for this team comp.
No, I mean, okay, so now this is a little bit more pressure on, Engma and Doom to really get that laning and that farming going, right? Because she's going to take some time. Marco Polo, obviously, is going to take some time as well. But you need somebody else. You need that plan B, plan C type of thing. And then it's really up to them because, the heroes innately don't have that damage straight up. You got to kind of build into it. So the farm needs to be distributed properly here so that Marco Polo is not getting everything.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is going to be a lot of engage for the team here. So this is going to be pretty hard for the side of Vicious. I can see the idea already that they have the engages, they have the crowd controls that they're looking for, but that She to cap it off actually threw me off.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on this because I also don't think it's that great against the Gan and Mo as well, right? I mean, she's going to be outranged and she needs to hide. And I mean, yeah, you get the orb, but then you kind of, okay. The initiation, Dune is going in, Byron is the secondary, and then She kind of following up, right? Group them up, Marco Polo goes to Fever Barrage. This is how I'm envisioning this team fight, or the way it should be going in, right? But that might be a tall order, especially since Dune is going to kind of get picked off. from the Ganemo and Fade, hiding on the wall, so to speak.
Yeah, I can see that. I can actually see that happening. And also remember, Doma is going to walk. While everybody's going in, Doma is going to be walking. And remember, they have Abdo on a lane. So Doma is an easy target.
Yeah. A very static target.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Abdo actually likes Ana from Frozen, so I think that Doma will be the #1 target in that sense.
For sure. So this is going to be the start. Oh, Xenon. Oh, he has a flash, but he is not going to be using it just... Honestly, good for Xenon that he didn't use the flash.
Yeah, he is low. I mean, the Guard of the Grave was actually quite key on that one.
Now they're going to go in. They have to pull back here, but they're not going to be using it for now. Doom using the flash away just to get a bit of the damage here onto the top lane. 1v1 is still working their way towards it. Abdo doesn't have the reset right now. It's going to be a bit of a tough fight that we have here onto the top side.
Yeah, Abdo is like stopping the fight.
Yeah, Storm Strike, but First Blood is going to come in when he executes.
Uh-oh, but Doma.
Doma going to come in. Will he actually get the Silk Imprint? Is it going to work out, though? If it actually goes on his head, that could have been the kill.
Yeah, a little bit of swing and a miss on that one, which worries me even more. Because, I mean, again, we were kind of questioning the She pick, but, getting to that third item is a lot more difficult when you're not able to get the single kill like that. I mean, you got to hit your shots. Again, easier for me to say in my armchair general mode. But it's a situation where you got to find whatever sort of opportunity is given, you got to take it.
Julie Blade goes in, drops the Wind Slash, gonna be able to hit Bitter Farewell. It's not gonna be moving for so long, but at least he was able to flash away. Mijaj shaves himself for a bit there, but here comes Sigma. Good thing he has a bit of a shield there to save his life.
Yeah, he's gonna stay alive. That was actually very close from Mijaj. I thought he was gonna get picked off, but mid lane.
What a great start again from RB. What a great slash. And that could be a kill here, but now Doma not on a great spot. Actually, Mijoj is going to be dying. Leader Stance is going to be here. Aspire is going to be the target, but he was able to run away.
Yeah, under the tower, but it's not over yet.
Oh, they have a couple of blades. They might be able to hit one more. Okay, it's looking like Xenon. It's not going to hit it.
Yeah, just not enough damage just as of yet. Mijaj got picked off. That was a nice win, but Doma going down, I think that's the biggest target for me.
Look at this though. Doom is even having a hard time here on the top side, fighting back, slashing in. Doom doesn't have the force field suppression at this point. That's why he's going to be running off.
Yeah, he's going to be healed up. And he actually has more life, but bottom.
Oh, bottom going to go for the fight. Destiny encounter, enough damage onto Xenon, but are they going to go in? Are they going to drop in forward? They have the ult, they're singing, and they are getting those kills. BX is going to be here, could get the execute on both of them, and he does.
Yeah, 3 members down from Vicious. This is looking rough for them. They needed to have a good laning phase. Dying 3, with 3 members at the same time, tough situation. Abdo harassing like crazy.
Oh man, this is crazy though. You usually expect that the Byron is going to be winning. Death by Sunset is going to be used, forcing the flash out of Doom.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a situation where Abdo was low and Doom actually had the life lead, but Doom was playing it like he had, he was behind, but because he was so scared of that Death at Sunset.
Yeah, gonna go in, gonna drop some damage, has the O to push him back for a bit. Do they have enough of that speed to go for that fight? BX gonna go for the fight at the top side. Doom actually go for the execute, but he's not gonna go.
Yeah, he's not going to go. BX will continue to farm. He's been largely off the map, but Doma dying again. This is your last pick, and you've had the roughest of starts.
Yeah, it's a rough start, especially going in for another couple. Blades was able to hit it in the end, but a Farewell is going to be used just to stun him, maybe get the kill. No, he's not. And Vo is also going to fall down. That is 2 for 0, or rather 3 for 0.
Yeah, actually just a really bad start. I hate to say that the wheels are coming off, but it's not looking good. This car is not in a good spot. Needs an oil change, if anything. Doom now running for his life. I mean, if anything, he's only died once. So I guess that's a bit of a win for him. But man, Vicious need to find ways to get back in this game.
This is really hard to watch here, Aller, because with what we're seeing, we talked about how Doma is going to have a hard time, and especially if it's against a Ganemo. And it's happening right before our eyes. And I feel bad for Doma the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why this pick is happening. It was questionable to begin with. The hero is not easy to play in this lineup. going up against what they were doing. And then it looks like Doma, there's some familiarity issues, and it doesn't seem like he's complete. Oh, wow. BX takes it.
What is that? That execute is just so strong. That ult. That's the reason why he actually took it.
Yeah, I mean, from like he'll take it and he just gets on out. It's like cool guys don't look at explosions. You know what I mean? Like he was already out of there and just took it away from him. Just, R8's doing such a good job across the map.
Now they don't even have defense onto the top side. That is an easy take. And again, a 1v1 gets a knockback though. Has the Jade Mark? Nope. Aspire doesn't have the Jade Mark, so he's not going to be dying.
Yeah, not going to be dying, but he expended the Fever Barrage defensively just to stay alive, but he does die in the end. Wow.
He dies anyway. Top side, third tier tower has been taken down, and now mid lane could be their next step here. BX is just really strong. Even against Engma, he's not even afraid to take the fight here. Gonna be whittling down on the damage here on Engma. Will Engma actually fight back? Wind Slash is gonna be used, but he's just gonna get pushed back.
Yeah, Engma's like, hey dude, I'm a pacifist. I don't want to take this action, but Death by Sunset.
Death by Sunset is gonna be used. That is gonna be it. Doma gonna be the next target. Another one onto the board, but he's so tanky. Abdo is not gonna die anytime soon. He's tanking up a lot of damage. Gets the kill on 2. Aspire's gonna be next. He is in range. Use the Fevered Barrage to just get away, and he actually survives.
Yeah, he survives, but again, he's used the ult defensively, just trying to stay alive. Not the greatest time. I mean, you know that the game is going poorly when you're Fever Barrage just to stay alive.
Oh man, Fade. Fade is just
has destroyed
crazy. That's what I'm gonna say. It's just crazy. The damage from BX is just there. Silky Imprint was able to hit on him, so that's why BX is gonna die there.
Yeah, BX actually took way too much tower aggro. It took like 3 shots, died for his sins, and like his teammates are like, no, we're gonna let you take all the damage from the tower and not change aggro.
Oh yeah, and having it backline, though, look at it. Doom could actually start to fight pretty well here. Goes to the backside, Destiny encountered. The knockback is there. Mijoji's gonna fall down. They are gonna be chasing out leader stances here. They have a bit of damage coming in from Ryoichi. He has the flash though. He used it a while ago, but they're not gonna kill anyone.
I mean, they're not going to get the, like, Abdo, who's so low. They were trying to just force him out, get something. I mean, get this machine going. They're down 5K. If they got Abdo, that would have been a huge win, considering he's, what, 4-0-0. But through it all, it looks like they're going to take the Overlord at least.
Abdo is just too strong in this game, man. Howler, this is just crazy performance from this guy. Even in this series, he's trying to carry, but BX not going to let that happen because I'm the carry, guys. Look at me.
Yeah, I mean, look, Death at Sunset as well. Abdo going in.
Death at Sunset gonna be used. Goes to the back line. A bit too aggressive, though. I think he's gonna be dying here. That is a good punishment from Vicious.
Yeah, okay. Abdo, like, hold your horses, man. I mean, it's 1 versus 4. Your team is not even there. Mijo's just like, dude, I can't even Celestial Melody because you're so far up. You know, I can't even get to you, so I can't even save you. But, I mean, R8 are still like, hey, we're still in the driver's seat here.
Good go for the Whirling Blade. Engma pops the leader stance already for Yoichi. He's going to be chasing him down. He has the move speed. The couple blades almost gets the kill on him. If he didn't have the shield there, that could have been the end.
Yeah, that could have been. He just barely stays alive here. And look at Xenon with these couple blades, just slicing and dicing. And Vicious, if anything, they're like, hey, we just want to get to the 10-minute mark at least. Slow the game down. Deal with these minions, at least for now.
Doom goes in. Doesn't get in range for the Storm Strike. But Mijoji is just there to heal him up. He has the leader stance again, so they can take this fight.
They want to go? I mean,
they have the Death by Sunset. Goes to the back line. They're moving forward, but at least the damage is not going to be there. He wasn't able to pop it again. But right now, they are looking to go for more, but the Hardened Jade Mark actually takes down 1. And it's still a 1-for-1, and they are just taking the towers.
Yeah, taking the towers. Abdo died twice, which is a little uncharacteristic. Very aggressive at this stage, but trading for Aspire, I think you'll be happy with that, considering you got, what, all the T3s.
1-for-1. Now, another tower got taken down, and this is just hard to see here. 5K Goldie for the side of R8.
Yeah, and it looks like the window of opportunity for Vicious is closing. Right now, R8 are backing up. Yes, they're regrouping, but they're just cleaning the rest of their own jungle in before they go for that one final push. I don't know if Vicious really have the wave clear to deal with all of the minions in all 3 lanes.
Yeah, they're gonna have most of the hard time here, but Right now, Vicious, as you said, they don't have the wave clear for it, so this is just gonna be pretty hard for them to clear out. And considering that R8 is already invading their jungle, it's gonna be hard to move forward and contest these objectives.
Yeah, Overlord looking to be picked up here. Eggman going in.
Eggman gonna maybe steal this. They don't. Ooh, they do have the smite right here from BX. They are gonna be pushed back by Abdo.
Yeah, BX is like, I'm the only jungler here. Eggman, get out of here. I got this.
Yep. Joj taking a lot of damage right now. Oh man, they even got the Tyrant in the end.
Yeah, taking both the big neutrals at this point, and now it's just a matter of time. All three lanes pushing. Tough situation for Vicious, because I mean, like they're sticking together. You know, R8 just playing as a team throughout. It's just so tough right now.
They can't even get a good clash in for the side of Vicious because they're always at the front here. Abdo going in again with a Death by Sunset. Will he be able to kill anybody? He has everybody low. Here comes the Jake, but he goes in and takes down 3 people right at the get-go. And Vicious is going to be next. That's 4 people down, and they can finish the game. They want to kill for more. They want to get the takedown on the last one, and that's an ace for R8.
R8's ace, game 2 victory, full control. Vicious right now were reeling after that first game going into this one. They were really not on the, in the right state of mind, I would say, because it looks like things were faltering. They weren't playing well as a team, and they were making uncharacteristic mistakes. Just a really tough game overall, but R8 Esports came out to play.
And what was hard about that, Holler, is that they can't even fight together. They were fighting together, but most of the time, because of Abdo's presence, it was hard for them to do much because the backline always gets breached. They have to protect the backline. They can't even get to the front. And that was so hard. That was so hard for them.
Yeah. I mean, it was tough. Like R8s were all over the map doing what they needed to have done. And it got to the point where it was like critical mass. Like BX was off the map for a while, but once he got going and he got his farm, he was just going in 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4. He was not scared at all. He was getting those pickoffs because he had this huge lead. And yeah, just really showing how this fade is supposed to be played.
Yeah, honestly, especially for that composition alone, just having a target, for example, like the shape that they have there, that was an easy target. Everybody was just targeting Doma the whole game. He was not even allowed to play.
Yeah, which is, I mean, look, I think it was a draft issue. I hate to just kind of hound on it. I mean, I think Doma knows what's going on, but I think that in that draft at that time as that last pick, not the greatest. I think that if they had a little bit more of a traditional mid laner, maybe like a Lady John, Princess Frost. I don't remember the bans. Yeah, they might have had a better chance.
That could have been a better. We talked about it a while ago. We were predicting that it could be a Lady Jean or a Princess Frost, and it could have worked better for the team, even though they won't have enough damage. They have the AoE control that both of those have.
Yeah. And missed opportunity on that one. I think that, R8 are going to be very happy with how they played. I think that this is a huge, again, another big confidence boost. R8 right now have, some other formidable teams. They still have yet to play SCARZ. They still have to go in. But, again, way ahead of myself to hear the result. BX 7-1-5. Wow.
Oh, man. It was really hard here. I mean, Doom even having a hard time just getting in. Even Engma. Engma was having a hard time because they have to protect the backline almost every fight. That was a really hard job to do.
Yeah, really tough. I mean, look, okay, let's talk about these stats here. Zinan with these couple blades, just constantly tenderizing the enemy team, 105,000 damage. Roichi with a 71,000 as well. Tons of damage throughout. BX, Abdo, just, man, pick your poison.
Who's your MVP?
BX
or Zinan?
I think it's got to be BX. Yeah. Like, Zinan, look, I think that... like as the mid laner, you'll do a lot of damage with those couple blades, but you might not really get those pickoffs. I mean, that's kind of his play style. But I think in terms of an actual, true impact on that game, BX on that fade for sure.
Yeah, BX on that fade was really nice, having that execute and even getting the objectives on their side every time. Even with the Hardened Jade Mark, he used that in order for him to get one of the objectives. Just that initial execute that he has was a big reason there that they were able to get the wins and not even give most objectives to the other side.
Yeah. I mean, they were taking over everything. Like, they were just like, it was like pushing things out. There was just like no way for Vicious to really get back in the game. They were just so defensive. No gaps, I would say.
It was really hard. It was really hard. Even for the Byron / Elaine matchup, I was expecting Doom to be winning that a lot. It's because he doesn't win that too. He was not able to have that confidence to get to the backline in the early game, because I was expecting that from a Byron. Win the early game, get everybody back to the mid game, and that's what I expect every time for a Byron.
Yeah, but you kind of didn't factor in Abdo, right? It's just him.
Yeah.
He's just so good. He knows the limits, right? I mean, he had an amazing game 1 with Dharma, and then in this game with his Elaine, just understanding that, like, I thought Byron had potential to just blow him up, but it seemed like he was afraid to pull the trigger, and Abdo was like, kind of like, okay, I kind of know where I'm at, and I'm able to just like outduel you, so to speak.
Yeah, it was really hard. It was really hard for most of their heroes on their side. Didn't work out as expected, and all fell down. And Vicious really needs to get that going for the next matches that they're gonna have, because it's gonna just get harder from here on.
For sure. It's gonna be tough. And again, I think that you take your L's, you'll learn from this one, Vicious, right? I think that you're still not out of it. Even past the ranked week, after this weekend, you're still gonna have other games. You're gonna still have that potential. You need to grow quickly. But BX here, clear MVP, it's 7-1-5, an easy pick here.
25% of the gold of the team, so very well expected here from BX. And honestly, we have seen them a while ago, and as we said from the start of the show a while ago, this is very exciting to see that R8 and SCARZ were able to perform the whole day that we had. They didn't really lose their steam, even though they're playing 2 games apart from each other. So this is a good sign for R8 and even SCARZ.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a situation where it's like, I mean, it's 2 best-of-3s, not the most arduous of tasks ahead of you. I mean, but this is a team that's ready to play. They're gearing to go, not too many holes. They just like completely controlled this game, made Vicious's life very difficult.
Yeah, and even Xenon here could get the honorable mention here because of how he is performing from this game alone, just because of the couple blades hitting the right targets. And Abdo also honorable mention just because he kept Doma from play. Even Aspire can't even play pretty well this game just because Abdo is always in front of him.
Yeah, always in front. And look at just how much presence Abdo has. Like, forcing it out. There are literally 4 people running away from him, right? And then the rest of them, they're getting the pickoffs. Aspire, Doma, VO just instantly deleted. I mean, this is just really, you got to stop Abdo more than anything else on R8.
Yeah. It's just rough. It's just rough for Vicious that this is what happened for the game 2. I mean, game 1 has a little bit more promise, but remember, that was a draft that probably an experiment for R8, but it still worked out for them. But game 2, just bringing out the big guns, it worked out a little better.
Yeah. And experimenting is one thing, but you're also putting tape out there. So now teams are like, hey, is this the type of drafts that they're going to be going with? They need to be careful. Like, the bans might actually change up instead of like, this is what I really wanted to play, And this might not be it, but I think that it's a good place to put it out here.
Yeah, and again, banning, maybe we can see in the future, they're going to be banning the Angela and the Hoyi just because they saw it today. They saw the tapes, and maybe we can ban it.
No, I'm pretty sure they're going to be like, we're going to let them pick it because it was not good whatsoever, right?
Let's just ban Abdo's Dharma for sure, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Dharma though ban. I think they need to just attack Abdo throughout in the draft.
Yeah.
Also BX in the jungle. I think that those are too scary. I mean, all jokes aside, they all played well, but I think the Angela Hoyi, I think they'll let those 2 go.
Yeah, they're not gonna. I mean, yeah, play it. We're just gonna be destroying you the next time around. So that is what we are expecting here for our games. But again, that was a nice day. That was a nice day here, Holler. It was a great time to see. But again, it's a fast day because it's all 2-0s for all of our games.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see. I mean, we saw some very competitive games, let's be honest, right? I mean, yeah, they didn't go to a 3rd game, but they were close. I mean, the SCARZ, almost every single one of their games today was a really good game. So if you're checking out the VODs, definitely check out the SCARZ games because they were the highlights of the day. They played really well. I mean, yeah, they came out 1-1, so to speak, spoiler alert. But which team they won and lost to, you'll have to figure out on your own. But I think it's a very interesting day, and it was a pleasure, Dash.
Yeah, it was a really rough day. I was thinking that SCARZ will have a really rough day today, but looking at their games, fighting against the stronger teams that we have, what a great performance. I'm going to be putting them on my prediction at the top soon for Group S.
Okay. Okay. All right. If you have it, I'm gonna do it as well. Because your predictions are pretty much 100% today. Congratulations.
Actually, that's true. That's true. 100% prediction today. That was great. And now we're gonna be starting the curse because I have 100% prediction today. So the next days, I'm gonna be wrong the whole time.
Okay, great. And you're gonna do it on PKL when you're on that broadcast, right?
Oh yeah.
Don't bring that negativity here.
I'm gonna be predicting a lot of things wrong in PKL moving forward.
Good. Yeah, sabotage that one.
Okay, here we go, everyone. Today's matches, you're gonna be seeing it, and as we were talking about, it's SCARZ fighting against Nongshim and Gen.G, the two teams that are at the top, but they still pulled through. The game against Nongshim, you have to look at that, everybody. That was a great game.
Great series, right? I mean, we saw R8 here just really step up in the second and the fourth series, taking out Crazy Raccoon and Vicious. But that third matchup, I mean, SCARZ and Gen.G, that was I mean, I don't think everybody thought that SCARZ was going to be able to 2-0 Gen.G. I think that was the biggest surprise. But let's check out the group stage ranking, where we stand thus far. Nongshim at the top 3-0. Gen.G off that loss, still in the tops, tied with R8 3-1. But SCARZ, they just haven't played enough games. They're 1-1 in fourth place with Crazy Raccoon in terms of, they're only by themselves fourth. Crazy Raccoon fifth, tied with Venomous. And of course, Vicious is 0-3. Tough spot for them is in the sixth place for now.
That's just a placeholder for SCARZ. They're going to be up there, everyone. It's just 2 games that they played today, but they're going to be up there soon. So I'm kind of expecting them to get up there maybe soon. But again, this is going to be the matches for tomorrow. We still have games until Sunday, but tomorrow, Saturday, it's going to be Nongshim versus Crazy Raccoons, R8 versus SCARZ, Gen.G versus Nongshim Red Force, Venomous versus Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, of those 4 matches, which is the one you're most looking forward to?
I'm always going to be looking forward to SCARZ games.
Yeah.
I'm a fan now.
Okay. All right. Well, the bandwagon goes really slow. You can hop on and off whenever you want.
Yep. Yeah.
No, but I'm on that bandwagon as well. To be honest, SCARZ, I mean, I love the resolve. I love the way that they play. They make it fun to watch, right?
Yeah.
And SCARZ going up against R8 Esports tomorrow, I think is going to be the match of the day, at least for me. I'm super excited about that one.
Yeah, SCARZ versus R8. This is going to be breaking. Who is going to be taking that Group S spot? So having them fight against each other, that is already a good test. After that fight, I already have my predictions. I have my 3 teams. Wait for that.
Okay, all right. I actually am excited. Nongshim is definitely on the list. I want to know. Okay. All right, you don't have to tell us now.
Nongshim is going to be on the list, but the other 2, you're going to see. You're going to see soon.
Okay, all right. Well, you're going to be casting next on Sunday. So for all of you guys at home tuning in, if you want to get the 100% prediction dash to help you out, tune in to Sunday as he's going to help you out.
100%.
I'm going to be casting with Kin tomorrow, who's 0% on the prediction rate. So it's going to be a complete, well, not great. Let's be honest, okay?
Okay.
I don't want to say he's failing, but he's not doing well in this class. Let me be honest.
He has time to redeem himself at least on tomorrow and even Sunday's cast. So maybe.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he'll be swayed by you like I was swayed by your predictions. I think that we're going to be getting to that point. It'll be interesting to see how he kind of changes this tune a bit. But it'll be an interesting, next couple of days that are happening. I mean, there's still plenty of games out there to see exactly how this, ranking week shakes up. getting into the top 3. Right now, it's looking like a couple of teams at this point, but it's still up very much in the air.
Yeah, basically no breaks for this team, everybody, except for the weekdays. But right now, the whole weekend, they're going to be playing the whole time. There are some matches that are going to be not broadcasted for today. I think the match today is going to be Vicious and Venomous. They're not going to be broadcasted for today, but we will have the results tomorrow. And Holler and Kindofu will have the results tomorrow. And they're going to tell you what happened during that game.
Yeah, but do you have any predictions before we go into that one? Huh?
Oh, no, that's...
Vicious and Venomous? You want to just end on a 100% streak and not answer?
I won't answer. It's not broadcasted, so I won't answer.
Okay.
I'm going to end on a strong note.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, we're going to be ending our cast soon. It has been a pleasure. We've had some great games. I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of 2-0s, but some of them are very competitive going into this. And of course, as we go down into the later parts of this, the playoffs and all of that.
This is actually...
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams.